now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the guy who would never, ever cover up a potential criminal activity and tell everyone to forget about it. Adam Prendon.
Oh, okay. Forget. Oh, you did a Trump thing, didn't you?
I did a Trump thing. Yes, I didn't want to say those key phrases right in the beginning of the stream.
Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah.
Yes,
that's an interesting development, isn't it? Oh my God, everything is. The whole right-wing griftosphere is falling apart.
Which I didn't expect, but maybe we'll talk about that later in the stream.
Sure. I'm sure it'll come up in super chats.
I'm sure it will come up in super chats. In fact, it came up in the very first super chat from Mooster, but we'll read that one later. So today we'll be covering the epic. This is amazing. Okay, this is so amazing. It's a blast from our past. It's our good friend Lance of the Surfs. Okay, now we used to make fun of Lance a lot. We used to cover a lot of his stuff a lot. He kind of has a reputation of tripping over himself, going on Tim Pool and saying things that don't necessarily make sense. Kind of doing a lot of self-owning. And he's continuing. We haven't covered him in a while. He's been kind of quiet, but now he's come back.
He's back.
He's back. Just like Superman. Lance has returned.
Right.
With more lolcow content. And somehow he thought Lance, not exactly known for his quick wit or intellect, decided to get into a debate with Jesse Singal, probably one of the most knowledgeable journalists right now about all the various trans issues. He's done a deep dive, a lot of research into all the trans issues. And Lance decided it was a good idea to try to debate him.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, look, Jesse Singal has obviously dived into the research of this shit far more than me. So the hubris here is off the charts.
Yes, as opposed to just having a conversation with him and trying to be like, well, this is what I feel, this is what I disagree. It's like, no, it's a debate, which it's very the psychology that's going on here and the pressure that Lance must have felt from his community. We'll talk about it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, very, very funny.
Okay, let's jump right into it.
Not only
are we backing up? I didn't go.
I assumed that you had it at a spot that was like the beginning of the conversation, but
I was just listening to it before you came in. So
okay,
I made it 5 minutes in. So
listen to this guy. Oh, so you haven't actually listened to this?
Do you want to hear Lance's preamble here?
No, his preamble is pointless.
Oh, you don't like it?
Well, just we don't need to listen to it.
It is kind of funny that I guess Jesse Singal sprung on him. So now we're both going to give $1,000 to our charity of choice, right?
Well, we can listen to it if you think it's
no.
It's kind of funny.
The funniest thing is, I guess maybe it's actually in this video where he's like, okay, at the end he's like, now we give $1,000, and Lance is supposed to give $1,000 to some Palestinian charity or something, and Lance is like, what?
Yeah, basically
giving $1,000 to somebody. I didn't sign up for that.
Basically what Lance says in the beginning of this, which we're skipping, is he just sets up that supposedly Jesse Singal, I think initially was trying to get Lance to talk to him by saying well, if we talk, I'll donate some amount of money to a Palestinian charity. And then Lance said that he would talk to or debate him without, that payment, without being prompted. So
right.
But then it comes up at the end of the stream. Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Lance. I'm I suppose, comedian from Canada who covers news, politics, tries to make it entertaining. But
hold on a second here.
Did he just say he was a comedian?
What the fuck did he just say?
We've covered a lot of Lance stuff. We've talked to Lance before. I've never heard. This is completely new to me after all these years. Lance is a comedian?
He's doing stand-up comedy or
Has he ever told
now?
a joke in his life? I've seen a lot of his videos. I've never heard him make even a single joke.
Did he get a stand-up special on Netflix or something? What happened here?
Well, maybe the meta right now is like, okay, you just call yourself a comedian and then you get to talk about politics and say stupid shit. And then you always have the defense of it's a comedy show.
Well, I do think, I've seen Jimmy Dore do stand-up comedy. I think
Yes.
Dave Smith has done stand-up comedy.
Supposedly.
So, yes. I have never done a day of stand-up comedy in my life, Sitch. I'm assuming you haven't.
I have not.
I've written a bunch of goofball comedies, but
Listen,
never
maybe
stand
somewhere
up.
out there there's a Lance of the Surfs comedy
Mhm.
special that we're just sleeping on.
Sitch and I have both published a comedy comic book, an action comedy. So,
Yes.
yeah. I think we have more cred than Lance.
There you go.
We're published authors. We'll leave the self-published part out of it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like most people who spend a lot of time on the internet, obviously waste a little bit too much of my life on slop and other brain-rotting material.
As do we all. Yeah, so this, I explained in the intro, but this talk came about because, you were somewhat critical of me and some of the stuff I've written and said about youth gender medicine. And Katie and I have found that often when people criticize us, they're unwilling to then have a conversation. So I appreciate that. I'm going to let you sort of take the reins here. I will say to your audience, there was a miscommunication. I didn't expect this to be video. I look a little bit haggard from 4th of July drinking and a little bit of illness. So be merciful. But other than that, take it away.
Jesse coming in here hung over.
It's still annihilating
Hungover.
in the conversation.
Oh, I can't imagine doing one of these things hungover. That sounds like torture to me.
Listen, I'll tell Jesse, who we talked to, and I talked to him.
He's
I've
been on the
Blocked
show a
Reported.
couple times,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
been on our show. I've been on his show. I like Jesse. I don't mind the 480p camera. That's fine. But don't do the angle from below, like the upward angle. Okay. It's gotta be level. Or at least I'm looking down a little bit.
You don't like the up the nose shot?
Nobody likes the up the nose shot. It's the worst camera angle you could possibly do.
Well, it's probably on his laptop. He doesn't have a camera. He just turns
get
his
some
laptop
books.
on.
Get some books and stack your
Look at
laptop
this.
up a little bit. Come on.
Let Sitch be your cinematographer, Jesse. He'll set you. He'll help you out.
Don't let the fact that I don't use a camera or appear on stream
I
whatsoever to dissuade from the fact
Sitch
that I'm
is
going to give you some
go
advice.
on camera one day.
Yes.
Don't I have the perfect camera angle, Sitch? Look at this. Like a pro.
Like a pro. Beautiful.
Yeah, so I obviously have some pretty strong critiques of your work, and I'm quite excited to have the opportunity to bring them up in person.
I've obviously been lying about you on the internet for years now.
That is actually true. Yes. He's nonstop.
It totally is. It totally is. I'm one of your biggest haters / stalkers.
Yes.
Person. I figured we'd use the infamous article that you published in The Atlantic, the cover story when kids say they're trans, kind of as a jumping off point, so we can go through it. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably hear a lot of these critiques before, but I went through the article again and reread the entire thing and wanted to kind of just break down each piece.
Oh my God, he read the whole article all by himself, Sitch.
He had
Can't believe it.
I don't believe it. I believe
He read the whole thing.
Like summarize it for him.
A whole article in a whole newspaper.
So I went to X and I went to Lance's account and I typed in like Jesse Single to see some references.
How much shit he's been talking.
Yeah.
How much
I found
shit.
Before, so his last two tweets before the one where he promoted this, he says Jesse Single actively writes transphobic articles that are cited by Republicans in red states that pass anti-LGBTQ laws. And then before that, he says Jesse Single retweets actual Nazis, by the way, for anyone still drinking the Kool-Aid that he's a liberal.
Holy shit.
And you know who the Nazi is he's talking about?
Is it you?
It's it's Richard Hanania.
Okay.
I don't know if you know. Oh, I don't know if you know who that is.
I don't know who it is.
He's not even remotely a Nazi whatsoever.
Fascinating.
Piece of it. And
what if the Nazi said trans women are women? Are you allowed to retweet that, or is that like off limits as well? It's a moral dilemma, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's a Nazi, but you're in favor of that, Lance.
And in the article, obviously, you spoke to a lot of people who had detransitioned, including Claire, Max Robinson, Carrie Stella, Carrie Callahan, and Delta. And for about the first 9,000 words of the piece, There's not really a single example of a well-adjusted or happy trans person who had gone through the process. Obviously, the examples that you use, starting with Claire, for example, you often invoke the fact that they had been suffering from depression, and that you believe, or at least the testimonies are leading you to believe, that this has something to do with outside influences that had somehow impacted their decision to want to transition in the first place. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I think you're lifting that language almost directly from Slate. The way Slate put it was, as the piece goes on, notably without a single happy, well-adjusted trans teen among its host of central characters for the first 9,000 plus words. There's a lot of trans adults.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
How embarrassing is it that his first criticism, he's like, this is what you did. And he's like, I'm pretty sure you just lifted that criticism word for word from a Slate article. Boy. But I'll answer the question.
Oh my God, sit down, son.
Look at Lance's face. He got slapped.
He just did. He did. He totally got slapped.
Oh, man.
That's hilarious. Anyway,
Cited
your
further up in
argument
the
was
story.
stolen from a Slate article, but here I'll answer anyway.
You can't even get your critiques yourself. You have to lift them from some other source.
It's not I mean, I don't know what the article's about. So, I mean, if the article is specifically about detransitioners, I mean, why would you put a bunch of happy trans people in there?
Right.
Yeah.
But because of the structure of the story, yeah, I think it's trans adults. I wouldn't call Delta like a full-blown detransitioner. I'd call her a desister. But yeah, I think some of the detransitioners are higher up than the Orion Foss. And there was another kid who was sort of a happily transitioned young person. So yeah, in terms of the structure of it, I think that's mostly true.
So yeah, Slate's one of the many articles that I had to read to basically see the opposing sides that have already been brought up in relation to you. But I wanted to go a couple steps further. So I actually broke down each one.
He tries to cover. He's like, well, I didn't steal just arguments from the Slate article. I stole arguments from all the articles I read.
Listen, if it's not stealing for AI to take little pieces from everywhere on the internet, it's not stealing for Lance to do it, okay?
Oh my God. That's hilarious. Okay. Good argument.
One of their stories in words themselves, which that article didn't have. So Claire, it's 1,312 words related to her personal story. Max Robinson, 1,086 words related to her personal story. Carrie Stella, 100 words. Carrie.
I love the fact that there is Chat GPT now, because I mean, this might have been a neat trick a year ago, right? But now, not such a neat trick,
No.
right? Chat GPT, give me the number of words in every argument from each individual in this article. Okay.
Lance kind of feels like a dumb chatbot, doesn't he? Like the way
he does.
Interacts.
Yes, definitely.
What should we call him? Damp GPT?
Oh, there you go.
Dump GPT?
Lance GPT.
It needs to be more insulting than Lance GPT, I think. I like damp or dump.
Damp.
Chat, let's come up with a good good name.
Callahan, 500.
Why is he doing this? Oh, it's so cringy.
Oh, with the word
The
count?
the word count.
Because it makes him seem more knowledgeable about the
It
topic.
doesn't, though. It's so obvious this was just dug up by ChatGPT. You think Lance was out there counting the words? Oh yeah, this word is from this person in the article.
What? GPT.
Oh, I like that.
That's pretty
GPT is
terrible.
perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Callahan, 530 words. Delta, 569 words. So that's approximately 3,600 words for all of the detransitioning stories. And then at the very end, there's what I considered, I suppose, the more positive stories. Scott Padberg, which him, 569 words. And then Orion Floss, him, which is 584. So the bulk.
I'm really glad that Lance is letting us know the pronouns of these authors, as he just rattles their names off and they never come up ever again.
Right.
Yes.
Are
Definitely
these
not virtue signaling.
Are these a number of words in the articles of the people the other articles he wrote that are articles against? Okay. The word count is super important, right?
Okay, so we have some chat's very good at this. We have some more good ones.
Chump GPT.
Chump GPT, Twit GPT, Shat GPT. I kind of like that one. Shat GPT.
Oh yeah, Shat.
Chat
is good.
STD. Coster. LGBT GPT. I kind of like Chat GPT the best. I think.
LGBT
Yeah.
GBT. What? That's hard to say. Very hard.
The article is dedicated to telling the stories of detransitioners and oftentimes highlighting things, not only that they had suffered depression, but in some cases that they had been sexually assaulted. In the case of Max Robinson, it talks about how she was raped at 13 years old, and then you felt necessary to include that at 14 she had watched her friend be sexually assaulted by another man, and then obviously to bring up the depression and anxiety disorder that she experienced. And then in that case, as well as others such as hers and Claire's, there's obviously the implication that, so for Max Robinson, it was that she was watching the Tyra Banks show and that she'd seen a sex worker, Buck Angel, talking about transition that influenced her decision. In Claire's case, it was a...
God, I wish I read this article, Sitch.
Yeah.
I wish I had read this article. I'm sure you read it, right?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate, I think Sketch now has my new favorite, Crap GPT, which that's the most obvious one. How do we miss that?
Crap GPT.
Crap GPT. Yeah, okay, there you go. I think that's what I'm sticking with. That's number one. Number two, what the fuck, YouTube? They brought the stupid @ things back.
Oh, I know. Yeah, they brought it.
Everyone hated it.
We thought we were out of the woods.
I thought we were good, and now it's back again. Okay, we've got Emperor Palpatine. Nothing ever dies. What's going on here?
They're fucking with us so hard.
Jeez, but
why?
So Jesse Single's article is very good, despite obviously, Lance, and everyone on the left has forever. This article's from 2018. Okay.
Really? So look, I'm sure I have read the article then.
Yes,
this is his ancient article in the Atlantic.
Yes. But the thing is, so Jesse Single's article in the Atlantic from 2018 is kind of like, a lot of people on the left feel like it was the beginning. It was like the first crack of some mainstream article or publication kind of coming out against trans stuff, I think. So they always hold in their mind like he is the big enemy that started all the trans panic, and he gives all the talking points that the people on the right can use because he's not on the right, and they all cite him and blah, 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 blah. So that's why he has to bring this up. And if Lance actually wasn't so insanely ideologically captured about the situation, he would understand that the reason that Jesse Single is bringing up all these other traumatic experiences that these people who transitioned and then regretted it in the article, or, other conditions people have like anxiety and depression, is because if you actually studied anything about gender dysphoria, or just fucking open the DSM-5, which they do at some point, but if you actually read through it, okay, part of the prognosis, or part of what a doctor is supposed to do when they're diagnosing someone with gender dysphoria, is to make sure that they don't actually have a bunch of other problems that's confusing the person into thinking they have gender dysphoria. That's literally what the doctor's supposed to do. And so that's why Jesse Single's bringing up all these things in the article, saying, well, look, obviously the doctors didn't do this.
Yeah, they're supposed to rule out other things that could be leading to depression, different things that they're classifying as gender dysphoria, right?
Yeah, or that could lead someone to feel depressed or anxious or have these other feelings. Maybe it's not gender dysphoria. Maybe it's because they suffered trauma or were abused or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're looking for the cause of the symptoms, right?
Right.
And Lance is like, shut up. Just blame gender dysphoria.
Give them the meds. Let them transition.
They want to transition. Let them do it.
YouTuber, but this seems to be a frequent theme that you were highlighting between all of them. And I think my big point here is that on a topic of which the rates of transition and detransition are becoming clearer and clearer with more and more studies that come out, and obviously...
Oh my God. Jesse gave a good head shake at that one. He was like, nah, motherfucker, are you kidding me? It's like going my way. Most of this stuff is being banned all over Europe, you idiot.
In terms of detransition, the rates are quite low. You chose to focus primarily. Well, we'll get to this part, right? We'll get to the part. We can go back and forth, and we can talk about study.
Don't let him lie for 45 minutes, Jesse. Get in there, shut his mouth. Right?
You have to give Lance the rope to hang himself with.
Oh, okay. He's doing a great job already. So I love
Yeah.
that he got all the word count of all the articles. So,
Yeah.
But even in the article itself, right, you mentioned that, there's one study that references that detransition rates are very low at 2%. However, we can't truly know. I think what you've done here is effectively use a lot of anecdotal evidence as well as selective interviews to try and highlight a narrative that you yourself are trying to craft, which is that in each one of these cases, we have people who had been influenced by outside sources, oftentimes had experienced severe trauma. And then for a reader who had never or doesn't know anything about this topic, if they come across this article and this is their introduction to trans people and the concept of transitioning, for example, they're going to come away with a article where the vast majority and the bulk of it really shows that this is something in which people are either doing because of social contagions, peer pressure, and potentially even sexual assault or forms of depression and anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, there's sort of a 700 or 800 word bit at the top of the story above all the stuff you're talking about, or most of it, that talks about transition working and how there's been a long history of trans people not having access to it. So I guess I just question who would read the story and come away confused about my stance on like whether some people should have access to this medicine. I think in some cases I was a little bit. Say again?
That wasn't my assertion. I said that you're crafting a narrative here for a first person or a first time reader on this topic who's going to walk away thinking that the majority of people who undergo transitioning eventually do detransition because the bulk of this is concentrating on, again.
But how would they come to that conclusion if I don't say that?
Oh, because as a journalist, and this is why I think that you are particularly crafting what you do, it's not simply that you need to report on facts. I think that should be just the bare minimum, right? That you should be able to report factually on things that actually occur. But you are also crafting a narrative in what you choose to report on and what you choose to highlight and what you choose to actually bring a lot of attention to. And in the case of your story, I would say, again, the overwhelming majority is spent on people who had experienced severe trauma, depression, perhaps even sexual assault or rape as children, and then at which point they had chosen to detransition, and you include that in the story to kind of craft the narrative so people reading it will then assume that or infer it.
Well, I think what I want people, what I was trying to get at.
The problem with this formulation that Lance is laying out here is, let's just say, like, hypothetically, this isn't the case, but say hypothetically, Jesse Single believes that 70% of all people that transition have probably transitioned correctly, and the 30%, are going to regret it or were, given improper treatment, right? Just throwing out a number here. And yet, in the conversation, especially back in 2018, overwhelmingly dominated in all mainstream sources as like, you just have to affirm everything. You can't question anything whatsoever, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what almost every article says. And so if you feel like 30% of people are being underserved, so you write an article about that 30%, even though you say in the beginning, like, well, I think, that a lot of people use it and it's totally fine, but I think there's this, subset of people, and that's what I'm going to, dedicate 90% or 75% of my article talking about. Then you get the twits like Lance come on and say, well, you dedicated 75% of the word count in your article talking about this one problem group. So therefore, I get to make all sorts of assumptions about all your beliefs just so I can call you a bigot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's as if you're writing some article on some failed safety feature in automobiles and someone comes out and goes, well, you didn't write about all the features at work. What the fuck?
Right.
Well, that's not what the article's about, you dipshit.
Right. Yes.
I'm calling out where they get it wrong, you dumbass.
Right. If 10% of some car brand like explodes when you hit it a specific way.
Right.
And you talk about, that's what the article is literally about that. Yes, exactly.
You're like, you didn't show where you hit it all the other ways. Why isn't that in the article?
Right.
Your article should be only 10% about the hitting it the wrong way. Yes. And 90% about all the safe ways you can hit it.
How would you even imagine if you had to write articles that way?
I know. It's insane.
It'd be so boring. It's like, okay, no one cares about the 90% success rate.
Yeah.
Because you assume it's going to be 100%.
The story is where they're getting it wrong. And that's what people want to know about, because they don't want to be one of those statistics. They don't want their kid to be one of those kids that was depressed and ended up getting wrongfully transitioned.
Right.
Yeah. which makes perfect sense. But look, this all is going to go way over Lance's head.
With the article is that this is complicated, and when you're talking about young people and physical transition, especially permanent things like hormones, and I would argue puberty blockers shouldn't be considered reversible like they had been for a while. I think I might have even called them reversible in that. I don't think that's accurate anymore. I think it's complicated, and there's a big difference between a kid who has felt gender dysphoric their whole life and then is approaching puberty. I think a kid like that should be handled really differently from a kid like Max Robinson, where it comes on after a trauma. And what I've had trouble getting a straight answer from critics is like, it seems unlikely to me that you think gender identity exists in this sort of separate realm where it's totally separate. Or totally detached from someone's peer influence, from cultural influence, from trauma. So to me, like if you read the article, you will see some more complicated cases because that's what the article was about, but it shows a range of outcomes. Now, data-wise, we don't know like how many people detransition. The most well-known researcher on this is a trans guy named Kinnan McKinnon. He says, depending on the study you look at, I forget the exact range he gave, but it can be anything from 5 to 20%. I think it's probably not as high as 20%. It also depends how you define it. Unfortunately, in this article, this was 7 years ago now, but I said detransition was rare. I don't stand by that. I think we basically, in part because trans people since like the 1950s have been getting fucked over and not had a lot of good research done on trans medicine. I think we don't know what the detransition rate is, especially for kids who didn't go through sort of the normal clinical process of the Dutch protocol, which involves a lot of therapy, a lot of talking through, a lot of discussing comorbidities. So if you have data, setting aside the fact this article is from 2018, if you have data showing like a reliable detransition rate, I'm all ears. I just haven't seen it.
Okay. If you don't mind, can we get to that after this part? Because I wanted to kind of compartmentalize each one of these. So if we're still speaking about these.
Okay, I'm happy to, but let me just make one minor complaint, which is like if your whole thing is like I'm disproportionately focusing on X rather than Y, and my answer is, well, we don't know how X common is. You can understand, but
I totally agree with you, and I think that's a fair thing for me to have to disprove. So I've got a breadth of studies that I eventually wanted to start talking about and unpacking piece by piece. Yep. But then we move away from this topic, and you actually asked the question that could you also ask that question a little bit later as well, because I want to answer it firsthand. Because anytime you're like, I haven't seen a single one of my critics capable of answering or responding to this, I think that it's important to actually unpack those. But maybe it would be easier if we had a baseline of something we can both agree with, so that I can actually try and see where the point of contention is. Would you agree with the assertion that, for example, homosexuals, gay people, were stigmatized heavily as being potential predators and pedophiles as a way of trying to
oppress them? They still are. There's been a resurgence of that. Yeah.
And do you agree that the majority of sexual offenders are cis heterosexual men?
Are cis heterosexual men?
Yes.
Probably.
The majority of sexual offenders.
That's the majority of people, because most offenders are male and most males are cis. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay. So granted that, if I wrote an article in which I was interviewing the victims of sexual assault, and I focused primarily on the victims of sexual assault who had been assaulted by homosexuals, even though they were telling their stories, this actually happened and it was 100% factually true, do you understand then that I would be crafting a narrative that would further stigmatize homosexuals because I was focusing primarily, even though they were the minority of the offenders, I was crafting a narrative that when people read that story, they would read the personal testimonies of multiple people who had been assaulted and then walk away from that perhaps more frightened, contributing then to the stigmatization of gay people?
So just to make the analogy fit, in this hypothetical article, you'd also interview people who are sexually assaulted by cis men. Well,
we're not doing cis or trans here. I'm doing heterosexual or homosexual. But yes, I would interview, say, 6 people who had been sexually assaulted by homosexuals, and then 1 person who had been sexually assaulted by a heterosexual.
I mean, if your article was just about sexual assault,
you got it wrong.
Do you like that we're doing rape math?
I mean, that's. It's just funny because he made the stereotype that he didn't want to make, because obviously we've got 6 people who are gay assaulting people and only 1 heterosexual. Look, what's going on here with the gay people?
Right, right, right. Well,
Yeah.
he's trying to say it would be dishonest for you to hypothetical, like if majority, and I don't know what the breakdown of this is, but if the majority of people are molested or sexually assaulted by straight people, it would be dishonest to frame an article where you talk to majority like homosexual assaulters.
No,
What he's
I
trying
get
to
it.
say.
I totally
Right,
get it.
right.
It's
But
just funny that he got it wrong.
right, right. If if just to address that, because it's a stupid hypothetical, if you said in the beginning of the article that you laid out like, okay, this is the stats. The majority of people are heterosexual, or whatever. I don't know if I believe there's a disproportionate number of homosexual offenders, but yes, the majority of people are heterosexual. So yes, the majority of people that do those sexual offenders are going to be heterosexual. Yes. So if you lay that all out in the beginning of the article, but then the article is about homosexual offenders or people that were victimized by people that are gay, I mean, you're allowed to talk about that. You're allowed to say that. I think as long as you make it clear what the statistics are,
Sure.
which is what Jesse Single did in his article. So about trans stuff, obviously it wasn't about sexual assault.
He was clear about the numbers.
Yes. Old School 293 for 31 months says, is Lance streaming from an 8-year-old girl's room? That's what it looks like.
Oh my God, he's one of the sexual offenders.
You could be. You're supposed to, I thought when you're doing like the bisexual lighting, gotta throw some blue in there, okay? You don't just use like the neon pink.
What's wrong with bisexual lighting?
Nothing.
I'm
saying
offended.
you gotta throw some blue in there too. Right? It's just
Right.
pink, just hot pink.
You need a big neon sign of your name, or
You do.
it doesn't work.
I agree. And
That's
bright,
what makes it work.
angry red. Yes.
Yes. Angry.
Yes. PFS1, thanks so much for 20 Canadian. Says, oh, I'm sorry that you have to share a country with Lance, by the way. Hey guys, been listening for ages, but I don't log in much. Just want to say thanks for the great analysis. And also, someone needs to check if that guy on the right has ever made fun of Trump being orange. I think you're saying
Of course he has.
that Lance is a very orange complexion himself, I guess is what you're trying to say.
Oh yeah. There you go. Hypocrite.
Orange hypocrite, yes. But I will check just for you. I'll let you know.
And how off common it is, I would find that odd. I think this analogy fails for a number of reasons. One of which is this is a pretty new medical protocol that's been around since 2008-ish, or Dutch did it a little bit earlier, and we don't know much about it. So I think if you're writing about a new thing where you don't know the base rates. I guess I'm just confused as to what in my Atlantic article you would find to be stigmatizing of trans people. Like what is a quote in my article that you think, casts aspersions on trans people, the trans experience?
But just to be clear, you would agree that if I
Just to be clear, Lance has not only called Donald Trump orange several times, but he's called him Orange Mussolini. So there you go.
Wow.
agree that if I did that, that was demonstrating that I, as the person who was writing the article, the journalist in this case, was distinctly trying to push a narrative and in order to fearmonger towards homosexuals that there are higher rates. I would disproportionately be crafting a narrative that isn't true in doing so. Just in my personal example, I'm not talking about your article. Just to finish that analogy.
Well, yeah, but you're trying to draw an analogy. I disagree with the analogy, but sure, yeah, I'll get that. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, again, you're asking a question that I've already answered, because I think if you write an article in which the bulk of the article talks about the negative experiences that that cis people have experienced, especially detransitioners who went through the process, anyone who walks away from reading that article where the vast majority of the words are spent interviewing people who had negative experiences are going to think that the overwhelming amount of trans people who undergo transitioning experience a negative effect. The majority of the article is spent on interviewing it, right? There's only two people that you've interviewed in the article. Again, Scott Padberg, Orion Floss, who, by the way, both happen to be he, him. I'm also curious as to why every single person who's a detransitioner was a woman. Was that just the people who had been responding, or was that a personal choice?
You're asking whether detransitioners or the happily transitioned are biological females.
Yeah, so the detransitioners, aka people who are cis and always were cis, are all women, every single one of them. And then the people who I could say are closest to happily transitioned trans people are both men, are both he, him. Was that an editorial decision, or was that?
It's interesting. I don't know if you caught that. Lance said the people who detransitioned are cis and were always cis. So he would be coming at it from the perspective that there are people that are wrongly prescribed or wrongly transitioned, or wrongly transition, I should say, and wrongly go through this treatment and given incorrect diagnosis. If
Right.
you were to say that they were always cis, because I know some of the defense against this is that some, I don't know. I mean, Lance, it's always hard because I don't think he ever really has a strong grasp of any of the stuff. Because a lot of the talking points that I hear from advocates nowadays, like sort of the very hardcore trans activists, are that your gender identity is could be changing. So the whole concept of someone wrongly transitioning doesn't even make sense because maybe that person was trans and then they were no
At the
longer trans
time.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yes,
The
which
whole
is
concept of
obviously
gender fluid obviously makes that
right.
completely plausible.
Right, which is obviously stupid, especially stupid when it comes to life altering treatments. If you're going to take it so willy nilly, like, well, you could just change your mind.
I don't I don't get this argument because obviously if you have transitioned or you want to transition, there's this thing called informed consent. Like you have to know how this procedure has affected other people so that you know the risks and rewards, right? So if Jesse Singel's article points out all of the risks and Lance is like, well, we don't want to highlight any of those risks, you're basically just setting up a situation where people can't transition with informed consent. They're basically just guessing, right?
Right.
What is the problem of
The
letting people know that other people have had bad reactions to this treatment and have gone through some kind of detransition?
Well, Lance is operating from the perspective that only a very, very small amount of people have bad outcomes.
Doesn't matter. You want to know that stuff if you're going to transition, right?
Right. But so he's going to say, well, how dare Jesse make an article about this where it makes it seem like it's not a small minority of people. It makes it seem like there's a large number of people.
If any treatment that you undergo, okay, just because it's a small minority that have an adverse effect, that doesn't necessarily matter. What if the adverse effect is your entire body explodes? Okay. It only
Yes.
happens to 1 in every 10,000.
But you should know that. Yeah.
But you should know that every 1 in 10,000, their body completely liquefies and fucking collapses to the ground.
Though I know my own experience when I've dealt with doctors and they're trying to get you to do surgery or something or take medicine. It's like pulling teeth to get them to be like, well, what are the
downsides?
Side effects? Yeah, what are the side effects?
Oh, they'll give you a big document that has all of them in there in detail, right? But they're not going to tell them to you.
They don't want to tell you, yeah. Which
you
I think
start reading the document and you're like, oh my God.
Now, if this is just my own personal experience, this is my parents' experience. It sounds like it's also your experience. With talking to doctors about fucking anything, not even talking about transgender care, I would assume it's very similar when you talk about transgender care. We have to like really pull teeth to get them to be like,
oh, I'm certain of it. I'm certain of it. Their whole argument, and Lance does this time and time again. It's like, oh, it's just a tiny minority that have adverse side effects. Well, why are you trying to keep that a fucking secret?
Right.
People should know that. People should not go into this stuff blind. And most of the people who are detransitioners say, oh, yeah, I went into this blind. Nobody told me any of this shit. Had I known that this was a possibility, I would have never done this.
Right.
Well, thank you, Lance. Thank you for keeping it a secret from everyone.
Yes.
You're part of the problem, dipshit. He is. And he totally is. Yeah, and look, he thinks he's helping trans people here.
No, he's not. Yeah. And you brought up informed consent, and this is important too because the trans activists use that word, I think, in a very dishonest way.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, normally in normal medical procedures, when we talk about informed consent, it's exactly what you're saying. Like,
yeah, you have a form that you have to sign. Yeah.
The patient is supposed to be fully informed of what the risks are and what the benefits are of the treatment and then agree to do it.
Yes. Right? They make the decision on their own.
Right. And usually the perception is a doctor is recommending to you something. They say, well, I've looked over your chart. I've looked over your health. I've looked over your tests, and I think you should do X, Y, Z. And now let me inform you fully on whatever the thing is that I'm trying to get you to do. Right.
Right.
But in transgender medicine, there's something different called the informed consent model, which works slightly differently.
Uh-oh.
And this comes up in the conversation because it's kind of funny because Lance doesn't know what it is, and Jesse Single keeps asking him if he knows what it is, and he doesn't want to answer. So
Nice.
in transgender medicine, the informed consent model is this idea that someone shouldn't have to rely on a doctor's prescription or a doctor saying, oh, you have gender dysphoria, I'm going to give you hormones or surgeries or whatever. It's the idea that a person should just be able to get the information from the doctor about the treatment and then on their own say, well, I don't need a doctor, or actually you don't even need a doctor, that you just have, as long as you can demonstrate or given like the information about whatever transgender medicine you want, whether it be surgeries or hormones, you should be able to just do that on your own, sign a paper and do that on your own without a doctor saying yes.
That's not good.
No.
Oh, in other words, so everyone involved was a natal female.
That's not my question. My question is, again, so the majority of people that you chose,
you're saying
Claire,
there were two happily transitioned people, and they were both trans guys.
Yeah, they were both men.
Of the two, they were both. No, I mean there was no. I mean that's just like who the best stories were. There's also, if you go to a youth gender clinic today, 70 to 80% of the people at that clinic for youth services will be natal female. So it makes sense that's who you would find if you look for some kids to talk to.
So,
which I wish he would have focused on that more, because that's another huge red flag for all this stuff too. Before transgender stuff ever became popular, it was overwhelmingly males that would transition to female. There'd be very, very few females that would transition to males. And then suddenly, as soon as this becomes popular and everyone's talking about it on TikTok and all this shit, suddenly the numbers completely flip-flop and it's majority women. And that's strange.
Yeah, none of the trans activists even believe in social contagion, even though there's decades and decades of research on it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's funny because they do and it suits them. Like when, you have a conversation about eating disorders, they're like, oh, you can't have thin, attractive women on billboards or in movies because it makes people, it's a social contagion that makes girls get eating disorders.
You're right.
But then when it doesn't suit them in the trans conversation, they're like, no, obviously there's no such thing as social contagion. You're crazy. You're even crazy for suggesting it.
Right. All these trans YouTubers are not going to make kids want to transition. Not at all.
Yes.
It wasn't a decision on your part. It was simply how this worked out.
How it shook out. Yeah.
Okay, understanding. Did you get to pick the photos that were used, out of curiosity? The pictures? Did you have any editorializing on that?
Does the author of you're asking if the author of an Atlantic piece gets to choose the photos? No,
I'm just asking if you had any editorial decision making. I'm just asking. This is not my line of work, right? So I'm having to ask you. But I'm curious.
So what happened here, unfortunately, was a trans model signed a release giving the editors permission to use their, I believe they used they them pronouns at the time and still do, to use their image on the cover. Then after the article came out and they were unhappy about it, they said that they had been lied to somehow, which I've never quite understood, because to me, if I sign a release saying you can use my photo in this, but if there's more to that story, you can let me know. But that a lot of people were complaining about that. I feel like that was unfair to the art department, who just followed the rules completely and got a release from the model. But I don't know. I don't have anything to do with that decision because I'm a freelancer and a writer, not a photographer.
Right, absolutely. But so just to be clear, it's he, him. So it uses he, him pronouns. And he was featured on the cover of the article. Do you not think it was unfair to him that, the way that the article used his photo and then said, your child says she's trans, she wants hormones and surgery, she's 13. That effectively not only misgendered him, but then outed him as being trans to his family through the process, something that's extremely dangerous for anyone who's LGBTQ+.
Do you think that if
God. This is so fucking weird.
So this is where you get the weird psychological aspects here, where because Jesse Single has become this villain of the left for so many years, especially around trans issues. Apparently, he was like one of the most blocked accounts on Blue Sky, which is kind of funny. It's like if you're on the far left and you're gonna have a conversation with Jesse Single, there's like a litany of talking points you have to get to, like of mythologies you have to get to because they've all been woven into the mythology of the Jesse Singles evil story. And so this is a clear example of one that like he has to bring up or his chat's gonna be mad at him. Like, why do you bring up the fact that there was this trans person who they took a picture of and they were on the cover of the article in the magazine and they were not unhappy with it? And then you bring it up and he's like, well, I don't have anything to do with that. Okay, well, that would be where you move on, right? What he's nothing to do with it. Okay. Like that's the end of that question. Like,
but the
no, but he
mythology
can't.
is that he was responsible for it, that it was
Right.
his idea. Sitch.
Yes, yes. It all works together. So I was like, no, you need to say that, what they did was wrong and bad. How dare you? You must atone for the sins.
Bunch of fucking whiners.
And then it's even dumber because Lance says, supposedly, that this person was mad because, oh, they were outed as a trans person by being on the cover. Like people didn't know they were trans.
Why did they sign the release? Might be a good idea not to do that.
Right. So when I was first listening to this, I was like, well, maybe Lance would have a point if like, I don't know, like what was the release? They just say, oh, we just want a picture of a person and, it wasn't anything to do with trans stuff. And they just took their picture. Then it happened to be about a trans, article or something, right? If that was the case, maybe you'd be like, okay, maybe they have a point. But you're going to, when Jesse says what it said, what the call was for, it's like, fuck you. Like, this is insane. They literally were like, oh, casting call for picture of trans man, and then they get a trans man, they take their picture, and they're like, oh, how dare you out me? It's like, what the fuck did you think? What did you think the picture was for? Did you think it was for Epstein? You think it was for someone's spank bank? Like, what the fuck?
Well, they might have thought they were just going to be cast as a cis person in some photo shoot or something
No,
like that.
no, Jesse says it was specifically for, they knew it was
the
for,
trans
they were
article.
looking for a
They
trans
told them
person.
the title
Yeah.
of the article.
Yes. Well, they probably didn't know the title of the article, but they knew it was for something related to trans.
Okay.
Trans person is in the closet and doesn't want.
We were being called major pussies because like we found Destiny's dead kids jokes distasteful, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like a whole nother level of fucking get over it, right?
Well, first of all, the only people there wasn't a lot of people call. I don't think there's a lot of people saying that. There was a handful of Destiny stans who are rapidly trying to defend against Destiny destroying so much of his credibility.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
that they have to lean on this basically degenerate behavior.
Right. That's their only counter argument is that like everyone's degenerate like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, okay, listen, if you want to keep defending your highly immoral sex pests, a piece of shit streamer, go for it. Do whatever.
But this argument about the person who was signed the release form to be on the cover for this Atlantic article is mad because they were outed to their family.
Right.
I mean, cry me a river, right?
Yeah.
Were they never going to were they never going to come out to their family?
Well, first of all, the only criticism I think is fair is like they put the little subtext of the article next to their picture, so you assume they're talking about that person. They're not. I think that's a fair criticism because I would assume that too. But if you look like this person, okay, just look at what they look like. You can't. I don't know if you can see it. They have like that horrible bridge of the nose piercing too. But if you were born a girl and you show up looking like that to your family dinner, do you think you need to explain to them that you're trans? Right? They have eyes, like they see you and they go, "Oh, what the like you transitioned." Like it's not like a secret.
God, so much of the trans ideology is just based on victimhood.
Yes.
Through the process, something that's extremely dangerous for anyone who's LGBTQ plus.
Also, he throws.
Do you risk their lives, Jesse?
It's dangerous. It's so dangerous. Oh my God, they're gonna get killed now because of the Atlantic article.
Are they still alive now, Lance? Well, yes. They're still complaining on the internet about it.
Person is in the closet and doesn't want to be outed, they should participate in a photo shoot about trans people.
That wasn't my question, though. Your answer to your question was a question.
Yeah, if you're in the closet and hiding the fact that you're trans, why would you fucking participate in a photo shoot where they're asking for trans people? Lance is like, you stop changing the subject.
That's an excellent question. You should answer, Lance.
I'm just telling you the reality of what happened as a result of being in that photo shoot.
This person was outed against their will?
According to his testimony, yes.
I guess okay, so like I look stereotypically Jewish. I have a big nose. You don't have to respond to that, but it's true. If I felt like I didn't want people to know I was Jewish and I signed my name to a form saying this is going to be a photo gallery of Jewish people, and then I complained this outed me as Jewish, that would seem pretty silly to me, because I signed a piece of paper saying I'm giving you permission to use me for this story about being Jewish. So I guess that's always confused me. I think maybe
Jesse's so nice that he even engages with this retardation in this nice, calm way. Like, instead of be like, "What, Lance? You're an idiot. This is so stupid."
I know, but this is great. This is premium cringe content, Sitch. I can't believe it. He simplified it so much for Lance. Will Lance understand? Will Lance get it? My guess is no.
I mean, when you look at his face, it's hard to tell. Do you see gears turning? Do you hear wind whistling? What's going on in there?
He sounds depressed that he asked him to answer a question at all. Why are you changing the subject?
What this person should have done if they didn't want to be outed or weren't out is not participate in a photo shoot about trans youth, but I can't speak to their experience or his.
He's asking you about personal responsibility. That's why Lance doesn't get it. He's like, what? Personal responsibility? What is that?
Experience, I'm sorry.
So it's kind of a fuck around and find out scenario.
Fuck around in the sense of signing a thing saying I'm being photographed for a story about trans youth.
Okay.
Is that what you mean by fuck around? Well, no. Can I just ask you though, if you
you like, see, it's so he did it. So Lance does understand. He's not stupid, but then he dishonestly contorts it and reframes it in the most negative way possible. Oh, we fucked around. It's like, that'd be like me if someone said, "Hey, Sitch, I want to do a photo shoot of YouTubers to publish in a magazine." And I'm like, "Oh, sure." And I go there.
You doxed me.
And they take my picture and it's like, "Oh, here's PSA Sitch." And I'm like, "What? How dare you put my face up in a magazine?" It's like, well, why did you come here and sign a release if you didn't want us to put your face up? What are you thinking?
I mean, that is fuck around and find out right there. I mean,
exactly. It's like, what? Obviously, come on.
Do you get what I'm saying? That like if you sign something saying I'm choosing to be featured in this magazine, I mean, what do you think should have happened?
I think that there's a large amount of people who are trying to get into a very difficult field, such as modeling or anything related.
Oh my God, this is insane.
Nothing is ever a person's fault. It's always society. Oh, well, it's just so hard for models to get in this day, so they just have to make all these sacrifices. They have no personal responsibility for the gigs they accept.
Oh, well, if the sacrifice was worth it, I guess they did it, so.
To that, and so if you sign up for something where it's like, hey, by the way, this is a casting call, we're going to be talking to different teens.
I mean, this is why Lance has been in male pornography. This is his own story.
Views on transition, and that's essentially what the casting call was, according to the article that was written about this. And in relation to that, they were not aware, when this was taking place, that he was going to be used in this respect to be an article that is now considered to be highly controversial. And then
he was
the
aware,
end result was
he
that
signed a release giving.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that this is illegal. Yeah. That would be a different accusation, right? I'm saying, you signed a release. I mean, at the end of the day, the Atlantic had the legal rights to do with whatever they wanted with it, right?
If you listen really closely to what Lance said, he kind of gave the game away. He's like, well, he didn't know he was going to be an article that was so controversial. Well, okay, so what? Like, you say, oh, where this going to be an article? It's going to have to do with trans youth. It's like, okay. Oh, the article didn't say things I didn't like. Oh, shit. It's controversial. Now I'm getting a bunch of flack from trans people because they have my picture in there. Oh, shit. It's like, well, sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The trans community came down on them, and now they
Yes.
have regret. So
Exactly. Ironically, now they have regret.
yeah.
When I say
And morally, you have no claim. If you sign a release and you're a legal adult saying you can use my photo for this, you have no moral claim if someone then uses your photo for it.
Right, but you don't think that it's at all unfortunate then? Maybe that's a way of putting it. That as a result
I
of
guess
being on the
I'm
front
curious
page.
how this person was outed by being on the cover. Do you have the backstory on that?
Yeah, so according to the article that's in them.us, Brewer's photo appeared on the cover to illustrate a story
That's the name of the publication. Them.
Them.
Yeah.
about Jesse Singal, a journalist who's covered the trans community and notably
This is remarkably like detransitioning. They want to take it back.
I know, it's the irony.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh my God.
dishonest terms. In the past, the cover line in Brewer's photo appeared next to "Your child says she's trans, she wants hormones and surgery, she's 13." Brewer told Pointner that he used they them pronouns at the time, but now he uses he him pronouns. That was 22 years ago, and it outed his gender identity to his immediate family and members before he felt ready to tell them. He didn't know much about the story that his photo would be used to illustrate. He'd originally responded to an open casting call by photographer so-and-so, who was working for the New Yorker and the New York Times, for a photo shoot on an article about gender dysphoria that was debating different views on teens wanting to transition.
What?
You had enough information. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, listen again. This is what he was told.
Casting called by photographer so-and-so, who was working for the New Yorker and the New York Times, for a photo shoot on an article about gender dysphoria that was debating different views on teens wanting to transition.
And okay, that's 100% your fault. 100%. They literally told you what the fuck the article's about. There's nothing else you could do then. Nothing.
Right.
It's so stupid.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Current pronouns is he or they. He, right?
He, him, yeah.
Okay, so he signed a form saying, "I'm participating in a photo shoot about teens seeking to transition." Right?
Yeah.
Okay. We might have to disagree. Agree to disagree on this one, because to me, if I sign a form saying I'm participating in a photo shoot about this sensitive issue, it just doesn't make sense to then say I was outed against my will. And I think that's really unfair to sort of the art folks at the Atlantic, who that's a really tough story to illustrate. I have no idea how I would have done it, but I don't think they did anything wrong. But
they took a photo of him. They used the photo for the cover of the Atlantic, and then in that picture, right beside it, it says she wants hormones and surgery. She's 13. She was 22 at the time. Sorry, he was 22 at the time in this case. So he was 22 years old. But this front page now says she's 13. She wants hormone surgery. Right beside his photo. Right, which again, you don't think that it is all irresponsible to put that in giant words right beside his picture?
It's just I feel like there's a crossed wires here, because so if there's a photo of about youth soccer in Time magazine and they get a bunch of kids and put them in a soccer uniform, those kids, that no one looking at that is like, that's a real kid who actually plays soccer. You're modeling. You can use a model's image in a lot of ways. Your complaint is that it was inaccurate about their gender identity?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, first off, I think like anyone looking at this cover again, especially if you're not familiar with this topic, and you see his face, and then you see the words, misgendering him, and saying that he's 13 years old. This implication is probably for some part of the story. One of the other people that you interviewed, because this person, he's not even featured in your article, right? But in so doing, that's part of the aspect that I think is also disingenuous.
Oftentimes a magazine cover will speak and sort of that's the kind of scenario the story's about. What do you do if your kid wants to go on hormones or get surgery?
Right. So and again, this is something that you have nothing to do with. You didn't pick the words that would appear on the cover of the Atlantic. That was their own editorial decision. But it's just something that you also don't feel morally conflicted about, because he had agreed to it. I
feel pissed off because it's fine if this person was unhappy with their decision to participate in the photo shoot. That's fine. I felt like the Atlantic got a little bit of a raw deal because they didn't do anything wrong, and I still haven't heard from you what they did wrong.
Well, I think the first thing that they did wrong was put in giant bold letters that he is a 13-year-old, he is a she. And that, again, anyone who's seen this cover, for example, if you were the family members of, like, his family, obviously, I suppose, according to him, saw this cover, recognized him, and then was like, whoa, at the time he was going by they, them, but now, based on this cover, it says that you're a 13-year-old who wants hormones and surgery, and it turns out that he, in fact, was.
It's amazing that Lance is spending so much time on this dumb cover, which Jesse had nothing to do with.
Yeah, this is major first world problems here.
Yes.
Like, Lance, there's a genocide going on in Gaza right now while you're fucking
terrible.
talking about this nonsense.
That's terrible.
This kid who had this photo that they were,
Yes.
I'm sure, paid for, probably handsomely, to be on the cover of the Atlantic magazine 7 fucking years ago, right? Who's probably disowned their parents by now, right? And hasn't talked to them for 5 years. And you're going to bat for them because why? Oh,
because he's trying to make it
on
Jesse
Jesse Single. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just so moronic, but whatever,
trans and has undergone, gender affirming care, but that was information that his family was not privy to. So your defense of that is just that he shouldn't have done the photo shoot in the first place. Then, if that was
Yes.
Sorry, what information was his family not privy to?
The fact that he was trans.
But he signed a release to be in I'm sorry, I feel bad. Like, he signed a release saying, I'm going to be in a photo shoot about trans kids. Right.
So in that sense, it's on you, right? Like you made that.
Yeah, he was planning on outing himself on the cover of the Atlantic magazine. That was probably the plan. But it all fell apart when everyone hated the fucking article, right? All the trans community hated the article and looked at him like, you enabled them. You worked with the enemy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Decision.
And then they lost their minds.
If this was a very pro-trans article, they would have been like, oh, so happy I was on the cover. Everyone would be so jealous.
Of course, it'd be framed in his room right now.
Yep.
It's
that's what a photo release is. The reason to sign a photo release is to say, I'm letting my photo out into the world. I think I got the sense he was unhappy with the article, which he has every right to be. But
well, I guess if you want to ask for an extreme comparison, if there was a photo shoot of, say, me, and they used my photo, and it was in an interview where I was discussing, say, how much I hate white supremacists or white supremacism, and they used my picture on the cover, and then all of a sudden there was a quote beside it, and it was like, deleting white supremacists in Canada, but my picture was right there, and I'm in the article speaking out against that, I would say that was a disingenuous way of using my photo, even though I had signed a release form, even though I had agreed to be a part of this photo shoot. They were manipulating the way my picture is now being perceived by the public.
I think your argument would be right if they had listed the model's name and if it wasn't like such an abstracted photo illustration. In your example, they're using you, Lance, like an actual but I will say, like, we should talk more about stuff I've actually written. But I'm happy to defend the Atlantic decisions on this week. Yeah,
I can move on then. So I wanted to talk about the newer studies.
I do agree that a large publication should put Lance's face on their cover and say the loudest Nazi in Canada.
Of course, yeah. That would be hilarious, right? Just put a little Hitler mustache on him.
That come out, because you said you've not heard of any studies that actually show that the rates of
Lance, who is a professional liar about people on the internet, is upset that the Atlantic got something wrong. It's fucking hilarious.
Lance is one of the most prolific of, he'll post on X some crazy lie about a person or like wildly misinterpret their post in like the most negative way possible, and then I don't think I've ever seen him correct ever. And like when he gets called out, like, this is not what they meant, or this is incorrect, never fixes it. Nope.
Yeah, here he is complaining
of children who actually desist or low. This is something
sorry, are we talking desistance or detransition?
Well, we can talk about both. We can talk about satisfaction rates for children who transition, and at which point how they feel and how much satisfaction they have, and how many of them actually choose to detransition. But this is something in which the overwhelming amount of data that has come out internationally from study after study on this topic shows very, 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 very low rates of detransitioning, to the point where for someone to infer that they could be high or low, like, This is, again, not my area of expertise. This is something that you've written way more about than I have. But, you know, have you pulled up the levels of satisfaction and regret after gender affirming care in adolescence? 2024 U.S. study, which showed 97% continued access to gender affirming care, and their satisfaction rate was 6.5 out of 7 on an average of 6 to 10 years after transition.
Sure. So the problem here is there's also a study based on like U.S. military healthcare records where I forget the exact number. I'll include links to all these studies in our show notes. 25% had discontinued a few years later. And Kinnan McKinnon's point, this is this researcher who studies this stuff, is that depending on how you ask the question, you get a lot of different answers. And a lot of the studies saying a 1 or 2 or 3% regret rate only count kids who come back to the clinic and say, I transitioned, here I am. And that's, if a lot of them don't come back because they feel like they were burned by clinics that didn't give them good care. So I used to say, I cited this statistic that the desistance rate, not detransition, desistance is 80%. I no longer use that because I think there's a lot of fuzziness here. I just feel the same way about the detransition research. I think there's an article I'll include a link to, and this is just one person's opinion. It is a peer-reviewed article. The detransition rate is unknown. The author is Cohn, Archives of Sexual Behavior. That's my view, is the detransition rate is unknown. Because if I have 100 patients who come through my clinic, and 2 years later, I reach out to them and I get in touch with 50 of them, and they're all happy. That's not a 0% detransition rate. It's an I don't know detransition rate because I've lost track of 50 of them or 50% of them. Do you get what I'm saying? Like if you don't know what happened,
I get what you're saying, but you immediately just took a peer-reviewed study that I was referencing, and this is a recent one. This one was from 2024 and discounted it just out of the gates and said, yeah, the truth is that, hey, by the way, there's another study that shows, you know, if we interview military personnel, that this is just not the case. That's one of, again, many studies that you can pull up. There's re-identification with birth registered sex in Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort. This was an Australian study of 552 patients.
This is why
gonna bulldoze him.
I know. This is why I call Lance Chat GPT, because he just has like he has like a script that he just has to get through, because he knows if he actually engages with the points, he'll get BTFO.
Right. Yeah.
Because Jesse's point, which is a great point, which he kind of goes through it and through this conversation, which I didn't realize how prevalent this was that he was saying that basically all these studies that point to that show like desistance rates and say, oh, look, you know, it's a very low number, whatever. They're not actually checking on everyone. They're only checking on people that they get responses back from. And if you only get like if you're a trans clinic and you only get responses back from half your patients, then how do you know that the other half, you know, they all said, fuck this, and they all desisted and they all, you know, didn't like it. And only the people that had positive results are the ones that responded back.
Yeah. You could have a desistance rate as high as 50%.
Right. And to me, that'd be a really big indication. If no one has been able to like study this, the clinics actually don't keep, like, first of all, the fact that like that they don't make it law that people should have to follow up, I think, to get good medical statistics is kind of crazy for these experimental procedures in the first place. I think they should be like, no, you have to actually go out. You have to fucking try to find people, try to stay in contact with people to find out this information before you go recommend this shit or write up a bunch of bullshit studies where that people are going to point to and say, oh, look, the desistance rate's only like 2%. It's so tiny. It's so small. Oh, buried deep within the study, or if you email the researcher, they'll tell you, well, we only talked to like, you know, half the fucking people, so we don't really know
3% of the people.
Right? Yeah, we don't even know
if
what
it
the real
is half
desistance rate is. That's insane.
Especially young people, it's so hard to get a hold of them. They move a lot.
Yes.
Change numbers, all kinds of shit.
They showed 1% of trans youth re-identified with their sex assigned at birth, 4% re-identified during mental health assessments period or earlier did not proceed with gender-affirming care. There's also a more nuanced story. The pediatric gender-affirming healthcare is associated with satisfaction and confidence from 2024. This one, once again, 88% expressed satisfaction, 86.7% felt confident out of 141 on hormones. Only one person, zero. Sorry, I want to finish saying this because I think it's important for your audience. Only one person, 0.7.
Does anyone even? It's so funny when people do this in these debates where they just like quickly rattle off these studies. No one actually maintains that information in their head. Like, cause they're just, I'm just going to like steamroll, go through a bunch of studies and say a bunch of things, blah, blah, blah. Like no one actually maintains all the individual pieces of information. All they do is it just creates like a false perception of like, well, look how right I am. I was able to rattle off a bunch of facts, right? Supposed
Sure,
facts,
yeah,
air quote
optically
facts.
it's a win.
Yeah, you could just sit there, just be like, oh, let me just rattle off a bunch of bullshit for like, 5 minutes, super quick, and oh, look how smart I am, look how correct I am. It's so
Yeah,
funny.
Jesse's point applies to all this stuff though,
Yes,
obviously. If you
yes.
just imagine, okay, everyone he's saying, this percentage is leaving out a huge part of the study group, the people that didn't respond. So you really don't know how big the percentage is. So I'm just ignore. This isn't changing
regretted
anyone's mind.
Right.
regretted both hormone therapy and surgery. Now, for longitudinal studies, which is something that I know you've often asked about as well, there's the gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one was 2022 in the US, which included 317 youth, 208 trans girls, 109 trans boys, and I think this is one of the ones that you personally critiqued. But 94% maintained their gender identity without regret. 3.5 became non-binary, and only 2.5 reverted back to being cis. And of all these studies, the reason that is often given for people who do detransition, or even in desistance cases, is social stigma, the social stigma that's applied to this. Now, I think one of the problems you have when people want to go back and forth on the data, and even if it's someone like me who wants to, exclusively refer to peer-reviewed studies only, is that you can look at...
I mean, would you want to say, oh yeah, I fucked up, I totally got it wrong? Or would you want to say, oh, everyone was mean to me? Which one's better, Sitch?
I go with everyone was mean to me.
Right,
It's not my
yeah.
fault. Nothing's ever my fault.
I would think so too. I would think that's why they're always like, it's social stigma.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to say, oh yeah, I fucked up, I was an idiot. I was depressed about something completely different.
Meta-analysis of the studies. You can look at, pooling of the studies, right? Like there's the regret after...
I wish Lance would transition. I wish he would completely go full
You like that?
trans, yeah. God, it'd be hilarious. He'd be forced to stay transition too, even if it was wrong, because he would want to make everyone look bad.
Affirmation study, the systematic review, that one analyzes 27 studies.
You mean the one in the journal of... Sorry, it analyzed how many?
This one analyzes 27 studies, pulling 7,928 trans patients internationally. And
so
of that study, the majority of them are on adults.
Hey, I feel bad, but I'm not like the talking over me. Let me just, because I'm very familiar with these studies. So the one you just mentioned,
sure.
They doubled their sample size through an error. Their sample size was 50% high. Let me pull up the actual. This is Bustos et al., right?
Hold on.
Yeah, regret after gender affirmation surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence.
Yes, it's Bustos.
This was a study, I've written about it.
Sure.
I forget the exact. They basically doubled their sample size because they did not correctly transfer the data from the studies they were looking at into their meta-analysis. And to this day, there's this team, I think it's one psychiatrist in Australia and a few researchers in London or thereabouts who've been trying to get them to correct the numerous errors with it. Now, even if I've written about this,
what a oopsie doopsie! They accidentally doubled their sample size when they were transferring data. Oh, what a mistake!
Was it an accident?
Fix it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm skeptical.
Well, if they refuse to fix it, that makes it seem like it wasn't an accident.
Right.
Study in particular, even if you accepted their claims at face value, the overall loss to follow-up rate was 40%. So there's two things here. If this was a great meta-analysis, we would still not know what happened to 40% of the participants, but they just won't correct their errors. There's sort of a long paper trail. And unfortunately, I found this, like, before I got into the gender stuff, I wrote a whole book about other sort of popular science ideas where there was very little accountability and researchers don't correct their errors. And it's just, science is in a bad place right now. It isn't just youth gender medicine. But I would just make 2 points, one of which is this is the single most viral study on the regret question, despite having all sorts of uncorrected errors. And if the overall loss to follow-up rate is 40%, that means you don't know. So the Australian study you just mentioned, you probably don't know. I don't think what's the loss to follow-up rate? Do you know that?
Is this the one in which, so there's
this
a
is the
difference
one you brought
between
up from the Australian clinic?
Yeah. So in that case, when you're saying there's a loss of 40% of the people who return to ask the questions, right? That doesn't mean that you can classify them as desisters or detransitioners or simply.
No. What I'm saying is if you right, lost to follow up just means you don't know. I don't know like how many of them detransitioned or desisted. But the point is if you've lost 40% of your sample, and I don't, in the Australian one you brought up as a 2024 one, do you know what the loss to follow up rate in that one is?
No, I don't have the data.
Okay. And so again, this is like,
You're talking about the 2024 re-identification with birth registered sex in Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort.
This is the one you mentioned as an example of how.
Yeah, the one that you're invoking that I invoked, that would be the one from 2024. So
okay. I would just say it's probably important to know what the loss to follow-up rate is. Now, I think the Dutch have probably done the best job. They have a couple of studies where people who go through this pretty intensive diagnostic process where like, I think trans activists think it's too harsh, but it's like if you have a lot of other mental health comorbidities, they don't let you transition. I think they've done a couple studies where like loss to follow-up isn't too high. And if you go through this strict process, yeah, the outcomes appear to be pretty good. But I don't know how things are going in Canada. In the US, we have a totally different protocol where a lot of clinics are not doing a lot of gatekeeping. And I guess that's what worries me because I don't think there would be much of a story here if like in every case of a young person getting hormones or surgeries or blockers, there'd been an extensive assessment period. But we know from Reuters reporting, from a little bit of my reporting, that's not the norm. So that's what I'm worried about. And that's why I think like it's important to dig into these regret studies and say, if you have kids coming through your clinic and you're giving them major medical treatments and then 40% of them disappear, and I'm 40%, it's usually lower than that, but 30%, and you can't follow up with them, how can you say it's a successful treatment or that they're happy? You don't know that. So that's why I say the detransition rate, in my view, is unknown. I would not say it's super high, which some gender critical activists do, just because like, the detransition subreddit is getting bigger. That doesn't tell us it's high. I have no confidence it's low because every time I've looked at a study that seems to say it's low, it has what to me are pretty major problems.
So just acknowledge it, Lance. It could be as high as 30%. Lance is just going to say whatever the percentages of the people that responded, you could just assume will map onto the people who didn't respond, which I think is bullshit. I think people are less likely to respond if they detransitioned.
Of course. There was a famous study. I wish I could remember what it's called. My psych teacher in like high school brought this up. It's like the quintessential example. There's a famous poll years ago where someone mailed out to 1 million people questions about whether they cheated on their spouse or not. And so they would always say, "Oh, I mailed out 1 million, messages," or back in the day, this is like, so it was all mail. I mailed out 1 million surveys and I got the results. And according to the survey, something like 50% of people cheat on their spouses, right? And the newspapers went crazy. They published this, oh my God, 50% of people are self-admitted cheaters. Is everyone's worldview of their relationship is totally crazy and completely different, blah, 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 blah. And what they didn't tell people was that, yeah, even though they mailed out like 1 million, poll questions, they really only got like 5% back. Okay. They got some very small number of respondents. And yeah, of the very small number of respondents they got back, it was 50% because people who are engaged in the specific question on the poll are more likely to respond to things.
Right.
There's always going to be a positive affirmation bias and anything that's polling or questioning people.
They're like, I am cheating on my spouse. I should respond to this.
Yeah, exactly.
This is aimed at me.
Right. They get the survey and they're like, this hole was made for me, right? This is my survey. Finally, my time to shine. So you always have to keep that in consideration. So I'd say it's far more likely, just based on that, and that means a lot of research on this, that people that don't respond or drop out are usually in the negative camp.
These people do anything to get this treatment, though. I don't know why they don't force them to sign something that makes them respond. I guess
because
if
they
you
don't
lose
want
touch
to
with
know.
them, you can't. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
they don't want to know.
Lance doesn't want to know. He doesn't really want to know.
Well, it's so stupid. And Jesse brings this up later in the conversation. We had, before all the trans stuff came out, for years, there's this huge conversation about, oh my God, we're over medicalizing kids by giving them ADHD medicine.
Oh yeah.
I remember growing up, there was this big craze where it was like every kid had ADD or ADHD,
Oh
and
yeah.
you're giving all these kids
Some
essentially speed,
Ritalin.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Ritalin and Adderall and all this stuff. And there's all these articles, and so there's like a time period where they're giving all these kids this shit, and then like a few years later, they're like, oh my God, there's probably like all being way overprescribed to kids who are just bored or whatever. They don't need this shit. It's not really good for you to take if you don't need it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're getting kids hooked on speed. There's this huge conversation. And this is like a common trend where like something comes out, gets overprescribed. There's a pushback, people saying, oh my God, this is terrible. But for some reason, because this stupid trans shit has been tied in the LGBT politics, even though it shouldn't be tied in whatsoever, it's a fucking medical procedure. It's like, no, you're not allowed to talk about the overprescription of this stuff, which is the most common thing that always happens in medicine.
Yeah. Overprescribing.
Oh, speaking about the United States, again, yeah, I think you are very good at pulling apart, the small specific parts about, individual studies and going back and forth. Have you mentioned that conclusively every major medical association in the United States agrees upon gender affirming care, that it's a valid form of health care, and that it should be acceptable for doctors to use? And the same applies to Canada. Every major medical association in Canada strongly supports gender affirming care, including access to puberty blockers and hormones.
Well, I mean, first of all, that's not true, because the American Academy of Pediatrics is doing a new systematic review.
It's 100% true. I'm sorry.
Yep.
The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the Endocrine Society, Pediatric Endocrine Society, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the National Association of Social Workers, and American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, they all have statements that are still available on their websites. Now, that could change, as you're suggesting right now. The American Academy of Pediatrics could change their stance on that.
Yeah, Lance pulled up a quote from August 10th, 2022. So
Right.
it's 2025, bitch.
Well, it's funny because Jesse says, well, that's
They're
not true
doing
because they're re-looking into it. And then he says, well, that's not true because they said that they were in favor of it years ago.
In 2022. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They're
Like,
doing a re-evaluation.
Right.
Probably because the Europeans did a reevaluation and made a lot of this stuff illegal.
But as of right now, every major medical association in the United States agrees and strongly supports gender affirming care.
They don't strongly support it. So they all use different language. Some of them will say, like, in the case of well-assessed youth or something like that. In the case of the AAP, they put out a 2018 policy statement where this one guy, Jason Rafferty, he wrote it. And usually when you have a statement from a medical group, you want it to be like the statement of the whole group, right? Not just one guy or like a committee. So this was an unusual case where one guy wrote it. It says at the bottom, this is his responsibility and his responsibility alone. And it's a strange statement that I think has a lot of inaccuracies. Now, I know that in your world, the CAS review has been debunked, which I just think is wrong. I've written about that. The CAS review, one of the useful things it did was look at.
How weird is it if you do have a situation where in 2018, it's like we just have some one random guy who was in favor of this thing and that works for us. And we're just going to affirm that instead of the entire organization. Like, yes, we've all agreed. Yeah, that's very suspect.
Hugely suspect.
Was look at the existing standards put out by these groups. And it basically just showed that there's not a good scientific process underlying these statements. And I think in some cases, there's a case to be made that there's been political pressure. In the case of WPATH, we know from documents that fell out of these court cases that there was political pressure. So I think you're too trusting of the medical establishment because they're not purely scientific groups. Like some of the American Medical Association and groups like it have been against Medicare for all. They've been in favor of these ridiculous laws that make it hard for like Indian doctors to come over here and practice. So they're not right about everything. Like I'm guessing you are for Medicare for all, right?
I think you've changed the topic like 3 times in one sentence. You're trying to just deviate away from the fact that every single medical association in the United States agrees upon this.
What a fucking bitch. I hate this guy. Lance is being so bad faith here. Holy shit.
That's what Lance does. It's master bad faith.
It's ridiculous.
You can start to poke holes in that by saying that their statement isn't as strong as you feel it is, but that is just a universal fact right now, as of our recording, that every single major medical association in the United States agrees upon this. Now, if you want to talk about the cast, wait. If you want to talk about the cast review, we can eventually get to that, because again, I want to talk about this in terms of like, I'm not an expert on this. I'm not a scientist, right? Yeah. So I have to actually look this stuff up. But this is universal as well within Canada. If you're not aware, the Canadian Pediatric Society, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Psychological Association, and the Canadian Psychiatric Association all agree that, again, they support gender-affirming care, including...
All agree that Canada sucks.
...the use of puberty blockers and hormones for youth. That's the totality of the major medical associations that would determine whether or not this should be safe for children to do.
So let's stick to the Canadian ones, which you're probably more familiar with. When you say they support it, do they support it like an informed consent model or lengthy assessment? What exactly are they in favor of?
So I wrote down a little paragraph on each one of their endorsements. So the Canadian Pediatric Society recommends gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and hormone therapy, under informed consent models. The Canadian Medical Association endorses access to gender-affirming...
That's insane, by the way. So that what that means when they say informed consent model is they mean you can walk in and you could go to one of these clinics and be like, I think I am transgender, I think I have dysphoria, I want hormones. And they're like, well, have you have you had a conversation? Do you have a transcript from, or not transcript, but do you have a, if you talk to a doctor whatsoever, they've written you a prescription for this, and you say, no, I haven't. And they go, okay, well, here's a piece of paper. And you just sign and say that you have all the awareness and knowledge about taking hormones, both the benefits and possible side effects. Then you sign your name on it. They don't give you a fucking test. You just sign your name. They go, here you go.
Does that document have the information about the pros and cons?
I couldn't tell you, but it doesn't matter if it does. You're not gonna. They're gonna sit there and be like, it's like the fucking terms and conditions when you sign up for anything.
You did your own research.
Yeah, right. Then we just read the whole fucking thing. They're just like, no, I have informed consent. I click agree, right?
Right.
Give me my drugs.
I never read those terms and conditions. Do you? Come on.
No one reads them. That's the point. They don't want you to read them.
So it's basically a terms and conditions form.
Yes, it's insane.
So you can get the drugs no matter what?
Yes.
Okay.
If they follow an informed consent model in these places that he's talking about.
Right. It's ridiculous.
Care and opposes bans for political interference. The Canadian Psychological Association supports affirming care and mental health support for trans youth, and the Canadian Psychiatric Association affirms that gender affirming care is evidence-based and medically appropriate.
So the first one you mentioned, is that informed consent for young people or for adults?
Yes, informed consent model.
For who? Adults or young people?
Both.
Both. Okay. So that means like if a 13-year-old comes into a clinic and wants hormones, they should just get hormones.
No, not at all.
If they sign the consent, if they sign the consent form.
You've spoken about the DSM-5 before, right? You're aware of how the system itself works.
No, informed consent. The whole point of informed consent is there's not gatekeeping. That's what informed consent is. If you're told the risks and benefits of this treatment, you can consent to it. You can fill out a form.
Right. But in the case of you saying that, like, you could just walk into a door and walk out with puberty blockers, that's not how someone would be diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
But under the informed consent model, it doesn't matter what their diagnosis is. The point is, informed consent.
Absolutely, it does. Sorry, how do you think the DSM-5 works? Do you
like how Lance?
What a dumbass.
No, like he just can't. His brain can't like interact with new information if it disproves him, or maybe it isn't. He's just being dishonest here. Just kind of trying to jump away from this. Okay, that's the literal entire point of the informed consent model is that you don't have to have a diagnosis of having gender dysphoria. That is the entire point of it. And he doesn't understand. You can
self-diagnose on YouTube. What are you talking about?
Yes.
You just watch some YouTube videos and then if you have gender dysphoria.
And also it's kind of funny because like, he's talking about a Canadian organization and he keeps like, well, do you know what the DSM-5 says? Do you know what the DSM-5 says? Which,
right, that's American.
America. Now, I'm sure Canada uses it to some capacity because, we're the best and Canada sucks.
They just want to copy paste.
Because they're a bunch of copycats, but it is kind of funny. DSM-5 does not talk about, giving people these insane informed consent models.
I think that people simply walk into the clinic and they say, I like girls, but I want to dress up like a boy. And then they're like, okay, here's hormone.
Wait, what is he keeps flashing shit on the screen?
They always.
How do you think the DSM-5 works? Do you think that people simply.
They always do that. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
They're like, look, the institutions are completely gatekeeping people here.
Yes.
But they shouldn't gatekeep people. People should be able to get hormones if they want.
So he flashes this on the screen. It is from some kind of pediatrics publication from 2018. It says family dynamics can be complex, involving disagreement among legal guardians or between guardians and their children, which may affect the ability to obtain consent for any medical management or interventions, even in states where minors may access care without parental consent from mental health services, contraception, and sexually transmitted infections. Parental or guardian consent is required for hormonal and surgical care of patients who identify as transgender. What does it have anything to do with what they're talking about?
It doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Right. Because if they have an informed consent model, yeah, maybe if they have an informed consent model, your parent has to sign off, which is, better than just a fucking child doing it. But still, it's kind of fucking crazy that you could have a parent who just for whatever reason is like, oh, well, my child is trans. So I don't care what the doctor says. We're not actually going to go to a doctor. I just sign a paper that says I acknowledge that I understand the risks and benefits and, give them the hormone.
What's the paper say? Fuck around and find out?
That
Give
should
it
say
here.
that.
Let me sign.
They should change. Yeah, you know what? They should change the name of it. It shouldn't be the informed consent model. It should be the FAFO model.
Fuck around and find out.
Yes, this is the FAFO model for healthcare.
I would like to fuck around because I'm ready to find out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Make it
They walk
happen.
into
Yeah.
the clinic and they say, I like girls, but I want to dress up like a boy. And then they're like, okay, here's hormones.
Pretty much.
Do you know what informed consent means?
But
in this
no,
context?
now you're backtracking. Again, this
Do you now he's gonna lose it. Motherfucker. Informed consent. Do you know what it is?
Do you know the words coming out of my mouth? Say what again? Say what again,
Do they speak English in informed consent land?
I love this excuse. You're backtracking. Backtracking. What? I fucking asked you a question for the very topic we're talking about.
Yeah. Dumbass.
boy,
What a
and then
dumbass.
they're like, okay, here's hormones.
Do you know what informed consent means?
But
in this
no,
context?
now you're backtracking. Again, this
Well,
goes
just
back
tell
to
me, yes or no. Do you know what informed consent means?
just specifically when it comes to how they actually walk into.
Oh my god! Holy shit! That's insane.
Very telling. Very telling.
Oh my god! The panic.
Notice
the
we both brought up informed consent before any of this came up.
I know.
Like obviously we're tracking the conversation here, Sitch.
Yes, this is like a Pokemon battle. It's like Jesse Single ask question. It's super
Right.
effective on Lance. Lance casts confusion, hurt himself in the battle.
Of course.
Yes.
Do you think he's ever had to sign an informed consent? Think he's
I
ever
don't know
even
if-
thought of informed consent?
I don't know if Lance has the intellectual capacity to sign anything.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to have his legal guardian sign because he's too dim to understand what the form means.
Now you're backtracking. Again, this
Well,
goes
just
back
tell
to,
me, yes or no. Do you know what informed consent means?
Jesse, specifically,
Okay.
when it comes to how they actually walk into these clinics that are treated, neither of us are doctors, right?
I know what informed consent is, you dumbass. You have to sign one when you're a patient.
Yes.
Oh my
But you're
god.
not a doctor, Adam.
Oh
You don't
my
know. You're not a
God.
doctor.
Only
not a doctor.
doctors can have informed consent, Sitch?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really? I am very smart.
Listen, I don't know what I'm not a banker, so I
Mhm.
don't know what bank accounts are. I don't know how to explain the concept of a bank account to someone because
Yeah.
I'm not a banker.
What a fucking dumbass.
So
Do
in
you
what
know what
world does
informed
that
consent?
work?
Do you know what informed consent means? Because this is important to the point I'm trying to make.
We've already
Okay, I don't know. So because he's getting so annihilated in this conversation, he's now flashed up more things on the
Bullshit.
screen to detract and to confuse his own audience. Okay?
Right. To basically cover up the fact that he didn't know what informed consent was. I'm
Right.
surprised he didn't flash this up when he did the
Right. So the thing he's highlighted says healthcare interventions are always carefully considered and confirmed through dialogue between highly trained healthcare providers, their patients, and families. Services for youth exploring gender identity
find
are
informed consent.
no different. So even if we were to take this at the most charitable interpretation, what this would mean is that whoever this is that he's talking about, they're not they're not in favor of the informed consent model whatsoever. So why is he flashing this up on the screen? Because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
This doesn't really address informed consent, though.
No, it has nothing to do with informed consent.
Yeah.
Right. Or not
informed consent is a very specific process where you're supposed to get statistical information on the benefits and potential side effects. You're supposed to know the entire situation with any treatment that you're thinking of undertaking. It's illegal for doctors to do any sort of treatment on you without giving you informed consent. Otherwise, you can sue. You can go to a fucking judge and say, I didn't know what this treatment was that this doctor was doing on me.
Right.
Yeah.
But as I said, I feel like most doctors are very shit at giving you informed consent on anything.
They are, but usually they have specific forms that their insurance companies force them to put in front of you, right? If they're going to do some sort of knee operation, they have all of the statistical information on the knee operation in some sort of regular form that they give to everyone that has this particular operation that you're forced to sign. That has all it's the same thing as the terms and conditions. Most people don't read the whole thing, right? They assume that the doctor gave them all the important information in there, and that's what Sitch is saying, that the doctors often don't, right?
Yeah.
They don't go completely through it, so. But it's obvious that Lance doesn't understand any of this shit.
No.
Yeah.
Important to the point I'm trying to make.
We've already defined informed consent.
We did? When did that happen in this conversation?
What's going on? Why is this on the screen blocking your dumbass face? We want to see your dumbass face.
I like this. Whenever we're in a debate or a conversation, we don't want to answer the question. We should just flash some shit on the screen.
Here you go. Watch this.
Yeah, we should have some jangly keys come on the screen.
We've already defined informed consent.
Some dancing cartoon figures. Well, I get some like big titted like ladies that dance around the screen to distract the people.
That'll be great.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Recommends gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and hormones therapy, under the informed consent models.
Oh my God, he's so fucking stupid. Oh. He's so stupid.
What does informed consent mean? Well, it means you get informed consent, Jesse. Obviously. What are you, stupid?
Informed consent model.
It's when you get informed consent. That was his answer.
Okay, you're Googling informed consent model. What do you find?
No, I'm
That's
why they're flashes on screen. You don't want to see Lance furiously typing away.
Oh my God. Is this on Jesse's? Can we watch it on Jesse's
It's
page?
just the audio. I don't think there's video.
Oh, damn it. Lance.
I don't think they ever do video.
This is bullshit what you're doing right now. You're fucking evil, Lance. We want to see the sweat on your forehead right now because you don't know what informed consent is.
Yeah.
Because you're a freaking child. I knew what informed consent was when I was 8 years old, motherfucker. How do you not know what informed consent is? Dude, were your parents?
I said he's an expert on the subject of transgender medicine. Okay.
Oh, of course. Yes. Yeah. Your parents didn't teach what informed consent was? What? You didn't go to the dentist until you were 25? The fuck?
Putting up their website because I want to get to it.
Okay. You don't know, dude. Just say it.
I'm looking. It's like I'm looking up their website so I can give you the right answer since I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Just say it. Just say you don't know what it is.
Of course.
Where's the informed consent?
This is beautiful.
You're not
in 60 years.
You know a lot of.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think you don't know what informed consent means, and that's causing a roadblock in the conversation. Under an informed consent model for youth, if that's what this group supports, a 13-year-old, if they're informed of the costs of the potential harms and benefits of the treatment, a 13-year-old can go on hormones right away.
It's so funny because he's been participating in this conversation for so long, and he still doesn't know. A constant argument people make is that minors can't give informed consent. What does he think people are talking about when they say that?
Well, he's always assumed that argument was just right-wing propaganda.
Yeah, it's about a real thing, though. What the fuck? What the fuck? He's not even... he's so out of it on this conversation.
what informed consent means in the context of transgender healthcare.
No, they would still.
And it could be you're in favor of that.
They would still need Jesse. They would still need to actually be determined. Sorry, a doctor would still need to be determining whether or not that individual actually, in fact, has the 5 of the 7.
No, that's
qualifications.
Gatekeeping. The whole point of informed consent is it was a response to gatekeeping, because for decades, trans adults felt like doctors were poking and prodding them and asking personal questions. Informed consent was an alternative to that, where the doctor says, here's what the hormones will do. Here are the potential downsides.
Right.
Sign this form and we'll give them to you. So that's why informed consent clinics are so popular, including at some of our Planned Parenthoods in the States.
But then what I don't understand what your problem is with that then.
With a 13-year-old being able to walk in and get hormones?
But they wouldn't be able to.
Well, he just
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, he's dumb.
It is literally like talking to Chat GPT. You're like, what am I? That's not a real person I'm engaged with here.
Yeah, just a second ago, he was saying that it's impossible for anyone to get these treatments without a doctor completely poking and prodding them. So,
Right.
And now it seems like he can't get past the fact that informed consent is a way around that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Under informed consent models.
If under informed consent, that's what informed consent is. In the States, we don't have that for 13-year-olds. You're saying, unless you're misunderstanding the statement, you're saying like for youth, informed consent would mean that. Yeah.
So I'm going to look this up to get their website.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, see, now he's even commenting. He's like, wait a minute. Are you saying that you're not in favor of informed consent, Lance, as a good leftist?
Yeah, he's youth? Definitely out of step with the trans activists if he's saying informed consent is wrong. They do vacillate between these two positions. They want to say, oh, yes, the doctors are completely involved and they know exactly what's going on, because they don't want to think anybody was being wrongly diagnosed, right?
Right.
But then at the same time, they're supposed to be against the gatekeeping that the doctors might do.
I mean, we watched this entire Philosophy Tube video last year where the end point of the entire video was Philosophy Tube saying there should be zero gatekeeping for any sort of trans medicine, regardless of age. Everyone should be able to just walk in and get whatever pills they want or do whatever surgery they want, and no one should be able to tell them otherwise.
Right.
And that was Philosophy Tube.
Yeah, they went into they didn't even like the questionnaires that they were forced to answer about sexual activity and behavior and all that kind of stuff. They wanted none of that. They just want to sign the form and get the drugs.
Listen, doctor, I want to be able to walk in and you remove my genitals without asking me any questions. Okay. No questions asked, genital removal and switcheroo.
Can you imagine if you could just walk in and be like, yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I need some Vicodin.
I mean, those things, that's what those, like some of those like sketchy pain clinics are.
I know the pros and cons. I'm diagnosing myself.
I mean, it's so funny because, like, you know, I let it lapse, but like 4 or 5 years ago in Florida, I got the prescription for the medical marijuana, and it was such a joke.
Oh,
it was such a fucking joke. You just walk in there, and they're like, "Oh, you know what's wrong?" And you say, "Oh, you know, I have anxiety or pain or whatever you say." And they're like, "Well, do you have a prescription?" I'm like, no. And they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna give your phone number to a doctor in Puerto Rico."
Yes.
And they're going to call you. And then they're like, go wait in your car. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. I have to wait in my car. But so I wait in my car. I'm glad this was in a nice area. Otherwise, I would have thought it's like a drug deal. So I go and I wait in my car. And like 5 minutes later, the phone call, this person comes up like, yes. And they're like, so what's the issue? And I'm like, oh, you know, I have anxiety, you know, and I think that marijuana might help me with that. They're like, oh, okay. Like that's enough. And then they like hang up, and then I walk back inside and they're like, okay, well, we have your prescription now. It's like, oh, that's this is very dedicated service here. This is like I'm so glad that this is through a medical prescription, and instead of just anyone can just walk in here.
The first time I did it, I went down to the Santa Monica beach, and I fucking hate to lie. So I was just like, you know, I want to get high. It's fun. But they weren't buying that. They were like, come on, do you have headaches? Do you get anxiety? They've totally walked me through it. So, but we don't do any of that shit in California anymore. So you don't need a prescription anymore. Yeah, it's great. You just go to the dispensary.
Well, and I mean, where I live now, there's
Mhm.
like a bajillion. There's a dispensary like on every fucking corner. It's crazy.
Yeah, but
So
you gotta have your
I know
card
that
though.
I don't think there's that many people that all have medical conditions that require them to get this.
You guys got to get rid of the medical condition thing.
I know. They tried. We
It's no
tried.
good. Oh,
Well,
really?
it was stupid because the vote was like it was a majority. I think it was like 55% or 60%, but they're like, no, you need 70% or something like that.
Really?
It was stupid. I was like, oh
Holy
gosh.
shit.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I thought Florida was this land of freedom.
No.
I don't want to hear this bullshit about all these people moving from California to Florida. You guys don't even have, like, you got to jump through hoops to get weed. That's ridiculous.
Wow. It's a very minor hoop that you have to jump through.
How
but
un-American.
yeah.
What are your property taxes?
Well, I mean, that's the only
I
tax
know.
they have. So
That's
yeah.
a trade-off, right?
Yes, that is a trade-off.
No state income tax, only property tax.
Yes.
I hear the property tax in Florida is insane, though.
Well,
By
I don't own
comparison.
a house right now, so I couldn't tell
Mhm.
you, but I've heard that it's not great.
Right. Do you know what informed consent is?
I think
So-
I've heard of the concept.
If you drop a link in the chat, I could read the exact language.
Yes. So I guess my bigger question would be then, if every single one, again, because neither of us are doctors, but if every major medical association in both organizations agrees upon this,
I've been trying to answer your question, dude. You said every major medical association supports it, and my point is clearly, like you wouldn't follow what a medical association says blindly, and you just said one of the medical associations
No,
is in
of course
favor of
not.
informed consent for youth. So you're against what they say. You don't believe in informed consent for youth on this issue.
Look, he doesn't know what his fucking position is.
I know.
What
I
is the
know.
right position? Holy shit, I'm going to get in big trouble.
Great. He needs like a
CBS
trans like person to phone a friend. He's like, I need to phone my trans friend. What's the right answer here?
Well, he's been arguing against the informed consent model. He's
He's been saying it doesn't
arguing that
exist.
he's been arguing that the doctor needs to poke and prod you and fill
Yes.
out the 7 things for you. You have to
Right.
have 5 of the 7 things. So
Right.
emphasizes that very young people develop different race. Decisions should be based on cognitive material, not chronological age. Use consent to gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming approach recognizes interventions that may be social, psychological, medical. They say that puberty blockers are considered safe and used when appropriately within a caption of proto-psychological care. Decision-making in medical treatments include puberty blockers. Hormones should be private dialogue amongst youth, their providers, and their families. Yeah. So this should be a private dialogue between youth, their providers, and their families according to their model.
he's like, I found the bumper sticker. The bumper sticker for treatment.
Yeah, I'll send you this.
So just to find a point of
that
disagreement,
is exactly what I agree with. Whether or not you can find, like I've told you before, this is not my area of expertise. This is something I believe should be between, again, families, doctors, their healthcare providers. I think what you and me do, essentially, you being a journalist, me being someone who disseminates the news in an entertaining way for people to watch online, what the two of us are effectively doing is we are crafting narratives. And then one of the
Oh my fuck! Look at this. So since he got caught not knowing what this basic term in this conversation meant, he's like, well, "You and I, Jesse, we're not so different. We're quite alike. We're just comedian pundits on the internet crafting narratives at each other." It's like, the fuck off! You just didn't. God, you're just stupid. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, the hubris.
I know. And
It's insane.
Jesse's like a serious journalist. He's done a lot of investigative reporting on this subject.
Yeah, the Atlantic is nothing to sneeze at. So
Right. Lance
Back
is a
in
comedian.
back
So.
in 2018, it was probably better than it is now.
Is
Now
Jesse
the
a
Atlantic
comedian?
is just fucking woke as. I don't think so.
Well, then, obviously you can't trust anything he says.
things that you were doing when you say that you are going to be in opposition to the majority of the scientific consensus on this, because the majority of the scientific consensus seems to agree on these facts, is that ultimately...
Well, that's also not true, because we haven't even got into like the actual systematic reviews in places like Sweden, Norway, Finland, UK. Like all of Europe has gone in a different direction. Now, I'm not saying we should favor one over. I mean, this would get very in the weeds. I'm not trying to get us in the weeds. At the very least, you have to admit that like over in Europe, in some pretty good healthcare systems, they've gotten much more conservative on these treatments. They have concerns, and those concerns are probably not made up by internet trolls, I would think.
No, I think that they are more politically motivated than they are scientifically motivated. I think that there's clearly a...
Oh my God. If you disagree with me, you're politically motivated.
Yeah. Well, also, he's trying to change the subject. They completely dodged away from the informed consent conversation now.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what informed consent is.
Yes.
A broad consensus amongst the scientific community on this topic, and then there are obviously going to be individual studies or people who try to poke holes in it, using again rhetorical tricks, trying to find out whether or not you understand this as a simple definition. But like I agree that
so you're saying that, so your view is the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, they offer non-politicized guidance, whereas the government of Finland or the government of Norway, those are too politicized to trust. That's the basic argument.
It's not an argument. I don't know enough about what is going on in Finland specifically, so I don't think
that was your fucking argument. Oh my God, he's such a weasel.
Yeah.
Now you're backtracking. What are you talking about? You just asked me about Europe, and you said it was too political.
Like Lance says, he says his argument, and then Jesse says, "So you're saying and then he says his exact argument in one sentence. He's like, "Wait a minute." Wait a minute.
He doesn't know that Europe has gone in a completely different direction because he doesn't know jack shit about this topic.
No.
Gotta be able to speak on it, right? So, I mean, like, okay, how about this? Like, you as a person, how many articles have you written on gender affirming care and trans people, do you think, in totality?
Oh my God. In the beginning of this, I thought you read all his articles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've gotten more into it since after the firestorm in my Atlantic article. I had like a little bit of a, we need a better term than red pill, because it didn't make me conservative. It didn't make me in favor of the bans, but I got obsessed with these studies in a way I did for my first book, which is on non-gender stuff, where like you read about something where there's a scientific consensus and you read study after study and you're just like, these are bad studies. And to me, it's like pretty... So I in my first book, I wrote about something called power posing, which is when you stand like this with your arms out, and it supposedly makes you a better and more effective negotiator, and the research is pretty bad. It's like, so what? What's the harm of that? To me, if there's bad research about 14...
Okay, I don't believe that. Everyone knows if you T-pose during a negotiation, you automatically assert your dominance.
Oh, I power pose all the time. I mean, it's just, it's natural. Second nature to me now.
Yes, come on. Everyone knows this. A rare L for Jesse.
About 14 and 15-year-olds with a lot of mental health comorbidities, going on hormones or getting surgery in some cases. That's higher stakes. And I think I got annoyed at the extent to which people were, in my view, being pretty misleading about this subject. Now, I will say I'm working on a book about this. After the book comes out, I would definitely like to move on because this is a toxic subject. But yeah, at this point, I've written a lot on it because I think it's an interesting subject where there aren't a lot of left of center journalists covering it in what I think is a respectful way, although I know you disagree with that.
Yeah, but
I will be reading that book, definitely. It's cool to hear that he's working on a book on this.
do you have like a number? I'm just curious because like I found the one article in the Atlantic. I found 7 in the New York Mag, 3 in Medium, 2 opinion pieces in the New York Times, 3 articles in Unheard, 3 articles for Dispatch, 1 article for Spectator, and then
New York. New York.
Why do you ask the question if you already knows the answer?
Well, he's trying to catch him in some kind of lie.
But, how many articles have you written? How's that? That's not a gotcha.
Magazine.
Who keeps track of all these articles anyway?
My interview with Laura Jane Grace against the bathroom bills. You're including anything I've written that. I mean, whatever. Yeah,
I'm just saying on the topic. I'm not saying whether or not the coverage. I'm just saying that you've probably written like 60 to 70 pieces on this, right?
Including random newsletter articles. It's probably dozens by this point. Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess for a topic that you've concentrated so much on, how many people yearly in the United States are receiving, youth are receiving puberty blockers or things like top surgery?
We don't know. I know you're going to reference a study that came out recently based on like insurance billings, but so much of it is done through private insurance. I don't think we know. I don't think this is like, when I see gender critical types like they'll use a term like this is like gay genocide, like the gays are being genocided and turned trans. I don't go in for any of that. I think there's enough kids and the issues are interesting enough that it's a worthwhile subject for journalism, and that's what mainstream journalism has decided. You know, what not, and no disrespect to you, but like the major outlets, The Economist, Reuters, The Atlantic, The New York Times, maybe, you know, I know we've been accused of a moral panic, but I think a lot of people think it's an interesting issue, especially because so many parents are dealing with this and trying to figure out what to do.
But I mean, for a topic that you've written so much about, you probably want to know how many. I don't know. Youth
I wish
are
we had better
receiving it.
data. I wish we had better data. Yeah.
But you don't agree with the data. I know you just referenced that study, right? Like, I'm not trying to bring this stuff up as a gotcha. It's more to understand the psychology behind this, because again, if it's something that is not occurring to a massive percentage of kids, say like 0.1% of kids are actually receiving it. Like, so for that data that we're talking about from, you know, the Komodo Health study, it shows that in 2021, what is it? Puberty blockers, 1,390 kids were on it. 2020, 1,101 kids were on it. For top surgeries, 2021, 282 kids were on it. 2020, 256 kids got top surgeries.
You know, I don't have better data to offer you. I'll just say intuitively, the claim that only 1,000 kids in the whole country are on puberty blockers just doesn't make sense to me. In part because there's like but again, I don't have like data to.
Well, there's way more kids who are on hormone replacement therapy, but there's I'd say a smaller amount of kids who are on puberty blockers, both because of the controversy surrounding it and the fact that this is something that's supposed to be temporary, right? Like, my understanding is you go on puberty blockers
and a lot of
for a
kids
short
might
period
not
of time before you're put onto hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of kids might. I didn't mean to talk over you, but a lot of kids might end up at a clinic at an age where it's too late for puberty blockers to do much, which is what makes this like such a heartbreaking controversy. Is there's a subset of kids who have this limited window to pass. I mean, it's a bigger deal for male to female transition.
Yeah, there's no fucking way that is true. I know that was like,
the numbers are so low.
Yeah, I know that was one of the gotcha questions, like for Matt Walsh back in the day. And I don't know if it's super high, but there's no way it's 1,000 people. Only 1,000 people are on puberty blocker. But there's 1,000 fucking people. You could throw a rock on Twitter or on Reddit and hit an American child on puberty blockers. And you're telling me there's only 1,000 in the country. Is it the same 1,000 people on every fucking social media platform that are all on puberty blockers? It's impossible.
Or they're lying.
This is bullshit. Yes. I don't know how these numbers are created, but that's nonsense.
Well, and the argument that, it's only 1,000 people, so we shouldn't give a fuck. What?
Well, it's funny too. Yeah, I guess. Who cares, right?
1,000 people are a lot of people. Children.
Transitioners, because like testosterone is a more powerful hormone, but that's what I find compelling about the arguments for early medical intervention. That, you know, it's to some trans people, not all of them, it's a pretty big deal to pass and to be able to just live as a woman. And if they don't go on blockers, they probably won't get that. So that time element, I think, really makes this more difficult. And look, if I had a kid facing these issues who really wanted to transition, I don't know what the hell I would do, because I don't trust the medical establishment on this. But I also don't trust the people who say these treatments should be banned, or that like there's no such thing as a trans kid, which is another common line. So I think all I've been trying to argue is that it's complicated. I think from your point of view, it's like, why the focus on this? Why the negative stories? But I think,
I guess I try to understand your psychology here, because honestly, if you've written close to 70 articles on this and you've dedicated so much of your career to focusing on this subject, I assume, because like I'm saying this in good faith. This is not because you're not particularly obsessed with, say,
fact check. Why? Lance does not say anything in good faith.
Yeah, that's such bullshit.
Discussing trans people, or trying to profit off this topic specifically because it's been lucrative, then my other assertion would have to be that you are doing this specifically because you are genuinely concerned about what happens if there are negative outcomes from children who receive gender affirming care, and the potential side effects from that. Is that fair?
I think so. I think I'm also just like drawn to controversy. So again, some of the subjects in my book, it was like the implicit association test, power posing, this Army PTSD program that in the States we spent like $300 million on. For all of those, you could say, how many people does this affect in the grand scheme of things? And I'd say, not every journalist writes, like, what's the most pressing issue right now is probably what's going on in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We're not talking about that, or
Absolutely.
like there's all these hotspots, there's all this stuff we know nothing about. That's just not really how journalists decide what to cover. In part because when we find a niche, now you mentioned profiting off it. I think the kinds of study critiques I do are very dry and boring, but useful. And I think the profit maximizing way to go about this is to just be transphobic, to go the sort of libs of TikTok route or the OK groomer route. And I think it's really important to point out that this is a medical controversy. And if I question the medical protocols in place or the American Medical Association, that is not denying that trans people exist or that they deserve access to quality health care. And it's been annoying because I think that's a really important point. And it's like both sides disagree with that. Like you have the left saying, no, that means you hate trans people. You want them to die. You have the right saying, like, why are you acknowledging trans people exist at all? And I would, I host a podcast, I express opinions, but I do think just like being a science journalist who tries to get at the truth is important here. But
But ultimately, those lanes are already pretty well occupied by people who, aren't cowardly about their beliefs. They wear their hearts on their chests, and they will say things like Michael Knowles does, right? That, we want to eradicate transgenderism from society. Yeah. I think that you've found something that's a little bit more unique, in that you can actually approach these topics from a standpoint where people on the right could then...
Did he just call Michael Knowles courageous? He did, didn't he? What a fucker.
Use the information that you put out there, because it's not coming from a right wing or a far right voice. It's coming from someone who identifies as a center or a center leftist, right? So that would be a unique lane in terms of if that was in fact something that you were doing for profitability.
Yeah. Right. So the idea is that I'm seeking to have my ideas laundered and used by like Trump or whatever.
Not seeking to. I'm saying that would be something that not a lot of other people approach it from that angle specifically, right? Now, I'm not making that accusation, but I'm saying then if that's not the case, then the other answer is that this is something that obviously outside of the controversy and outside of the fact that it's been a highly discussed topic, your interest primarily is obviously to make sure that, again, children who are receiving forms of gender affirming care, whether they be, surgical procedures, stuff of that nature, are not making life-changing decisions or decisions that effectively could have a negative impact upon their life without having a full conversation about the potential risks, right? Is that fair?
Ish. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as like, I want people to have the best, most accurate information available, especially parents. I don't really think of my work as like, this will prevent bad outcomes, because I think there's so much other information out there.
But okay, so your concern is less about the children and more on the parents of the children then, so that the parents have access to information on, again, potentially.
Well, so in the States, it is in most cases, it's the parents making the decision, which gets hairy in its own way. I mean, I don't know. I think it's interesting. I do, like I said, I'm wearing a little bit thin on it because it's a tough thing to write about, and I think people would be surprised how many very angry emails I get from the right. But yeah, I don't know. I stand by most of my work. I think there's some stuff I got wrong, especially early on, like 80% desistance. It's just I didn't understand the full complexity of that literature. And in The Atlantic, I think I was too deferential to some trans rights organizations, and journalists always need to be careful about that. But yeah, I think I don't know. I think I'm okay with what I'm doing.
Can I ask then why it is that you've never tackled like cosmetic surgery of youth in the U.S.?
Oh, you like a 14-year-old getting a boob job?
Well, yeah, because I wanted to look that up just out of curiosity. Like the stats on that in 2020, there was like 229,740 cosmetic procedures on teenagers, including 3,233 breast augmentations. It seems to be something in which it's happening at a much larger and more frequent rate.
God, this guy is such a fucking stereotype.
I know.
He's just a stereotype of the left. He's like, look, there's all this gender affirming care that you don't seem to care about, obviously. He's so bad at this.
Why are you not writing articles about all those girls that are getting boob jobs for their quinceañeras? Okay.
Right.
Going down to South America for cheap boob jobs.
Right.
Jesse's like, well, or I'd be like, listen, I think that if anyone's going to get a boob job, they should do it in the good old US of A, all right, by a very skilled cosmetic surgeon.
What do you think the regret rates on those boob jobs are, Sitch? I bet it's very fucking minute.
I don't know. Listen, I would tell any woman to be very cautious before getting a boob job. Okay.
Why?
I've seen some not so good boob jobs in my time.
Oh, really? Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't know this, Adam, but
get a
I
good
used to
one.
be, before YouTuber, I was actually
A
a
boob
fake boob
doctor?
inspector. Yes.
Oh, nice.
So I would actually rate fake
That's
boobs
hilarious.
as a living.
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Well, it's a very coveted position, so we try to keep it on the DL.
I can imagine. Jeez.
Yes, yes.
All right. Good to know.
In the U.S., in terms of teenagers getting, surgeries and forms of gender affirming care,
Look, he even used the word gender affirming care.
Yeah.
Boob jobs are gender affirming care. How come you don't care about that gender affirming? Because it's cisgender, and we all know you're a big old bigot against trans people.
Mm-hmm. It's dumb too. If you get a boob job, that's not a gender affirming. If you're straight, or I'm sorry, if you're cis, okay. If you were born a lady and you get a boob job, that's not a gender affirming procedure at all. You're not affirming your gender. You're just like, I want some big old titties. Okay, that's not affirming your gender.
What when you go in and get a short haircut, that's not gender affirming care.
Oh, that's
like,
You know
I'm
what?
a boy. I need a haircut.
That's a good point. I should be able to take my haircut off of medical expenses. I'm gender affirming when I get my haircut. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. When I go to the store, if I buy clothes in the men's section, I should be able to take that off.
That's gender affirming care as well.
It's gender affirming care. Yes.
Exactly. I hate these arguments. I hate these people. Fucking hate them. Why is this even a thing? The virtue signal is weird.
Effectively could have negative outcomes. And sometimes do.
Wait, sorry, a girl getting a boob job you're calling as gender affirming care?
Yeah, I'd say philosophically, obviously I agree with you probably, not probably, it's not medically the same as having gender dysphoria and then trying to get treated for gender dysphoria as a trans person. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying though, that is philosophically.
Why haven't I mean, to me, that's it's such a no-brainer that's a bad idea for a girl. Now, I would want to dig into those stats and know how many of those are purely cosmetic. I think in some cases, like cosmetic overlaps with functional stuff, and there might be something wrong. But
there's breast reduction surgeries that are being done for medical reasons to both men and women, right? But this is a massive thing in the United States. Like, there's articles I could pull from 2011 that had 8,000 women aged 13 to 19 were undergoing breast augmentation, and that's something that's like, it's not even FDA approved. You're not supposed to get breast implants.
What fucking 13-year-old is getting boob jobs? That's like psychotic. No one's in favor of that. What the fuck?
There's 13. It says number of girls 18 and younger. Are they including 18?
Lance threw it. He said 13-year-old. He said 13 to 18-year-olds. I don't know where he pulled that number.
This says 18 and younger got breasts.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you shouldn't be getting fucking cosmetic surgery if you're under 18 anyway. But
right.
Especially fucking when you're like going through puberty, that doesn't even make sense. That's crazy.
Well, how many of those 11,000? How many of those 11,000 do you think are 18?
Like 95% of them.
Yeah, probably. Exactly.
And the rest are 17.
I don't even think you can get a boob job when you're 17. Maybe
you're not supposed to. I don't think.
Parents sign off on it.
Mm-hmm.
Breast implants if you're under 18 years old. So it's something that people are having to do off-label and are being done on very, very large scale.
Well, wait a minute. How can Lance be in favor of people doing gender? If you're in favor of people doing gender affirming care through an informed consent model to transition, then wouldn't you also have to be in favor of someone
getting a boob job? Yes.
Getting a boob job?
You would 100%. Like yeah, of course.
There's no philosophical argument. What's the philosophical difference? They're affirming their gender now, apparently, by getting a fucking boob job.
Yeah, let them do it.
You know when girls get like the butt implants?
Mm-hmm.
Like they get the big...
They should get lip injections. 13
they get the
lip injections.
And the butt implants, well, that's all just... I didn't realize that. That's all just gender affirming care now, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Testosterone for men. Okay. You want to get the big muscles in the gym, take testosterone. Well, that's just gender affirming care.
This whole line of argumentation is stupid.
And rates, and it's not something that is in any way talked about in the same way the discussion surrounding
because
trans
it's
people
dumb.
is,
That's
and the
why it's
focus
not
on
talked
trans
about.
people
Well,
is.
I think partly it's because of that the old journalism expression "dog bites man." Like "dog bites man" is not an interesting story. Like to me, it's so obvious that a teenage girl who hasn't yet fully developed, if this is what's happening, shouldn't get a breast job. I mean, if I would. I don't know. I always get like a little bit leery about.
Right, but if that's the way you feel on that, wouldn't that be something that you should then be bringing more attention to, even if it isn't topical, or does that go back to the same thing with Canadian mining companies?
Shouldn't you bring this up even if it's like not topical or controversial and everyone agrees with it, and write an article about something that no one cares about because everyone feels the same about it?
The
Shouldn't
only
you
reason
focus on that?
he's bringing this up is he wants to say the only reason you're talking about trans people is because you're a big old bigot.
Right.
You're a transphobe. That's why you're interested in it. If you really cared about gender affirming care, you'd bring up the boob jobs, because obviously that's gender affirming care. Gotcha, got him.
In the Congo, it's not something you think would get the same traction.
So if a big chunk of the liberal establishment tomorrow came out and said, we think it's really important these girls have breast implants, and it became a fairly, I mean, it sounds like it is a common practice, although I'm guessing it's more in conservative places. I just think if I wrote that, everyone would be like, yeah, this is.
Why are you obsessed with boobs? What the fuck? 13-year-old boobs, Jesse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't write that article. That wouldn't be good.
Obviously wrong.
Actually, why is Lance obsessed with 13-year-old boobs? What is he up to?
That's a good question.
This shouldn't happen. The question of should there be like legislation or whatever, like I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's hard for me to imagine a situation where a 16-year-old girl would do that. I think her parents are really failing in that situation if they're approving it. Although that depends on the age.
Again, this is something that is happening at a much higher rate, right? I hadn't even got into.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
Rhinoplasties,
I don't think we know
right?
this.
Well, we do know.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Did he just say vaginoplasty?
No, he said rhinoplasty.
Oh, okay. No,
I think he said.
Thank goodness. I was like, what?
The rates of plastic surgery on teens, right? Because the stats are publicly available. So for rhinoplasty,
now if you get a nose job, that's gender affirming care. Yeah. What?
So according to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, it says the United States minors under the age of 18 cannot attain plastic surgery without parental consent. Depending on the state of residence, some procedures may be restricted to age 21 years restricted to 21 years of age. Also, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration prohibits the use of silicone breast implants in breast augmentation procedures for those under the age of 22.
What? Oh, you can't even get it at 18.
Well, hold on. Although minors may legally be able to obtain plastic surgery with parental consent, some plastic surgeons may choose to defer surgical procedures until the patient reaches a certain age. Well, that's good. For instance, breast augmentation is not recommended by the American Society of Plastic Surgeons before 18, and the FDA considers breast implants for minors to be off-label use. So I guess they mean non-silicone. As such, some plastic surgeons may wait to perform requested breast augmentation. I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy if you're getting a boob job before 18.
Well, you can get them chopped off though if you're trans, right?
That's
obviously you can
crazy
do that
too. They're both pretty fucking crazy.
You can do that when you're 14, right?
Yes.
But you can't actually get implants until you're 22.
This actually, this is like a terrible for Lance's argument. There's more restrictions on getting breast implants than there is removing your breast.
Yes. It's awful.
Yeah.
For example, that's 44,686 teenagers got rhinoplasties in 2020. That's an overwhelming amount of people.
I mean, talking about nose jobs in front of Jesse is just in bad form, I think.
Wow. Very anti-Semitic of you, Lance, to bring this up. I know.
It's terrible.
Who are getting potentially, life-changing surgery. There's eyelid surgery.
I don't buy that comparison as much because I think rhinoplasty and double mastectomy, like rhinoplasty, is less intensive. But if someone floated like I don't know, if someone was like, no kid under 16 should get this, I would not be outraged at that at all. I just think like teenagers
but
are
why not
teenagers.
focus on it then? If this is something that you could say was in a comparable category that affects way more teenagers than gender affirming care, which again, when you look at it,
this is just so freaking asinine. The difference between a nose job and a procedure that's going to make you sterile is just, it's night and day. I had a friend that got a nose job when we were in high school because he had a giant fucking nose. He wanted to get a nose job. His parents got him the nose job. His nose looked 10 times better. He loves it to this day. He's glad he got it done. This is like ridiculous. It's so different than saying, look, I'm the opposite sex.
Right.
I'm going to take puberty blockers. I'm not going to go through puberty.
Do you ever dead nose them?
I will say like your nose. I liked your nose better before.
No, you're
I
like,
mean,
like
he had
yeah,
a
like when you
giant
dead name
nose.
someone. You like say their old name before they transitioned. You're like, remember when you had the old nose?
Remember when you had that honker?
Here's a picture of it. How do you feel? How do you feel? He showed the picture of his face.
Yeah. It's just it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. If somebody gets some sort of cosmetic procedure that they feel makes them look better, why would you even put this in the same category as gender affirming care? Something completely experimental.
We're talking about hundreds of kids on puberty blockers, and then maybe it was over 1,000, like 1,100 kids on puberty blockers. But then for kids getting, gender affirming care related surgeries, those numbers are
now a nose job is gender affirming care. This guy's a clown, fucking clown.
They're practically non-existent in relation to the fact that there's like 72 million kids in the United States.
I mean, if we're comparing something like a nose job for a 16-year-old to having her breasts removed, I just think one of those is a much more serious procedure than the other. But
that would be a personal decision, right? Not a medical one?
No, you're losing the ability to breastfeed. You're losing some degree of sexual function.
Oh, but that can happen with breast implants as well.
Yeah.
Not with a nose job, you idiot. We're talking to a child here. What's going on?
I mean, breast implants. Sorry.
No. I added that afterwards. I was previously speaking about but like so. If there's thousands,
it sounds like you're saying teenagers maybe if they're going to get a permanent medical procedure, we need to be careful about that, and like they shouldn't be rushed into it.
Well, they're not rushed into it. First off, is the thing though, right?
Oh, now he completely switched on a dime. He's like, oh fuck.
Oh no, shit, got me.
They're not rushed into it. They think about it. They get informed consent from their doctor.
That's a myth that kids are going through some kind of revolving door, and I still think that it's a ridiculous assertion because no medical practitioner is going to tell you that a kid walks in and then they're given puberty blockers and then walks right out of the
well, but
place,
what do you think
right?
about the story I reported for The Economist where a kid walked right in and got puberty blockers at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles? You think she's lying or the medical records are lying?
No, I'm saying if it's true that those are rare cases.
If it's true.
This is not the majority of the cases though, right?
So you just said it doesn't happen. Then I said it happened. You said yes, but it doesn't happen a lot. But you don't know because Reuters.
Oh, I don't know because you're talking about an anecdote that I'm not familiar with. So obviously I have no prior knowledge to this. But if it is true, I'm saying that this is not indicative of the vast majority of people's experiences. Again, similar to how writing about detransitioning and focusing on that.
Thank you.
Are you against a 13-year-old getting puberty blockers their first appointment?
It's not really what I personally feel because.
Oh, fuck off! Get out of here.
He's not even going to answer that.
Oh,
what a pussy!
Oh, it's not what I feel. Okay, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a comedian on the internet.
Do you
I'm not an expert on.
Is it wrong if people are wrongly diagnosed with gender dysphoria? Well, that's not for me to say.
This topic, it's what the current DSM-5 requirements are, right? So it's one of those things where, like, for children, we have to basically follow the majority consensus of the medical community in all fields. Yep. I would apply this to anything else, by the way. I would apply this to kids who have appendicitis, right? Can I make recommendations as to whether or not your kid should be getting, a surgery to take a part of their body out of them if it's been infected and inflamed that could potentially save them? I mean, I could politicize that by saying it's mutilation. You're going to be mutilated.
The consensus has changed on appendicitis anyway. A lot of times they just give them antibiotics now.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's interesting.
In your child's body by taking out their appendix, and then that is going to remove a part of them forever. But ultimately, again, this is something that I would have to defer to the majority consensus of the scientific community.
Yeah, the problem just for years now has been this, like, I think because of the bubbles, we inhabit different realities, and there's probably areas where your reality is more correct than mine. But on this one, where you just sort of blithely say, this isn't how it worked. Like the Reuters, the biggest investigation in the States of how gender clinics operate was Reuters in, I think, 2022. And they called up, I forget how many, 8 or 10 of the biggest multidisciplinary gender clinics. And they all said, we'll give puberty blockers on the first session. Now, they said in cases where we feel comfortable with it, but that's like a serious liberalization of the so-called Dutch protocol, where you jump through some hoops, you even go on blockers, and maybe that's too many hoops, but
sorry,
it's
your assertion is that the majority of kids who walk into clinics are given puberty blockers on the first session.
I never said the majority. You said this is something that doesn't happen, and I said, according to the best investigation we have, it routinely happens, because all these clinics say, yes, we do that sometimes.
So it routinely happens, as in, so not the majority, but it can happen and has happened before.
With some regularity at the biggest multidisciplinary gender clinics, yeah. Like their regular practices, a kid shows up for the first appointment, they send them out with
that's not how we, again.
We started this, him calling that a myth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a myth.
That's the whole point. He says, that Lance says, that doesn't happen. And then Jesse says, well, it did happen. Here's an investigation what happened. And he said, well, it doesn't happen that much. And Jesse's like, well, how the fuck do you know that? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
you just pulled this from, like the fucking ether?
And you sure as hell can't call it a myth.
No, he just did a Dr. Manhattan like source. It was in a fucking dream.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not how we talk about any other topic in relation to children's healthcare, right? Like, I wouldn't specifically be like, there are cases probably in which doctors are prescribing medications like Adderall for children, which could be dangerous, and they shouldn't have done that, and they had negative outcomes. I'm sure that happens.
You're saying we're talking
about, but I'd say that there are just literally millions of.
Lance just said we don't do what? How old is Lance? I thought he was in his 30s. This was a massive conversation when I was growing up. Oh my God, they're giving too many kids Adderalls. Like this went on for years. And he's like, no, we never had this conversation for anything else for children.
Yeah.
No, what are you talking about? Every time there's some sort of health or medicine for children that comes out, there's always this, oh, you should do it for everyone. Oh, last year we told you we should do it for everyone. Now you shouldn't do it for anyone because it's horrible. This happens every time.
Children's, like 72 million in the United States, right? There's going to be obviously examples of doctors who are not following the proper ethical protocol. I don't have control over that or whether or not that happens. Yeah. But that doesn't then change whether or not people should have access to gender affirming care or healthcare in general based on bad practitioners.
No, and I haven't argued otherwise. But you're saying there hasn't been a debate over whether kids are being overprescribed Adderall? Hasn't that been a massive debate?
I never said that there hasn't been a debate. I'm saying that there could be cases. There could be cases in which children are
He did say that there wasn't a massive debate. That was why he brought it up.
Prescribed Adderall when they didn't need to be prescribed Adderall, right? And in
which led to a massive debate in the States, not just Adderall, but everything from like antipsychotics, anti-anxiety. Like we have a huge debates. This is the only pediatric medical issue where, for a while, there wasn't debate. Like I sort of feel like your side lost and the debate's broken out into the open, but I think your point, you're making the opposite point.
You keep saying sides. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Do you mean leftists? Is that it? Just like because
No, I assume you don't consider us to be in agreement about this stuff.
But what stuff?
You think these treatments you think gender medicine?
About gender care? Yeah, of course not. No, we're diametrically opposed on this. I personally
because
am
you
on the side of well, no, I'm on the side of the majority of the scientific consensus on this.
Oh my God! Please stop! Stop! I hate the appeal to authority bullshit. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the scientific community can be wrong.
There's really no point in me being a non-scientist coming forward to you and saying, like, again, this is one of the points of you trying to say that, like, you don't even know what informed consent means because I'm not a doctor and this is not my area of expertise. This is something.
I can't have the fuck. Then guess what, Lance? It's so fucking simple. If you're like, oh, I'm not a doctor, I can't have these conversations. I don't know anything. I'm just an innocent little baby, boo, 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 boo. Okay. If that's your position, fine. Then don't fucking have the conversation on your channel or on the internet about this topic whatsoever. You just said you're a fucking retard and don't know anything about it. So don't talk about it, and definitely don't debate a fucking journalist who's been covering the topic for years.
Yeah, it's so silly.
That I would defer to, again, the majority of the scientific community. If the majority of the scientific community,
as long as it wasn't a Swedish doctor, a Finnish doctor, a Norwegian doctor, in which case you would disagree.
Once again, anecdotes and isolated examples, though, right? Like again, if it's something
no,
where
they changed their national policy,
right? But there can be.
It's the consensus of Sweden.
Yes,
fucking idiot.
But they obviously did it because they're right-wing racist or something.
Right? Yeah. I mean, maybe they did it because they're more socialist.
Indicate there can be moments in time where there's going to be a single doctor who comes forward and says, hey, by the way, I'm a whistleblower. I have to say this. We've been giving kids puberty blockers way too fast. Of course that's going to happen. There's billions of humans on the planet, right? In the case of should we restrict the ability for people to have access to healthcare, which in my opinion is restricting their ability to have human rights. I believe that a trans person should have access to healthcare just as a cis person should. So in that case, I would, again, because it's not my area of expertise, defer to the majority consensus of the scientific community on that one. In Canada, it is every major medical association as it is in the United States. Now, as you said, that could change. You could start to have a reversal of this in the same way you're seeing in the United Kingdom, right? Where now even the bathroom debate has been reignited. I'm not saying that.
And will Lance come out when it changes? When he actually loses this debate, will he come out and say, oh, yeah, I was wrong?
Of course not.
The scientific community changed, and I'm for the scientific community now?
They're going to say Donald Trump was president, and they all bent the knee because of fascism, and we had to fight them.
Because of politics?
Yes.
They're
which is
all
what he
lying.
said for the European countries.
The deep state took over. Yeah, he won't even acknowledge. Well, I guess he did. He did say that it was political over in Europe, so that's why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
What a dumbass.
Political movements aren't going to push for an agenda in this regard.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand when you exhibit deference to the experts and when you don't, because it sounds like it's sort of a continentally based. So like North American experts, whatever they say you believe, European experts, no, not so much.
But when you keep bringing up European experts, right, the vast majority, you make an assertion that the vast majority of experts on the topic, including the entirety of the medical community in Europe, disagrees with the Canadian and the American medical associations?
Well, there's a part of what makes this complicated is like American healthcare sucks and is politicized. So right now, the position of the American government and the healthcare experts in it is that these treatments are bad. We can set that aside. My point is Finland, Sweden, Norway, the UK all did what in other situations would be considered like normal review processes, pretty in-depth. And none of them came to the conclusion like these treatments are horrible, but they all came to the conclusion that the evidence really sucks. And they all really made their policies in those countries more conservative. And when you say you don't trust their judgment, but you do trust the American Medical Association's judgment, I just don't get why.
So I'm saying I trust the broad consensus of the scientific community, which as of...
When it agrees with you, that's the rub. That's what's going on here.
Now, again, recording this, still, I don't see an overwhelming amount of the scientific community on this topic. I see isolated examples and politicized movements within a series of countries that you're now trying to use as a justification for saying, if it's happening there, it could happen here or it will happen here. It's only a matter of time. And I'm not going to disagree with the fact that, especially under Trump and his current regime, that there's obviously going to be a pushback, and there already is, towards restricting the rights of access to healthcare for children. What they require is, again, people to cherry pick data and people to cherry pick examples or to cherry pick studies and then use those as a justification for, again, doing political action against a persecuted a minority group in the same way that this was happening to, say, gay people prior to trans people. And one of the reasons why I think, again, what you do is particularly insidious is because you are giving them the ability to say that this is not just coming from the right. There are authors, say, like Jesse Singal, who are capable of demonstrating that, hey, there are cracks in the so-called, general consensus. There are opportunities for people to find, disagreements. Like
So your
sorry,
problem is with a journalist saying there's cracks in a consensus because you're so confident that that consensus is correct. Basically, that's what you're saying, or
no, more just just asking questions of it all, right? Like why can't we just ask questions? To me, I think if you had a genuine curiosity,
okay, if there's some medical consensus, right, and some journalist says, well, let me look at this medical consensus. I'm gonna look into this whole detransitioning thing. Oh, all the studies that they're using, they're all bullshit
They're flim
because
flam.
yeah, they're all flim flam because they have very low return rates for who they're asking. So we can't actually figure out what the real desistance rate is at all whatsoever. And there hasn't been a good study to show this. I don't give a fuck if all the fucking retarded doctors on the planet who all shockingly happen to make a bunch of money off of this stuff and also are going along with the common politics in that field. Yeah, obviously they're going to keep their fucking mouth shut about the situation, Lance. This is retarded. This is so stupid.
So obvious.
You can go against a consensus if you have actual evidence or information to do so. Yes, obviously.
Not Lance.
No.
On this, unless you want to push a political agenda, then the breadth of information, including the overwhelming amount of studies on this topic, and yes, there are isolated studies that you can pull out. As you know, I've debated Tim Pool on this topic. I've spoken to other people. They always have.
I don't know why you'd bring that up because that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, he did a shitty job.
Did a terrible job. It was a whole meme.
We covered it.
Meme of Lance saying that it was, he got trapped in the whole women shouldn't be allowed to. They should be allowed to get abortions at any time
up to the last second before the baby is born.
Right. But they shouldn't be allowed to do drugs when they're pregnant. That was the hold on their partner moment.
They should be allowed to do drugs when they're pregnant, right?
No, he said they shouldn't. That was the contradiction.
Oh, okay.
This the Swedish study actually disagrees with you. I can pull up this Dutch study that I think was misinterpreted. But if it's the overwhelming amount of studies, or the meta-analysis of studies, or the general consensus of the scientific community, still at this point, then it's true. Like,
but what you're saying,
you could pull up isolated
true.
Examples of other countries where things are more draconian, right? Like Uganda. If I went to Uganda, there would be very, very harsh penalties for either being a homosexual or being a bisexual or being a pansexual. That to me is not going to be reflective of whether or not we should be advocating for people's health care here domestically in Canada. But I think we should obviously listen to the international community when it comes to their scientific conclusions on this topic.
So he's comparing European countries changing their consensus on transgender medicine to Ugandan governments killing gay people, is what he just did.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a very
the
interesting
Swedes,
comparison.
they really want to go after the gays.
Yes.
That's what they're all about.
Like, listen, Jesse, there are places in this world where they throw gay people off roofs. So obviously I'm going to ignore European countries' scientific evidence and standards for transgender health medicine for youth kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just grabbing at straws at this point.
Very interesting.
Okay, but you're just saying in these particular 4 cases of Finland, Norway, Sweden, the UK, these 4 happen to be politicized, so we can safely either disregard them or seriously discount them.
I'm not disregarding them, but I'm saying that
you are.
But why are you using that as a way to discount your own country's scientific consensus on this?
My own country's scientific consensus of this as of a few weeks ago is the HHS report, which is the whole point is this stuff gets politicized. And institutions have to, I mean, that what who's so
okay, so
that,
again, but you're not answering.
point.
Okay, so see, you just avoided the question right there, Jesse, because so the majority of the medical.
Wait a minute. He didn't avoid the question, Lance. You just said, why are you trusting these other governments more than your own government? And then Jesse brought up and said, well, actually, the U.S. government, it did release a new report where it is questioning some of these things. And then Lance starts going, Trump administration, blah, 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 blah. You're changing the subject.
Right now, he doesn't trust his government. Well,
yes.
It's not Lance's government because he's Canadian. So
might as well be.
I don't know what Canada's doing about the gender affirming care. So
Joe the Mig, thank you so much for the $40. Says every time Lance opens his mouth is an immediate black pill against free speech. How does he have a following? The fact that people like him are allowed to vote anywhere on this earth is frankly insane. I'm not sure
Oh,
Jesse can go without some blame here for not being more aggressive, tolerating this level of dishonesty. Did he not look into Lance at all before this conversation? I think he knows who Lance is, but Jesse's a very chill guy, so I think he's doing fine. Lance is very neurotic. He comes off very neurotic, very anxious in this conversation. Jesse's very chill about the whole thing. But I mean, yeah, there's some points he could just keep, like not let him run away from the not knowing what informed consent was and stuff like that.
this is great content for Jesse's audience anyway.
Yeah.
This completely shows the opposition as moronic
Oh,
and
100%.
uneducated.
Well, it's so funny because, like, I mean, if you were a Lance fan, you should be really mad about this too, because yeah, it's making your side look stupid. And the thing that's even crazier, we haven't even got to it yet. The worst looking part of this conversation was not that informed consent part. It comes later, where Lance doesn't understand what a mental illness is, and Lance is like so brain broken that he uploaded the part of the conversation that makes him look the worst onto X, like it made him look good. And
Right.
everyone was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you upload your worst part of the conversation as a teaser? Are you for real? Do you not understand what's happening here?
I guess he doesn't.
Thank you so much, Lord Sugg, for the $20.
Communities. Every major medical association in the United States agrees on this topic, and yet you're like, well, no, we're moving in an opposite direction. Here's a report coming out. Is that the one that was commissioned or overseen by Robert F. Kennedy? Is that the same one?
By his HHS, yeah. But I think you're missing
did you
my
take
point
him
here.
as
My
a
point
serious
is,
person? Doesn't he believe that microplastics cause trans people? Like, doesn't he have
no,
a bunch of...
RFK Jr. is a crank. The point I'm trying to get at here is...
Then how is that a legitimate example of this? Like, how is that a valid thing to bring up? When I'm saying in your own country, the majority consensus is centered around this.
When you say majority consensus, you're talking about a handful of statements that have been put out by different organizations. Those statements have actual content. It's not like a golden plate handed down by God. So what you do if you're a journalist or if you're a scientist is you read those statements and you evaluate them and you see if they make sense. And one thing you do is you see if the citations point to studies defending the claim being made. And the folks who have looked at that question of if these guidelines are good, these were the CAS folks, although it's technically an independent team separate from CAS. They don't think the guidelines are good. And I think what happens sometimes, and we've seen this happen in the past, is that doctors get very excited about a new treatment and they're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to help kids or save kids' lives or prevent suicides. And they get out over their skis and they make claims they can't defend. So when, Joanna Olson Kennedy, she's the one who got sued, whose story I wrote about for The Economist, when she says she has never given puberty blockers to a kid for whom it was the wrong choice. So she's suggesting she has an 100% batting average. I think the right thing for a journalist or someone who actually cares about trans people to do is be like, could that really be true that this doctor is so infallible that in the hundreds of times she's given these treatments, she's never been wrong? And I think you're granting boundless deference to these American and Canadian professional groups. While I don't know what your stance is on the European efforts, which I think were more scientific, but I guess that's the problem here.
So you believe the CAS review was more scientific, in essence?
Then what?
Than the Canadian and American counterparts and consensus on this topic.
But you're lumping. Okay, so for example, the one I know the most about is the American Academy of Pediatrics. That was just like, that was a guy. It was a guy. Do I think a guy's views on this should be weighed more heavily than a handful of York University systematic reviews? No, of course not. You do? You think Jason Rafferty gets to beat all these independent systematic reviews?
But
well, does the study agree with me? Right?
That's the real question that we're looking for here.
When you say a guy, because again, you'll then point to an anecdote of someone where it's like, here's an example of a clinic.
I'm describing the statement you're defending. It was written by a guy named Jason Rafferty, who I think was a psychiatric resident at the time. He was a guy. That's what it says on the paper. You're saying that.
Oh my God! Wait, this is insane. This is insane if it's true. They had a fucking resident write the statement for the entire organization.
Wow.
They didn't have like the lead, like some leading doctor in the field. They had some resident.
Not
that
even
sounds
the
crazy.
Not even a doctor.
Yes. That's crazy.
You trust that one guy more than the teams that did these systematic reviews at I always mix up University of York and York University, whichever the British one is. You're saying
in this case, is it not reflective of the statement by the organization itself, or it doesn't speak for it? His statement is independent of the organization, or it is representative of the organization?
There's a weird line at the bottom that says, I can pull it up just to make sure I'm being accurate about this. I also got to go in like 10 minutes. We said we were doing an hour. Rafferty's statement.
Oh, shit. All right. Well, then can link that thing. I do want to talk to you about one or two quick things then that we haven't actually brought up.
Yeah, let me just read this one sentence and then I'll move on. Policy statements.
You can't pen
Dr. Rafferty
conceptualized
the statement, drafted the initial manuscript, reviewed and revised the manuscript, approved the final manuscript as submitted, and agrees to be accountable for all aspects of the work. It's a very strange statement. And that's why I would question why you would say that we should pay more, view this as more believable than a handful of independently conducted systematic reviews.
Simply because, again, it's something.
It's a guy, and there's no process.
Right, but you just don't like the way that is worded.
Say again?
But you just don't like the.
Well, no, it's also
because it sounds strange.
But there's
Lance. It sounds really fucking strange when a large organization, at the end of it, instead of saying like we at the organization completely stand behind the statement, they instead say, well, this one person drafted all this stuff and they agree to be accountable for everything in here. That makes it sound like the organization doesn't have a lot of confidence in the statement whatsoever.
Of course, they're putting it all on the one guy so he can be the fall guy if it ends up blowing up in their faces. Yes. Lance doesn't understand how these studies come into being, like how they're managed. He doesn't understand the interpersonal relationships between people at these organizations. He literally knows nothing. So the only criteria he has for measuring these studies or anything is whether or not it agrees with him. Mm-hmm. That's all he fucking cares about.
There's oh man, it would take an hour for us to talk about the differences between systematic reviews and policy statements. Ask whatever you want to ask because we don't have that much time left.
Okay. I just want to quickly see that this was something that you still believe, but in a debate that you had with Jangle Science Lab on July 1st, 2020, you said,
oh my God, it's fucking Jangles.
The only person, one of the other people who's maybe more bad faith than Lance, Jangles.
That guy's a total nitwit.
Yes. Talk about that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
I know.
Quote you here. Gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been. Still stand by that statement.
Yeah, the DSM-5 lists gender dysphoria as a mental illness. Yeah, they changed it from gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria partly because that would make it sound less stigmatizing or whatever, but it's listed alongside all the now
it's not listed as mental illness though. I mean, to do that is something that right wingers do. I think specifically to be able to, again, like you just.
So he's okay. So he's flashed on screen here this thing. It says, is gender dysphoria a mental illness? The classification of gender dysphoria has evolved over time in the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders. Gender dysphoria is listed as a mental health diagnosis, but is not considered a mental illness in traditional sense. So you see, he puts this on screen, but if you notice, it's very interesting. It's a zoomed in web page, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, well, where does this come from?
Jangle's website.
Yeah, is this coming from like the DSM website? Because that would be like, oh, okay, well, that would be very interesting, right? If it's coming from the DSM website.
Right.
But no. This is coming from a random mental health hospital in Philadelphia's website.
Right. Wherever they could find it.
Yes. This is coming from
wherever they had some woke web designer that decided to add this section to their website.
Yes. And I did, here, and I'll send it to you because this comes up here. I did quote tweet Lance here, which obviously he didn't respond to because it totally annihilates his whole point because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But yes, everything in the DSM-5 is considered a mental illness. And in fact, a mental illness and mental disorder are basically interchangeable. I think they are literally interchangeable words that the APA, the people that write the DSM, use. There's no difference or daylight between them. But Lance keeps trying to pretend like there's some difference between these two terms just because it's like a good talking point.
Right.
So I sent you a
Typical.
link. Yes, I sent you a link. This is from the actual APA's website. These are the people that write the DSM-5. Okay. And that's some random fucking website that Lance pulled this from. And it literally says mental illness refers collectively to all diagnosable mental disorders. Okay, Lance? They're the exact same thing. A mental illness and a mental disorder are the same thing. And the fact that Lance thought that he did so well in this interaction that he clipped this out to put this on X really shows you how out of touch he is with the entire human experience of reality.
Yeah. He can't really track the arguments or anything.
No.
Listed alongside all the now
it's not listed as mental illness though. I mean, to do that is something that right wingers do. I think specifically to be able to, again, like you just mentioned, stigmatize trans people, but it's not listed as mental illness. That's a factually incorrect statement to make. It's not. And the DSM so in the DSM-5, gender dysphoria is listed as a mental disorder that can arise as a result of extreme stress or distress that comes from one's own gender identity not lining up with what they were.
You just said it's listed as a mental disorder.
No. See, the wording here is very tricky and important. And so it can be diagnosed as a mental disorder, gender dysphoria specifically, and this is not done to stigmatize trans people. It specifically does not list trans people or non-binary people as having a mental illness.
Sorry, hold on. Why is it stigmatizing to have a mental illness?
It's stigmatizing to say.
Now that's a great question. This is why it's so bullshit too. Nowadays, everyone wants a fucking mental illness. They want to say, "Oh, I suffer from depression or anxiety or ADD or whatever." So you have to treat me better. You have to bend over backwards and do something for me because I have some kind of invisible mental illness.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Yes. So the idea that it's stigmatizing is bullshit. And to be clear, to be 100% clear. Okay. The APA, back in, I guess it was like 2012, I think is when they changed it. But before then, it wasn't gender dysphoria. Before then, it was gender identity disorder. And they were saying that you have a disorder where you believe or have the strong feeling that you should have been born the opposite sex. Okay. That's how it was described. And then a bunch of fucking woke people way back in 2012 or 2011, whenever this change occurred, were complaining that was very stigmatizing to the trans community. So they essentially, gave in and they said, okay. You wanting to be the opposite sex isn't the mental disorder, but you simply experiencing the distress of not being born the sex that you wish you were born is the disorder. So they changed it to gender dysphoria. They should have never done that. It was 100% a bullshit cope that makes no fucking sense whatsoever just to appease a special interest group. It makes no fucking sense. Like, that'd be like saying, well, listen, if you have depression, that's not a mental illness. But the feeling that you feel when you have depression is the mental illness. And you go, that's the same fucking thing. What are you talking about? That makes no fucking sense. Yes, that's the mental illness. Yes, it's so stupid. And they should have never acquiesced to this whatsoever. They should have said, no, fuck you. This is not politics. This is science. This is the way it is. And you just got to deal with it.
Homosexuality is not in the DSM anymore, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, because it's not.
Yeah.
The whole thing with these mental illnesses, is that if you have distress because you're gay, it's because you live in a community or a family or a society where people are telling you, well, it's wrong for you to be gay. That's what causes the distress. But if you live in a society where people are like, there's nothing wrong with being gay, then you have zero distress about being gay whatsoever. It's obviously not a mental illness. But if you have gender dysphoria or you're trans, it doesn't, and this is why they keep fucking fumbling on this question. It doesn't matter if you live in a society that's 100% open to trans people existing. You will still feel the gender dysphoria because you feel like you were born the wrong fucking sex. It's an internal process. It doesn't matter.
Your body is causing the distress, not the society around you.
Yes. No, yes. No one is even if no one's bullying you, society doesn't bully you, it doesn't matter. You still
Can
gonna
you
have those
imagine if we
feelings either
tried this
way.
with schizophrenia? You're like,
It's so stupid.
we just need to accept schizophrenics.
Yes.
Then there's
Listen,
the stress would go away.
it'd be like saying
Really?
like
Have you dealt with a schizophrenic before?
right.
I kind of think it's not going to change.
It'd be like saying to someone, well, we've changed the diagnosis for schizophrenia to appease the schizophrenic community. Being schizophrenic no longer is a mental illness. But the fucking hallucinations you see when you are schizophrenic, well, that's the mental illness.
Yeah.
The trans people, or being trans by definition, is itself just a mental illness. This is what right-wingers are consistently doing.
No, it's gender.
Tim Pool has himself tweeted that out.
But being trans is not the same as having gender dysphoria anyway.
It's
like,
not.
I just want to
but that's why it's important. Yeah, but it's important to actually identify these things, whether or not they're correct. And again, it lists experiencing gender dysphoria as a mental disorder. So that's different than your statement. Both statements that you made so far.
So I feel like you told me, do you stand by this? I said yes. And then you said, no, you're wrong. And then you read me something that just echoed back what I just said. I might need more caffeine, but you got to explain this to me.
So
you're saying it's
so first off, it's not mental illness, it's a mental disorder, right?
It's so stupid. Now I do agree, Jesse kind of fucked up here. You really should have been like, we're not moving the conversation forward till you explain to me what the fuck the difference is between a mental illness and a mental disorder.
Right.
Okay.
We're distinguishing between those two. And then secondly, it's not by definition, if you are trans or if you are non-binary, you have a mental disorder either, because that's not what the DSM.
Yeah.
No, I know, but that's what the implication of that sentence, and you then doubling down on it, means.
You asked if gender dysphoria in the DSM.
I didn't ask anything. I read you a quote of yourself that you had said out loud, and I said, do you still stand by that, even though it's factually incorrect?
It's factually incorrect that the DSM-5 has a condition called gender dysphoria?
See, now you're changing the topic. It's factually...
Wait a minute. Okay. We're at 117.18. I'm going to go back here for that. Let's hear the exact quote here that Lance is trying to obfuscate away from.
This is not done to stigmatize trans...
Oh, man, it would take an hour for us to talk about the differences between systematic reviews and policy statements. Ask whatever you want to ask, because we don't have that much time left.
Okay. I just want to quickly see that this was something that you still believe, but in a debate that you had with Jangle Science Lab on July 1st, 2020, you said it, I'm going to quote you here, gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been. Still stand by that statement.
Okay. He says the statement is gender dysphoria is a mental illness. That is the statement. Okay. How's the statement?
That they list it as a mental illness.
It's factually incorrect that the DSM-5 has a condition called gender dysphoria?
See, now you're changing the topic. It's factually incorrect that they list
I don't understand
that they list it as a mental illness. That is not correct.
You're saying it's a mental disorder, not a mental illness.
No, I'm not saying generally that it's a mental disorder. I'm saying...
What the fuck are you saying? Oh my God, this is insane.
Lance must know. He must have realized mid this, whatever this is, that what he's saying is fucking retarded, right? Because he's not even committing to there's a difference between a mental disorder and a mental illness, because he realizes he doesn't know if there's a difference. Now he's floundering.
Yeah, he's totally floundering. Lance, half the shit he says he doesn't know anything about.
I'm just a comedian on the internet.
That's what's insane. I would never agree to this fucking debate. Why would you go into a debate with a guy who knows 10 times more about the topic than you do?
Why would you post this clip on X?
This is a clip he posted?
This is the clip that Lance posted as the big own preview that why you should watch, his video.
Him getting owned? Well, look, it is good advertising, because that's what made me want to watch it. I love seeing Lance get owned.
It's just so stupid.
I just think the disorder and illness. What's the difference? It's a fucking difference.
There is no difference.
Yeah.
There is no difference. And it's so funny. I'm starting to believe that Lance is actually some kind of
retarded
psyop
or autist or something.
No, he's a psyop. He's a secret right winger who's I'm gonna go make people on the left look so stupid.
That's too. He's not smart enough for that kind of game.
That's part of it. Is pretend to be stupid, Adam.
If you experience gender dysphoria, specifically the DSM-5 says that can be classified as a mental disorder. If you experience gender dysphoria, extreme distress and duress.
Yeah. I don't understand. Sorry, it sounds like we're both saying that being trans is one thing.
Keep saying that we're saying the same thing, but we're not. One obviously is being utilized by the right to stigmatize trans people. This is one of the reasons why people like Tim Pool will
It is literally a illness/disorder, though. Whether or not the right uses it is immaterial.
Yeah, but there's a difference between mental illness and mental disorder, Adam.
What the fuck is the difference? Look, let's say I just grant this to you, okay? Oh, there's a difference. Describe the difference to me. Like, what's the fucking difference?
There's a difference. Doctors know. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. And it's offensive that you would even ask me to.
Look, that's exactly what he's going to say.
Okay.
What a fucker. What a fucker. There's something, if you have an illness, you have some kind of disorder with your body, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is ridiculous.
Frequently make statements where they say being trans is a mental illness. It's actually in the DSM-5. It says you're mentally ill and stuff like that, because they both think that having a mental illness is something worth of stigmatization. And in addition to that, they want to associate that directly with trans people. So I think furthering that idea, especially...
I'm not saying you're mentally ill, Lance. I'm just saying you're retarded. You're fucking retarded. You're stupid.
Lance, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying you're a moron.
Exactly.
Coming from, again, someone like you, who is not someone who identifies as a right-winger, a far-right extremist, or any of that kind of stuff, it then gives ammunition. Tim Pool can say, well, yeah, Jesse Singal said here that the DSM-5 says it's a mental illness.
What do you think the DSM-5 says gender dysphoria is?
Can we pull up the DSM-5 and just read the actual definitions?
Oh my God.
No!
Please
This
do.
whole conversation. Like, I'm going to attack
Jesse.
I'm going to attack you. Well, what does it say? Let me pull it up because I don't fucking know.
Jesse's a fucking saint, okay?
I know.
He's like, he realizes, wait, I'm arguing with a moron.
Yes. Yes.
I'm extremely... You seem like a friendly guy interpersonally, but I'm very confused right now because I feel like you're yelling at me and I don't... Well, not yelling. You're not yelling at me. Your tone is totally fine. But the DSM...
I was like, I don't believe I've yelled once this entire time. But anyways, I'm going to be... I want to pull it up here so we don't...
He has been bad fucking faith this whole time.
Oh,
this whole time. All of this is filled with gotchas. So,
of course.
But Jesse has the right attitude to just brush it off and pretend it's not happening because it makes him look good.
Don't get anything mixed up. So it's on table 2. The DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria are marked incongruence between one's experienced and expressed gender and natal gender of at least 6 months in duration, as manifested by at least 2 of the following: A marked incongruence between one's experienced and expressed gender, primary and or secondary sex characteristics, or in young adolescents, the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. B, a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and or secondary sex characteristics because of a marked incongruence with one's experienced and expressed gender, or...
Okay, he's just reading all this for no reason. He's reading all of this for no reason whatsoever.
Young adolescents, or desire to prevent the development of the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. C, a strong desire for the primary and secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. D, a strong desire to be the other gender or some affirmative gender different from one's designated gender.
Sitch, what does DSM stand for, by chance?
The
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of what?
Of mental illnesses.
Mental disorder.
Oh, mental disorders, yeah. Excuse me, I got it wrong. Yes. Oh, wait, it doesn't matter because it means the same fucking thing.
Well, look, but if it's in the book, it's a Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of mental disorders.
I know.
I don't know why he's reading this, but see, it is a mental disorder. So
because he keeps saying, well, Jesse, you said it was a mental illness, not a mental disorder. And there's some kind of magical difference between those two terms.
Well, he should spit out the magical difference. That's what I want.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be very nice. Yeah.
E, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender or some alternative gender difference from one assigned gender. And then F, the final one, sorry, this is taking a long time. A strong conviction that one's typical feelings and reactions to other gender or some alternative gender differ from one's designated gnder.
And so that is
associated clinically significant distress or impairment in social,
what's that called?
or other important areas of functioning.
Now look up
So what you
homosexuality.
just read, those are the criteria for what?
Yeah,
For
exactly.
gender dysphoria.
And what is
Yeah,
gender
but what
dysphoria?
is gender dysphoria? Yes.
Do you want me to reread the entire thing? The gender dysphoria is
Oh my fucking.
Doesn't know. Doesn't understand.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How does he not get this?
He gets it. He's just trying to flounder around here because he knows he's fucking stupid.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
It is,
what
it's a
this is
mental
what they
disorder.
determine again gender dysphoria is what they determine to be someone who is experiencing distress, duress as a result of having
No, I know, but what does it reflect that it's listed in the DSM-5? Like, what is
if
listed in the
you
DSM-5?
experience gender dysphoria, then that is what is classified as a mental disorder, because they're doing that not to stigmatize it, but in order to allow doctors for the ability for them to diagnose it properly, to be able to help you get medical attention.
So you're saying
that distinction is very important. And you keep going back to, I think we're saying the same thing. We're not. The term mental illness is never used at all in the DSM-5 in relation to trans people. And also, being trans or being non-binary is not itself a mental.
Why is gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 and homosexuality is not?
Because one's a mental disorder and one's not.
Oh, interesting.
Also known as a mental illness.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Mental disorder, experiencing gender dysphoria.
What the fuck is the point of any of this? What is the point of any of this?
It's a gotcha. He's like, you're stigmatizing the transes, Jesse. You're a bad person.
Because you said mental illness instead of mental. This is like calling them illegal aliens instead of calling them migrant workers.
It's even worse. It's even dumber than that, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do you think gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM-5 as a mental disorder?
Experiencing gender dysphoria is.
He can't just say, yeah, it is. I just read it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we agree, unless I'm confused. Well, but what's the difference between a mental disorder and a mental illness? And we're talking about the symptoms. We're not talking about being trans.
Tell me.
I'm also not even
Absolutely.
defending. I'm just saying it's in the DSM, and you won't.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter to you if you call it a mental illness, even though the DSM-5 doesn't call it a mental illness, because you don't see it's a distinction without a difference to you between the two.
The DSM-5 is a list of mental health diagnoses or mental disorders, and one of them is gender dysphoria. In the ICD, they branched it out and they gave it its own category, so it's no longer considered a form of mental disorder. I also I just got to say, as someone with a family history of a fair amount.
Don't let him run. No, Jesse, don't change the subject. He's gonna run. He's gonna run as fast as he can because he knows he's wrong.
A fair amount of mental illness in my own struggles, like this idea that let's say gender dysphoria is a mental illness, like that doesn't mean people who have it are any less worthy of everything they deserve in life. I think it's this weird backwards.
No one is implying that. I mean that's a very underhanded tactic to try and get away from the fact that you were incorrect about this.
I'm not talking about
it's not about stigmatizing people with mental illness, but it is again being utilized and weaponized by the right, to the far right in this regard, to try and stigmatize trans people.
Word fucking police here. That's exactly what's going on. Lance is like, I'm the word police. I'm here to arrest you. You said mental illness one time.
And this is yet another example where I think that they can use quotes that you've said or statements you've made. And again, it's not coming from a right winger.
Thank God for Lance just saving the world out there. The white savior, saving everyone from this horrible bigot who at one time used the word an illness instead of disorder.
It's coming from liberal journalist Jesse Singal.
You know, Hitler was in favor of big public works projects like highways, like the Autobahn, and like really investing in public infrastructure. So I guess that's bad now because Hitler, I mean, it's a silly type of argument because it can be true that like I said there's controversy on this issue, which there is. Whatever else you think about it, there is controversy. And a Republican says there's controversy. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to lie and say there's not controversy because a Republican might not use it. In the same way, I'm not going to say public works projects are bad because Hitler, the worst guy who ever lived, was in favor of them.
So that's not at all what I accuse you of. But I mean, you are aware that a lot of right-wingers actually have used your own work when they have attempted to both pass bills
Reuters journalism, Times journalism, and my journalism regularly get cited by folks writing legal documents saying that this is controversial or the evidence is suspect.
Yeah,
my view is
I've got numerous cases of federal executive branch reports that have used and cited your work, state legislative materials that have cited and used your work, amicus briefs that have cited and used your work.
There's a medical controversy here, and I think you're
no, but they're specifically cited your work to justify their right-wing political agendas, right? And so for me personally, if I was a journalist or an author and I was writing and it was appearing frequently and being used to go after the very people that I purport to care about, then I would feel that there was something that I was either missing or I had really fucked up, right, dude? Like, honestly.
Yeah, that's because you're a fucking idiot, Lance. Obviously. Yeah. A normal person would look at the truth value of what they're saying and ignore who is parroting whatever you're saying, as long as it's true.
So in the in their podcasts, and Jesse and Katie Herzog's podcast, where this airs, at the end of it, Katie says, "Do you think being pathologically obtuse is a mental illness or a mental disorder?"
That's so good. Katie's great. She is so good. Beautiful. This is pathological obtuseness, isn't it?
Yes. That's a great way to frame it.
If you're like, I care about trans people, I don't want them to suffer, and then it turns out all of these right-wingers who are trying to pass laws or all of these cases in which they're trying to restrict the rights of trans people continuously cite you because, again, that way it gives them the validity of not being able to say, this is not just coming from the right. Sure, there are some right-wing and people who are considered to be right-wing, but there's also Jesse. Yeah. He's a liberal author for the Atlantic.
Well, and the New Yorker and Reuters and the Economist.
Absolutely, even more fuel right there.
So as journalists, what should we do? Should we just say that this isn't controversial and the evidence is super good? Because
I wouldn't say, I'm not speaking to all journalists, I'm speaking to you specifically, that obviously doesn't that at all worry you? That again, if your work is being cited by some of the worst individuals to pass laws that are going to restrict the rights of the very people you pretend to care about, then at its core, haven't you fucked up?
So I take it you've written about the, I will answer that question, but I want to throw one thing back at you. I take it you've talked on your show about the mass graves in Canada of Indigenous children.
Oh my God, no! Heaven! Heaven!
Oh no! Oh no!
Does he know? Does he know that Lance has never recanted on the mass graves? I have not seen this. This is fucking amazing.
He doesn't say that, so I don't know if he knows.
Oh my God.
He pretends like it's just a random coincidence that he brought this up.
Oh my God. Fucking Lance went crazy on the mass graves, calling it just completely boosting that story, and it turned out to be all bullshit. And Lance has to this day never recanted.
Yes, we covered this amazing debate between Lance and Lauren Southern.
Yes.
And what was his name? There was some like random native Canadian guy.
The tail guy, twin tails or rabbit tails or something.
Yeah, twin rabbit tails. I don't know, it's some silly name. And there was someone else on Lawrence Lewis. I don't remember who it was.
Dylan Burns did the panel.
Oh, it was Dylan Burns.
Yes.
Oh, he was up, really? Or was he moderating?
He did a super bad thing because he let Lance
No. Dylan Burns was the moderator.
Yes, he was the moderator.
Yeah.
But
I remember that. Yes.
He gave Lance the opportunity to go both barrels on Lauren Southern and then fucking dip out of the call immediately.
Right, but then I believe Lauren had someone else on her side as well.
Yeah.
I think it was Connor?
Connor, yeah.
Oh shit, okay.
I think that was the first time we saw Connor, but
oh, that's right. We were calling him Detective Rabbit. Thank you. Look, Chad has so much better memory than either of us. Detective Rabbit, yes. And that debate, you should go back. If you haven't seen that stream, you should really go back and find it.
It's hilarious.
Channel under Lance or Lawrence Southern or something. That's like one of our funniest streams. That conversation is insane. And it was all like, there was this controversy that some organization was like using ground penetrating radar to like look under the ground of like these, I don't know.
Schools.
Yeah, there are these like schools apparently in Canada. There was some time period
like
where they were
religious schools from the 1800s or something.
They were accusing Indigenous people of like neglecting their children and taking them away and putting them in these schools, and schools had horrible conditions. And in some of these schools, people would like die of disease and fires and all sorts of crazy shit. And so someone did some ground penetrating radar around the grounds of some of these schools, and they said, "Oh my God, according to the radar, there's like all these bodies, there's mass graves of hidden indigenous children that have been buried in the grounds of school," and there's like this
Right.
huge controversy. And Lawrence Other and Connor were like, "Well, I mean, we actually don't know that till you dig and find out, because they could just be tree roots. They could literally just be tree roots because you can't really tell from the radar." And Lance was like, Lance and Detective Rab are like, "Oh, so ridiculous, so fucking ridiculous that you'd ever say it's tree roots. Obviously, they're dead children, blah, 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 blah."
The white
Huge
people
issue.
killed them. They neglected them. The
Yes.
indigenous people were killed in mass graves.
Hundreds of children, thousands of indigenous children are in these mass graves. They're losing their fucking minds. And then lo and behold, what happened? They dug, and they found
Tree roots.
fucking tree roots and rocks. Okay. Not a single fucking body was there.
Yes, yeah. And Lance to this day has never apologized to anyone.
He's never apologized. I don't believe.
I don't know that he's even ever
recanted.
acknowledged that there were
Yes.
tree roots and that he was
Yes.
totally fucking wrong.
Yep.
Wrong. He got on his
So
high
good.
horse. He got on his soapbox. He pointed the finger. Guess what? Completely wrong. That's why I dreamed when Jesse Single brought this up that he knew. He knew Lance was a big fucking liar on this.
That's hilarious. Someone said, I just watched that live stream yesterday. It was Sitch and Adam 150. There you go.
Oh, okay.
That's hilarious. Well, listen, good timing. Okay, you could sense what the topic was going to be for today.
This is great. Maybe Jesse watched it.
I hope he did.
Yes.
Oh, look at
Take
that.
it you've written about the. I will answer that question, but I want to throw one thing back at you. I take it you've talked on your show about the mass graves in Canada of Indigenous children.
Yes.
Haven't some churches been burned down, like in the outrage over that?
Multiple churches were burned down. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that?
So
that
did
your
you
fault?
watch the Lawrence Southern saga that I had? Is that why you're invoking this out of curiosity?
No, I literally picked a Canadian example at random.
Oh,
but do
okay.
you feel responsible?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't
Oh
believe
my
you,
God.
Jesse. I don't believe that. Yes.
Lance is shitting his pants right now.
Yes.
He's totally shitting his pants right now. He's like, yes, I was in favor of them burning those churches down over those tree roots.
Are you bringing this up because I'm indigenous? Is that the reason?
Oh my god. Lance is trying to claim he's indigenous now. Is that what he just said?
He claims his mom. He's like half or something. I mean, he looks like the fucking whitest Wonder Bread person on the goddamn planet. But he says his mom is like half indigenous, or he's half indigenous. I don't know.
He looks fucking French Canadian.
I know, he looks so white.
The saga that I had, is that why you're invoking this out of curiosity?
No, I literally picked a Canadian example at random.
Oh,
but do
okay.
you feel responsibility?
Are you
for
bringing this up
churches
because
being
I'm
burned?
indigenous? Is that the reason?
Are you Indigenous?
Yeah, my mother is.
Okay, but do you feel responsible for causing those churches to be burned down?
For having spoken on that topic.
You are 100% responsible, Lance. You fucking went on your YouTube channel and talked about it. Those churches got burned down.
Mm-hmm.
He's 10,000% responsible. Don't let him weasel out of this.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, because you were telling the truth, or you're telling your understanding of the truth, and some idiots took it too far. That's how life works. And as a
No, he lied. They were tree roots.
journalist, you really have it's a big part of our job description to say what we think is true and to not worry too much about what some asshole is going to do with it. Nothing about the controversy over these treatments or the fact that we don't really know what the long-term outcomes are. None of that justifies hating trans people or the more draconian bans. Like I wish we didn't live in such a fucked up schizophrenic country, because we're headed for a landscape where like half the states will ban these treatments and half the states will just go the other way and liberalize it even further. But I think your claim that if you make a true claim and then someone somewhere does something on the basis of it, that's your fault. I just don't buy that. I think the church example is what I'm getting at.
But so for your example to work, I would have had to have been first lying about the fact that there were, children who were killed.
So I'm lying.
At the residential schools. Well, there are examples.
Well, first of all, Lance, I don't think Lance was lying. I think he's just fucking wrong and an idiot. And also, this is Lance's inability to understand hypotheticals. He's failing the breakfast question here.
He totally is. Yeah.
Jesse very clearly laid out, if you think you're telling the truth in the hypothetical. I think he said it twice.
Yeah.
There are times when you've actually publicly stated, like you tweeted out, I done goofed. I got the data wrong. I actually misinterpreted a study. Like you've publicly said that.
Look, I'm dying from the irony here, Sitch. The irony is too fucking strong here.
I know.
Lance thought at the time that they were bodies. They turned out to be tree roots, okay? Lance was totally fucking wrong. He's never come out and said, I done goofed.
Right.
Never.
And yet he's criticizing Jesse for acknowledging that he made a mistake in the past.
Not only that, this is like
backwards, insane world.
Yeah, this is the perfect opportunity for Lance to acknowledge that he done goofed.
Yes.
But he's not going to because he's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's a total fucking hypocrite piece of shit. It's exactly what he is. He cares more about his fucking YouTube channel than he cares about the truth. Oh God, it's insane to me. It's insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
People could have died in those fires. Kids right now are undergoing these treatments that are going to destroy their entire fucking lives. They're going to commit suicide over this shit. And Lance doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. He cares about himself. God, I fucking hate selfish people, Sitch. I fucking hate it.
So that was lying?
So whether you were doing it because you wanted to, whether you were doing it because, again, you misinterpreted the data.
I want to fucking...
It's really bad. Yeah. He's so
now
dishonest.
He's saying because he got it wrong, even though he thought he was right at the time, he was lying.
Mm-hmm.
And the example on the table is exactly what happened to fucking Lance.
Mm-hmm.
This is insane. This is insane levels of gaslighting here. I can't fucking take it.
Data, the end results will be the same, right?
So maybe you should have some humility about making these claims, like in the case of the dead bodies under the churches, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a conclusion any rational person would come to.
Yep.
Yeah, except for Lance, of course.
At the end of the day,
but I
it's if I pull up here, okay, maybe specific.
The New York Times, that very conservative newspaper, as of 2024, no bodies have been found or exhumed from any of these supposed graves at any of these schools.
Because they didn't find jack fucking shit.
Yeah.
How many churches were burned down? How much property damage was done?
Right.
How many people couldn't go to church anymore? Well, Lance doesn't give a fuck, though. He doesn't care about the churches. And like to lecture Jesse Singal, who probably like fact checks his articles with a fine tooth comb with the best possible information that he can have before it runs, and the Atlantic or the New York Times for Lance, the fucking dipshit that just goes on his YouTube channel and broadcasts whatever lunacy comes to his head. He's the one that's going to point fingers here.
Yeah.
What a fucking hypocrite.
He's literally going to bring up the fact that Jesse Singal has the integrity to admit when he was wrong as a bad thing.
Yeah, no, this guy's Lance, you are a piece of fucking shit, man.
Yep.
You should look in the mirror. You should look in the mirror. You don't have a leg to stand on. The fact that you think you're some arbiter of morality is just insane. Insane. He will never contemplate how much damage any of the lies he's done have caused, right? As soon as America flips on this, as soon as they're like, oh my God, I can't believe we harmed all these children, thousands of children, tens of thousands of children. What is Lance going to do? He's going to slink away the same way he did with the mass graves and the burning churches, right? He's just going to fucking slink away. Who else can I point the finger at and say I'm better than, right? Maybe I can get an interview with someone new. What a fucking asshole.
Examples is more fair, right? So I don't put words in your mouth. But the article you wrote specifically stating that most people don't understand the rates of which the study that shows that I think it's 80% or 70%. Sorry, I want to pull up the study itself. And I know you've not have a lot of time left. Just see.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay. The study that shows researchers found puberty blockers and hormones didn't improve trans kids' mental health at their clinic, and then they published a study claiming the opposite. So this is a critique of Tordorf et al. 2022, up on your Substack, correct?
Yep.
So in this study, and please correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm also misinterpreting the data, but I have the table in front of me. They have what is a baseline, a 3-month, a 6-month, and a 12-month category, where they're obviously interviewing adolescents who both are put on puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormones, and then adolescents who are put on none. And your assertion is that the difference between the moderate to severe depression, which in the baseline is 57%, and the 12-month period is 56%, shows little to no change, effectively, and that it's disingenuous for them to have said that the idea of using puberty blockers or gender-affirming care has benefits as a result, because it just shows such a small amount of change to their moderate to severe depression. Is that fair?
Moderate to severe depression goes from, 59% to what?
So there's 57% at the baseline, and then it goes in 12 months to 56%. And so that 1% change is really what I think in this article you've kind of grasped onto to say that this is a disingenuous article, a disingenuous study, because it's not really showing a marked improvement, right? Which, 57 to 56%, I'll grant you, does not seem like an overwhelmingly huge change after 12 months of being on puberty blockers and gender-affirming care.
Yeah. So you're saying, what are you saying I'm lying about or misinterpreting?
Well, you're misrepresenting what the study is supposed to indicate, because there's a baseline between people who are on puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormones, and then there's people who are on nothing. And that the people who are on nothing, that goes from 59% for moderate to severe depression to 83% after the 12 months.
Moderate to severe depression, none at baseline is 59%. Then at none, there's 5 kids left. The sample's gone from 54 kids to 5 kids. Do you think?
Right, and in both directions, the sample size is actually increased for the kids who are on puberty blockers. It goes from 4 to 32.
Well, because kids shift over time, but can you you said 59% to 83%? I'll include this table in the show notes.
Yeah, please.
You know that you can't say compare percentages of a group of 54 kids to a group of 5 kids.
I agree. And my point, so my point here is not at all that there are problems with their methodology, or that, again, I would also like to.
What the fuck? You're saying he's lying? How is this even happening, Sitch? What the fuck? You made a radical claim here. You said he's lying.
Lance spent like 2 minutes for a setup here, and then Jesse just like in 10 seconds is like, no, you're wrong. And then Lance just immediately caves. This is incredible.
You said 59% to 83%. I'll include this table in the show notes.
Yeah, please.
You know that you can't say compare percentages of a group of 54 kids to a group of 5 kids.
I agree. And my point, so my point here is not at all that there are problems with their methodology, or that, again, I would also like to know a lot more information about the study. I'd like to know, how did you determine, for example, what you consider to be severe depression? Was it a ranking scale based on a other, test that had been done in the past, something to that effect? So,
is everything okay? I hear something screaming in the background.
You only heard that. The audience didn't hear that.
Oh, so.
Okay. They might have seen me jump, but they didn't know what I jumped from.
I think your Adam's like on drugs or something.
I think my wife is playing a game with some of her friends. So,
okay.
my wife like completely yelled out in the background.
She's like, Yahtzee! Woo!
I'm not here to argue that in the 12-month period, the 5 kids who reported 80.
You're in the middle of an argument that he's lying. Okay, yes. Lance.
Yes.
Keep track of where you are. Okay. When you accuse someone of lying, you better have the goods.
3%, right? Is in some.
Somebody in the Blocked and Reported comment section has laid out perfectly. They're saying this is Lance. Oh, you think my criticism has no basis? Well, what if I was criticizing a completely different thing? Not so wrong now, am I?
What the fuck? What a dipshit.
Yes.
This whole thing is comedy gold.
He's so bad at this. He's so awful at this.
Look,
It might be the worst.
he doesn't have to be good at it, because the people who want to believe this shit are going to believe it, whoever says it, even if it's a dumbass like Lance.
Right.
Yeah. They don't give a fuck what the evidence is.
Ironclad. This shows without a shadow of a doubt, kids who are not put on puberty blockers and hormones have much worse outcomes. But that is what the data is supposed to indicate from the study, right? Is that if you are on a baseline, and you even say this a couple paragraphs down, that, hey, if the study is trying to show ultimately that if you're on a baseline, even if it doesn't improve your quality of life, that's better than not being on it at all. But that's unfair, essentially, right?
Well, but we don't know that from this study, because basically all the kids who hadn't yet started hormones dropped out of the study, and we don't know what happened to them. So that's why we only have.
They might have done better, Lance. Holy shit. Can you imagine? They just went about their normal lives and had better outcomes.
6 kids left in the no hormones cohort 12 months out. So all this means is we don't know. And what happened was they initially put out press releases saying kids got better. After I pointed out to them, they corrected their own press releases. So they seem to be agreeing with me that they overclaimed.
So in this regard, this is not the way that you would treat the potential positive outcomes for other medications, right? There's a lot of other medications where the improvement rate, say for someone like put on SSRIs or antidepressants, may simply stabilize them, and then people who are not on a medication at all have much worse outcomes. That can absolutely be the case, right? Which is what I believe was the purpose behind this, as flawed as it could be. But to obfuscate that factor, to not point out that is essentially a very strong comparison between the.
Whoa. Get that fucking word out of your mouth, Lance. That's our word.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to use that.
Obfuscate?
Yes.
How dare he?
That's a Sitch and Adam word.
If he says,
get it out of there.
If he says voluminous, I'm going off. I'm fucking going off. He doesn't even know what voluminous means, so we're safe.
Of people, the kids who are not on anything, for example, would have higher rates. Here's where I think things get a little bit more complicated, though, because you only focused on the 57% to the 56%, right? Which is, again, a 1 percentage point, which you say is statistically insignificant. In the moderate to severe anxiety, at the baseline, it's 57%. That goes down to 51%. So
what's the sample size when it's
4 when it starts at the baseline, and so more kids then join in every other group. At 3 months, 23 join. At 6 months, 28 join, and at 12 months, 29 join. So
I know, but these are statistically meaningless comparisons, because if you go from 4 kids to 29 kids, you can't just do a percentage comparison. Then that's the whole problem with this study. This is one of the worst studies published on the subject in terms of all the problems with it, their inability to answer basic follow-up questions. I consulted a statistician who said this is not the right method to use. So I would just argue this isn't the hill to die on, but it doesn't really matter what
it's not a hill I'm choosing to die on. In fact, there's parts of the article that you wrote that I would actually agree with. It's the fact that, again, I think you're trying to change. Well, no, I think you're trying to cherry pick specific information because it all obviously is going to benefit or help your.
Okay, every time Lance brings up a study, he says, well, this is why what you're saying is wrong or the study's wrong. And then Lance goes, why are you cherry picking, bro?
Yeah, Lance is literally cherry picking.
Yes, you're cherry picking yourself what you think is the best cases for your argument, and then he annihilates it, and then you fucking whine about it. Oh, yeah. Stop cherry picking.
And then you bitch. Bitch because you lost again.
I know.
This is so crazy. He's like, well, I mean, you did kind of just accuse me of lying. Lance is like, oh, did I? Did I do that? Why must he be so fucking dishonest?
It's so funny too, because Jesse Single is like the final boss of trans evilness. Well, actually, I guess he's the second final boss. J.K. Rowling is obviously the final boss.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious to see how Lance's audience, or just people on the left in general, did they be like, Lance, you're fucking terrible. You're retarded. Please don't have these conversations anymore. You're not equipped to have them.
I think if he went up against Helen Joyce, I think Helen Joyce would just annihilate him. And she's not going to be nice about it either.
Yes.
She's not going to. have any of these like niceties.
Narrative, right? And in the case of your statements saying that the kids who got worse or as a result of not being on medication, you say, well, like, yeah, there could be other examples of medications where we do this and that could be beneficial. There's a breadth of medications in which we do that, and that's actually a large part of so much of how we treat kids with ADHD, antipsychotics, antibiotics, SSRIs, antidepressants.
So my response to this would be that for years, a lot of advocates for youth gender medicine were saying that puberty blockers will make kids feel better, not that it will stabilize them. So if you look at the research protocol, there's this $10 million study that's a lot of controversy in the States, led by Joanna Olson Kennedy. That's the same woman I wrote about in The Economist when she got sued. She hypothesized in her research protocol, puberty blockers will improve kids' mental health. So to me, if a scientist says we think it's going to improve mental health, it's definitely fair game to point out when it doesn't. Now, what the point I was getting at, and I think I'm being transparent here, is...
But in this case, it does. Even though I agree with you, you can't compare 4 kids to 36 kids and accurately say this study is indicative of the totality of this topic. But in this specific study, even flawed, it's incorrect to state that stabilizing a child rather than simply improving their quality of life, and then kids that are on nothing becoming decidedly, effectively way worse.
But we don't know that happened because the vast majority of the kids.
So that's what you should be pointing out. Not that it invalidates the very concept of being on puberty blockers or gender affirming hormones itself could potentially make kids not spiral into more depression or not spiral into more suicidality, because that would be a benefit then, right? Wouldn't you agree if that was the case between those two?
Of course, but this is such a weak study. We don't know what happened to the kids because they all, like, so many of them dropped out. So I think if you look at this table, I think most folks, and I'm not particularly quantitatively challenged, but these are like pretty basic issues. I think when you lose that much of your sample, you can't really say anything about how these kids were doing 12 months out. You also can't compare the kids who took hormones to the kids who didn't without controlling for the potential differences between them, because the kids who aren't on hormones might not be on hormones because they have worse mental health and need to be stabilized first. So I think this is a really bad study, but I'm
bad study. But I wanted to use an example of exactly why I think that specifically cherry picking.
So hold on, just had it and now it's gone. Oh, here it is. Here's the comments. Here's the comments from. This is from Lance's upload. Okay, on his channel.
Oh, great! This should be good.
I don't understand why, after the Lauren Southern debate, this guy still believes he can debate. This has to be a humiliation fetish.
Oh my God. Holy shit. That's on Lance's channel?
This is on Lance's channel.
Is that upvoted? What's the upvotes on that?
24.
Oh, okay, good.
I have it in order, okay? I just had it sort by top comments.
Okay, right? Perfect.
That's the top comment. Next comment. It's obvious Lance believed that the informed consent model of medicine was the same thing as informed consent. He's really unprepared, really hard to watch at this point. Third comment. 99% of Lance's prep work for this debate went to lighting and book placement.
Oh my God, this is great.
This whole argument sums up to Jesse, why are you so obsessed and not writing about the things I think you should be writing about? Absolutely absurd argument. This was hard to listen to.
Wow. Okay,
why does Lance,
winning.
This is like every comment is a bad one. Why does Lance debate like a 7th grader? You got to do more than just recite a few stats and organizations you found after 5 minutes on Google.
Yeah, totally. You got to understand the concepts.
I'm going to keep reading till I get to a positive comment.
Okay. We might be here all day, guys.
I know. We'll see. How long does it take? Add another one to the bad Lance debate wall. Bro really needs to learn to read a little bit more before a debate. A big problem with journalists is that they act too much like activists, and your main complaint with Jesse is that he doesn't do enough of that activism. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here's a half a good one, maybe. It hurts my heart that Lance is so cute, yet so wrong so often.
Oh, my God.
He's so dogmatic, he can't see past ideology to understand the harm that he's causing.
Oh, my God. That's so true. That's so true.
It's so funny. This was humiliating, dude. What happened to you? I don't understand the whole thing about the photo of the model. What is Lance trying to prove? He didn't take the photo or choose the blurb.
Right.
American Pediatrics did once think that rock music is dangerous.
Oh yeah, of course. What about the video games? The
What about the
violent
video
video
games?
games.
If you don't know what you're talking about, just cede the point. It's much less embarrassing.
Oh, exactly.
You got absolutely smoked, man. This was tough to listen to. Shocking to look back at how stridently you've criticized Jesse's work now that we see exactly how little you know about it. Ouch. Lance, why do you debate? Every single time you debate, it's unbelievably embarrassing. Just stick to being the lefty version of the quartering.
Oh my god. Rip the
LOL.
quartering, right?
I know. LOL, the Surf seems like someone who watches other people debate and wants to use their tactics, but is woefully inept at the job. Condescending and stupid, a dangerous combination. Jesus, these are so harsh, but true. Bro, you're basically arguing like a Fox News host, but from the left. That is not a satisfying interrogation of Jesse's work. So, wow, that definitely sounds like it's coming from someone who's on the left. They're not sending their best. That's pretty good. Just to put in perspective how dumb the line of questioning was in this interview, the entire "why don't you write about plastic surgery" part could easily be turned back. The number of dead in Yemen is well over 10 times the death in Gaza. Why haven't you tackled the issue? It must be because Surfs doesn't give a shit about the Yemeni deaths.
Yeah.
Oh my God. These are all, is there a good comment here? Holy fuck. This was pathetic. Lance was dog walked by Jesse. Lance, you are not the trans people's strongest warrior. The whole thing about you trying to get him on the misuse of mental illness versus mental disorder as if he intentionally uses the wrong word while you yourself couldn't explain in simple terms what you were criticizing is a bad debate tactic and unfair to Jesse.
Oh,
That's a nice way of
wow.
putting it.
So Jesse doing this was a stroke of genius.
Yes. Jesus, why did you even upload this? Lance, you're really bad at debates. You should stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Lance, you didn't know anything. That's sad. I cannot find a positive comment in the entire.
Good.
Every single. This is insane.
Good.
I've never seen anything like this. Not a single fucking positive comment here on his own channel.
We have one.
This is insane. Oh, I found. Well, no, I don't know. It says thanks for posting. That could be interpreted. Who knows how that could be interpreted?
Look, I left that comment.
There you go. Here's one. Lance, you strike me as such a nice, genuine guy, but you are a bad debater. This is like the fifth time I've stumbled upon your debates and been truly baffled by your lack of reading and preparation. At least you're good looking.
Holy shit. Another good looking comment. Wow.
There you go. There you go.
Are we going to hear story? Is Lance going to go down the destiny path?
He should.
No, he shouldn't. What are you talking
100%
about?
Should. Another single W. This is a stupid topic, the Morley grandstand. I can't believe how polite Jesse was talking to someone who proved with every passing second how uninformed he is. Lance making a fool of himself. Social stigma has a lot to do with this subject. Why are you deliberately mispronouncing his last name? I didn't even realize.
Singal.
Oh, does he? Oh, he's saying single.
Singal.
Yeah. Single. Jesse's single.
It's single, right? His blog is single-minded. I think he's trying to say something there, right?
I always say it wrong too. I can't.
Single.
I had to literally.
Single.
I thought it was Jesse's single.
Just like single, yeah.
Yeah, like single. Yeah. Jesse Signal, right?
Single-minded is good because he does, obviously, he wants to dive into a topic. He wants to get single-minded on a topic.
Right.
Yeah.
This seems like a public flagellation. Thank you.
Yes.
By Lance. Even if you agree with his position on the issue, this guy is such a counterproductive advocate for the position. That's true. The painting behind him is awful. Well, there you go.
That's not a good comment either.
We finally.
Oh no, that's Jesse's.
That's finally a critique.
Or
of
who's
Jesse
him?
Here. He's got a bad. Well, Lance doesn't have a painting behind him.
There's a painting back there.
I guess
it's of a butterfly.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's talking about the big painting from Jesse here.
Maybe.
Yeah. Is this? That's so far. It's the only. Let's see. Lance is the weasel of online politics.
This is hilarious.
Here you go. I found it. Oh my God. I finally found a comment that was not critical of Lance. Okay. Citing the Cass report in this context is like citing the 1998 Wakefield study If that's Jesse's standard, then he has no position to be categorically dismissing the studies Lance brings up. There you go. It's amazing. Wow.
I mean, he wasn't categorically dismissing them, so.
Yeah, he was going through them and then showing why they were wrong, but.
Correct.
And I don't know what the 1998 Wakefield study is anyway, but this was a study that alleged that MMR vaccines could cause children to develop autism in 1998. Okay. That just like a thing. Is that like common knowledge? It's a weird thing to throw that out there. Like, oh yeah, everyone knows the 1998 Wakefield study, right? Pfft, what a retard. That's a weird thing to just throw out there, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't know about the study.
Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go. I finally found it. I don't even know. I think I went through over 100 comments to finally get maybe a positive comment.
I don't think Lance has read any of the popular books on this. Trans, no. Time to Think, Irreversible Damage. I mean, there's a bunch of popular books that really delve into this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Lance has just Googled and gotten his information off of the internet.
Right.
So, and he's never really explored the counter arguments. He just assumes that they're all just right-wing disinformation, right?
Right.
Yeah. That's why he's completely unequipped to really have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're well versed in the for and against arguments.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's a positive comment. Glad to be here early. Looking forward to it, Lance. I wonder how they felt after that.
Right. Oh, no.
Can we get a follow-up on that one?
They've committed suicide, Sitch. They no longer exist.
How dare you, Lance?
Quite unfortunate, but
yes.
You know.
Oh, it looks like okay. I guess all Lance comments don't have a lot of upvotes. They're all like at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Funny. So that's pretty hilarious. Oh wow. Now, okay, I found it. I found the most delusional person on the planet. Kudos to Lance. I feel like he performed exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
One upvote.
That's probably their own. They upvoted their own comment.
God, that's crazy. I'm reporting that comment for being insane. I'm just kidding. But okay. Anyway, let's get back to
picking elements of it while also like it would be fine if you just pointed out that those specific things of the study were themselves incorrect, but then why not go one step further and say that like now there's multiple studies that overwhelmingly demonstrate that children who are on puberty blockers or put on hormones who are gender dysphoric have amazing outcomes. There's Green and Al.
That would be lying on my part to say that.
Green and Al 2021 sample size 11,914 13 to 24 year olds showed depression lowered 27%, 39% under 18, suicidality change negative.
That was Jack Turbin's study.
This is Green. Lowered 26 overall, 38 under 18. There's the 2023 study, Chen, that one had 315 kids. They lowered 1.47 a year on the depression scale, which again is fantastic. You know, DeVries now is the older one. Sorry?
1.47 out of how many?
I have to open up the specific studies.
Okay, so you said it was...
Lance would be a great pharmaceutical rep. Because everyone says he's attractive, and also he just buys all this shit that the fucking pharmaceutical companies sell. Yeah,
you know,
they
like
make
the guys
bank
that go
too. They make $200,000-$300,000 a year. So
Lance, listen, you're in the wrong field, Lance. Okay, quit the YouTube game, quit the Twitch game, get on board with.
You start
pharma.
selling drugs to children.
Yeah,
that's where the big money is.
Get hired by one of these. One of these companies that sells the puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, right? You go around the country.
Chemical castration drugs, they're all the same.
I mean, he kind of looks, you know, it's interesting. I never realized it. He kind of looks like a farm rep.
A pharmaceutical rep, a pharma rep. Yeah.
He does.
He could do it.
It's you said 1.47, which is fantastic without knowing what scale you're referencing.
See, you're doing the exact same you were doing before, where it's like you have to discount the totality of the study by cherry picking a thing where it's like, see, Lance, you didn't actually know this one thing, so you're a fool. And it's like, that's why I would myself admit both that, yes, I am a fool, but also that's why I say
Oh, well, listen, at least he acknowledges that he's an idiot. So We got something out of the
Why?
conversation.
Look, why is he trying to cite holes in these studies when he doesn't even understand the studies? Like, I'm not great with these studies either, but that's why I go to someone who knows these studies and writes about them, right?
Right.
To defer to the broad consensus of the scientific community and the broad consensus of the scientific community on this topic, right? Because I'm not a scientist and I'm not a data analyst, Jesse. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, why don't we defer to the fact that, again, every single major medical association.
So, to be clear, his argument is, look at this study. The study shows you're wrong. Well, actually, the study doesn't show I'm wrong because you misunderstood it. Whoa. I'm just an idiot YouTuber, comedian, fool on the internet. You should just defer to the experts. Rinse and repeat 10 times.
Yeah.
So why are you having a conversation about any of this, Lance? Okay, if your position is I just am a stupid retard baby and I have no opinion outside of what the quote expert class tells me, then just don't talk about it ever because you're just a dumbass. But admittedly a dumbass.
Well, there's experts that are in conflict over this, obviously, which we've talked about through the entire stream, and is he just obviously doesn't want to believe the experts that are against him. So
yeah, but his model, since Lance is self-admittedly stupid, his model is just he goes, okay, what I have, more experts on one side than the other, so I automatically believe those experts.
The more
that's
experts,
his model.
That's not the case, though. That's totally not the case. As Jesse said about the one guy who wrote the statement for the entire organization, that everyone just kind of put it on him, right? That's one dude.
Right.
In Canada agrees upon this topic, rather than going, well, Lance, you don't understand how the study works. Lance, you don't understand how this one element works. That'd be really easy to pick holes. If you were to tell me, Lance, explain to me what exactly
Jesse's in total Adam mode now. He's completely checked out. He's like not even paying attention.
Lance is complaining. It's unfair that you know more about the subject than I do.
Right. I mean, he could read some books and shit.
It's unfair that I'm debating a person who's much more knowledgeable about the subject than I am. That's not fair.
Yeah.
The plus minus change of this particular volume of children means I'm going to get that wrong because, again, I'm not a data analyst or the scientist making the study, right? I have to reflexively be like, but it does seem, if you were to have curiosity on this topic and not want to push an agenda, that this is overwhelming in terms of the amount of evidence that comes out.
But the single best way we have to make the argument you're making is known as a systematic review. And all the systematic reviews say that these studies are quite weak and very prone to bias. So I just don't know how, as a science journalist, I'm supposed to ignore that fact and just list off
So if the
studies.
sentence you just said was incorrect, if there are systematic reviews that can test that, which I'm going to have to, I know you're wanting to go, but if I could bring that up and send you a link of a systematic review that actually contests directly what you just said, would you revert your...
If I can Google something and find someone that contests exactly what you said, will you watch it? Will you listen to it? Will you read it? God, this is so bad.
Position on this.
If on top of the 4 or 5 that say there's not evidence, there was one that says there is evidence.
You asked for a systematic review. A systematic review is going to be comprehensive, correct? It's going to include multiple.
If it's well conducted.
Okay, so if we can find one and I can send that to you, would you change your position on this topic?
I would read it. I know there's one conducted by a team, I think, in Texas that claimed that the evidence was good, but it all depends on, in much the same way, I don't really care what the AMA says until I've dug into it and read what it says. Like, the systematic reviews have to be conducted well. But yeah, if there's a systematic review, I would say that it's losing significantly to all the systematic reviews saying we don't know about these treatments. But yeah, that if it's well conducted, that would nudge my views in your direction for sure.
Okay. The other question I would have then is for preventative or like stabilizing, or what do you call it? Maintenance-based medications, medications that you would be taking for prolonged.
So the official Elmo account on X was hacked a few minutes ago and was posting, release the files, Donald Trump, you're a child fucker.
Elmo from Sesame Street?
Elmo from Sesame, the official Elmo from Sesame Street. Yes.
Posted. I didn't even know they had a Twitter, but
they do.
Wow.
They also posted kill all Jews.
Oh my God.
And then they also started posting the N-word repeatedly in replies to people.
So Elmo did this?
Elmo, the official Elmo account on X. Now it's all been deleted now.
That's
Very
comical.
quickly was the account locked because it's very obvious that it had been
Going after Elmo. Nice.
Yes. There you go.
Very
There's your
nice.
Elmo news for the day.
How many millions of followers does Elmo have?
How many children
Is
were
it
traumatized?
Kanye level of following?
Yeah, it's funny because someone said, "Oh my God, Kanye's hacked Elmo's account."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking immediately.
So Elmo has 639,000.
Not even a million?
Not a million.
Oh, wow.
Not a million.
I'm
yeah.
surprised.
No.
I guess a lot of children probably don't have Twitter, right?
Probably not.
I think when you're into Elmo, you probably are not on social
Yeah, I don't think
media
young
much.
children go on X. At least I hope they don't go on
You
X.
shouldn't be, yeah.
No. Actually, because I looked at who Elmo was following, all the Sesame Street characters all have their own X accounts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah.
Someone's getting fired.
Well, I mean, if it got hacked, whose fault is that?
Sure.
Someone opened a phishing email or something.
Sure. Maybe someone already did get fired. Maybe that's how it got
Maybe.
hacked.
Maybe. Next, we'll see what happens to Grover.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you see? I think Elmo. I think Elmo is the most followed Sesame Street character on X.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you think the second one is?
That was a huge product.
That's true. Who do you think's the second?
Probably Big Bird.
No.
Not Big Bird?
Nope.
Snuffleupagus?
No, Snuffleupagus is like the least.
Because he's
only
imaginary.
29,000 followers.
What? Oh, wow.
Looks like they haven't posted anything in a long time, so I don't know. They imagined their way off X.
Is it Bert or Ernie?
Nope.
What?
It's the Cookie Monster.
Oh, yeah, I should have guessed that.
Should have guessed.
They love sugar. Those
Everyone
kids
loves
love fucking sugar.
Yes.
What about Oscar? Where's he in there? They hate Baz. Kids hate Baz.
Oscar is only at 300,000.
300,000.
314,000.
Wow. Cookie Monster. Ah. All right.
We're almost done with this trash fire.
Period of time in order to try and stabilize children. Once again, it's something that you've only focused on when it's related to trans people. Whereas, again, there's a lot of other topics where we do this.
Being lectured by an idiot is just not fun. Not fun at all, right?
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny.
But you can tell Jesse's not having fun anymore. He's like,
No.
wow, this is strange.
Right? Like antibiotics, which affects millions of kids. ADHD medication, which again affects millions.
Can you imagine? Yeah, I'm going to write an article on antibiotics for children. I don't think children should get antibiotics. Well, aren't they going to die? What if they have like appendicitis or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let them fucking die.
Antipsychotics, which are hundreds of thousands.
These are all good examples of big medical controversies that a lot of journalists have written about. I agree.
Well, why isn't that your primary focus when it affects way more children? And it happens to be medications that they have to take for prolonged periods of time that have very negative outcomes. Like, why would you focus primarily on medications children take that only affect a couple hundred to potentially 1,000 children a year when a lot of these other topics affect millions?
1,000. Yeah, sure. I don't buy the 1,000 estimate because those are all have been written about a ton, like antibiotic resistance, whether we're prescribing too much ADHD medication. I think in some cases there's interesting parallels to this debate, especially with things like this is far from the only situation where sometimes a kid walks into a doctor's office and is medicated right away. That's a broader problem. So in my book, I'm trying to point out this isn't its own controversy, but it gets to sort of more structural problems with the American medical system. Before we go, just to maybe encourage other listeners to do the same thing.
I hate this question too, because it does affect every single parent, because every single parent's child can be susceptible to a social contagion. So just because a few people are on puberty blockers doesn't mean it doesn't affect a lot of fucking people. And that's why it's interesting to them. Yeah.
Right.
Look, if there's some sort of like, not everyone got COVID, right? But everyone could get COVID, so they were fucking interested.
What was our
If there were 1,000 gay people in America that were put into a Christian conversion camp.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you think they would care?
Hell yeah, they would fucking care if it was one person.
Yeah. If you said, "Oh, it's only 1,000 people, though. Why do you care?"
Yeah. Let them do the conversion.
agreement? Was it Palestinian Children's Relief Fund a grant?
Sure.
This
is
a
part I
broader
wanted
problem.
to hear.
So in my book,
Yeah.
I'm trying to point out this isn't its own controversy, but it gets to sort of more structural problems with the American medical system. Before we go, just to maybe encourage other listeners to do the same thing. What was our agreement? Was it Palestinian Children's Relief Fund a grant?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. I had to lure. I enjoyed this conversation despite our disagreement, but I did lure you here.
Seems so uncomfortable
By saying
right now.
Is he really going to give a grant to the Palestinian Relief Fund? I don't think he is.
I don't know. He seems really awkward about it.
We both donate to that cause, which I think we're both very happy to do. I'm happy to talk again at some point, but
Would you be comfortable with donating it to the UNRWA?
I ran the 5K and I raised thousands of dollars for them a few years ago. I think Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, I'm more confident in their administration that it'll go straight to like the neediest cases. So that's my preference.
Well, yeah, you did. I actually didn't even know that you had written as a call to bringing me on the show until someone pointed it out that you had actually. Were you tweeting or skeeting on the Blue Sky related to this topic?
I think I tweeted and I think I X'd and I skeeted. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I just.
Okay, so it's even worse. So Jesse reached out to Lance and was like, "Easy pickings. Why don't you debate me instead of you Lancing throwing a bunch of bullshit over me on social media?" And Lance is like, "I didn't even notice." No. What happened was Lance did notice and didn't say shit because he knew he'd get annihilated. And then a bunch of people kept pointing it out to him, and he felt too embarrassed to turn it down. So then he got bullied into essentially this conversation. So now this all makes a lot more sense.
Well, I'm glad he did get bullied into it because he did a terrible job.
Yes.
And he knows nothing about this stuff. It sure is easy to snipe at people on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was probably something I was going to do anyway. I did it earlier this summer, but I think it's important to have these conversations out in the open, and I appreciate they did it.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for answering a lot of my difficult questions, Jesse.
It was a pleasure. I will stop recording. Okay, so
the recording has stopped.
And sorry, I was supposed to be my friends for dinner in DC 15 minutes ago. If you could send me your half when you get a chance,
email.
It'll or Google Drive or whatever. But yeah, I'm happy to talk more about this at some point. I think my parting words offline, Mike, would just be like,
"This is hilarious."
I know. My parting words offline. Yes.
Right.
It's all being. Why did he upload this part?
And Lance puts it in there anyway.
Of course he does. Yeah.
Well, we must have said something incriminating, right?
He doesn't say anything incriminating. I don't know why he left it up here.
The question of who you defer to and who you're skeptical of, I don't think you're consistent about it, but I think you probably think the same thing about me. But I'm glad we had.
I think if you're a person who claims to be like a person of science, I think we both do, right? Like I love science. I think science is awesome, and I love the scientific method, and I love inquiry. I think that
I love science.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the scientific method.
I love using science as a cudgel to beat people with when they disagree with me. But when the science disagrees with me, oh my God.
I love using science to call people I don't like bigots on social media.
And liars.
And Nazi apologists.
Yeah. That's the only thing he does. He doesn't love science. He doesn't care about the truth.
Lance, you called this guy a Nazi. Why are you being so nice to him?
Yeah, you called him a liar. And then couldn't even figure out what you meant by that.
Why would you, you're effectively making in the trans debate the same debate that anti-climate scientists make for the 3%, when it's like there's a 97% consensus amongst the scientific community that climate change is real, anthropomorphic climate change, but then why focus on the 3%? then? And
Well,
why
I just don't think,
credence to it?
if you read more of my stuff, you'll see I think a lot of these studies are just, there's a lot of
Bullshit.
terrible studies, and I wrote about terrible studies way
Of course
before I
there will
wrote
be.
about trans terrible studies.
There's terrible studies on climate science, but then that 3%. Like, why focus
I just
on
think
it?
it's, yeah, I get what you're saying. Let's
It's fucking bullshit. It's such bullshit.
Gotta get out. It's like, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, the studies are bad.
Lord Stuck, thanks so much for $20. Says Lance, here's a study that proved me right. Jesse, that study doesn't prove you right. Lance, yes, it does prove me right, but that's why it's important not to cherry pick. Mr. Single, if that is your real name. Yeah, exactly.
Here's all of his thumbnails.
Yes.
Tim Pool and MAGA are pro-war. God, Tim Pool would probably hate that. Tim Pool calls everyone pro-war.
So I sent you a picture that Majin made for the stream.
Okay.
I'll bring that up. It's not it's only slightly degenerate.
Oh, that's good. Shouldn't it be fully degenerate? Why is he slacking? What's going on?
They changed. They changed the fucking names again. This is infuriating. So the Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam. I don't know if you guys heard. Apparently, ContraPoints has pissed off all the far leftists because she thinks October 7th was terrible and comparing it to 9/11. You guys should check out her tweet. Yes, I did know about that. I actually watched.
Well, she did a Reddit post or something, right?
Yeah, it was like a Reddit post. I actually thought, yeah, maybe I'll read it after this because it is so. It should be so inoffensive to the left, but they like fucking lost their minds. I was listening to people's reactions to it to see if maybe it would make for good content to watch today, but all the reactions were they were so boring and stupid. I was upset. It was even, Vosh had a reaction to it. I was like, we haven't watched a Vosh video in forever, but it was really trash.
Yeah, Vosh, obviously, ContraPoints is huge.
Yes. Well,
so he's
Vosh
is
mad too
because restraint.
Vosh made some comment about like, well, he had the comment about telling women to shut the fuck up and get back in the kitchen.
Yeah, the JFK Rowling. Yeah.
And then, or
the JFK Rowling.
JFK Rowling. The JK Rowling. And then also they had some other comment about like raping some like conservative woman or something like that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And so Contra, I believe, read Vosh the Riot Act over both of those. So he's very happy about the whole situation. Kyle Petty, thanks so much for $20. Says, sad to see Jesse go and looking like this. Is the first time seeing him. The image in my head didn't match this. I think was winning people over his optics. Wish he would recognize that. You guys do amazing work. Well, thank you, Kyle. You didn't know what Jesse looks like? I thought everyone knew what Jesse looks like.
He's been on our show.
Yeah.
A couple times. He
was on camera, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on in this picture? Obviously, I'm yelling and you're dancing around a bowl of shit.
So we have a bowl of shit labeled The Serfs.
Okay.
And we're dancing around it, hooting and hollering. And I assume that is the amalgamation of the chat that is watching with glee as we all make fun of Lance's being a total fucking retard.
Perfect.
Yes. Now, I do want to point out the degeneracy of Majin drawing me with the toe reveal in the many Sitch toes.
Yeah, well, how many toes do you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That was a meme back in the day that whenever people would draw me, they'd put a bunch of toes on
extra toes. Look at that.
Toes, yeah. Very degenerate, very disturbing.
He's got my anger, my rage.
Yes.
Which he's done a good job on.
Yes.
Excellent work.
The Rooster for $5 says, the funny thing about the Epstein files is that Trump was always ambivalent about them. If you look at old clips, the biggest losers are the griftards. That is 100% true. And I'm glad you brought that up because I did find it funny that, not funny, I guess kind of sad that while this shit was kind of, blowing up, there were a lot of people who were like trying to blame Pam Bondi or Cash Patel or Dan Bongino. And if you looked at the compilation, I know CoffeeZilla made a compilation. Other people made a bunch of compilations of like all the different Trump administration people talking about looking at Epstein before he was actually elected, before this release. Like it's 100%. Yeah, what you're saying is 100% correct. All those people seemed really gung ho. Cash and Pam and all those people, Dan Bongino, they all seemed very gung ho to like look into this. And Trump was always kind of like ambivalent on the whole thing. They had there's a famous Fox News interview where they edit it, where they're like, "Are you going to release the Epstein files?" And he said yes, and then they cut it because right after that he's like, "Well, there's a lot of people in their names that we don't really. It's not fair if they get out." And Trump is always, I don't believe Trump himself has ever brought up wanting to release the files. It's just him responding to other people's questions too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we had, of course, Trump's completely batshit crazy True Social post, which I'm sure everyone has some awareness of, that dropped
Are you sure?
yesterday.
Pretty much
Oh,
like the nothing to see here posts.
well, it was worse than that. If you're unfamiliar, I'm not. Actually it's a very long post, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But if you're unaware of it, Trump yesterday on True Social, he posted that he claims that Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Biden administration
Made the
wrote the
files.
Epstein,
Yeah.
made the Epstein files as a way to smear him, but then immediately afterwards says that there's nothing damaging in the Epstein files because if there was, then they would have used it to smear him, which seems
Yeah.
completely contradictory. Okay. And then he says, and then he keeps making it sound like it's the radical left that has been hammering and yelling for the Epstein files to be released this whole time. So he's just doing this insane gaslight to your face, because obviously we all know it's been primarily calling about the Epstein files for forever, I guess, ever since he died, and has been, kind of this foundational belief that Epstein was involved in this, blackmail, coercion scheme, and
Pizzagate.
also and Pizzagate and all this other shit
Yeah.
forever. Um, and yet, so it was so insane for Trump to try to pretend like, no, actually, it was a left wing. The Epstein files is a left wing conspiracy now, and if you're promoting it and want the Epstein files, you're participating in the left wing conspiracy.
Are people falling for this? Is this winning people over? Are they saying, "Oh my God, I had no idea that this was a left wing thing"?
So it's pretty. Oh, and also, before I answer that, also he does defend Kash Patel and Pam Bondi in the post.
Yeah, he says they're doing a great job.
He says they're doing a great job,
Yeah.
and he
We
also
have better
says,
things to worry about.
yes, like, do you know what the other thing that they're worrying about is?
Criminals,
He says
immigration.
Pam Bondi has better things to do. She's investigating the stolen 2020 election.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was my favorite part.
Yes, yes.
Election fraud. I
Election
was like,
fraud from
whoa,
2020. Right.
holy shit.
He's like, why is everyone wasting your time on Jeffrey Epstein? This is what he literally said. He says, let's not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. But they're looking in the 2020 election.
Who cares about that, Sitch?
Oh my God.
Who's the one person that cares about that?
Donald Trump cares a lot about that. Okay. He can't accept that he lost. So, but no, it's interesting. So when you say like, are people falling for it? I don't know if it still was like this, but yesterday, even though he posted this on True Social, it might have been the first time ever that Donald Trump got ratioed on True Social.
Really? I saw that there was not a lot of likes on that post. I was like, holy shit, there's only like 150 likes.
Yeah, he got ratioed on his own fucking social media platform, which is pretty bad. That's not a good sign. So, and I've seen a lot of people are mad about this. A lot of people don't believe this. I've seen a handful of people. I haven't been like taking tally. I've seen a handful of MAGA supporters kind of defend this. One of the craziest ones was from Scott Adams, actually.
Yeah, someone
So
mentioned him in the chat earlier, but I didn't know what they were talking about.
I was kind of surprised that he was his position was always that he said that you're crazy if you ever think any of this stuff's going to be released. That was always his position. But he came up with this crazy defense of it, like, well, Donald Trump is trying to tell you in code that
Oh
it's like
no,
more
it's fucking
important.
Q.
Yeah, like it's more important for the nation, the national security, that this information not be released. I'm like, what? That's How the fuck are you reading that? That's crazy.
That's it. Yeah, that is crazy.
So I think I do think the mystique now has like vanished from people trying to blame Pam Bondi or Cash or any of these other people instead of Trump. It seems and this was interesting because he keeps doubling down and making it worse. Like first there was that comment he made, which was really bad, and then
Yeah,
this
why is
post
he
is
mentioning
even.
anything?
I know this post is even worse, and it makes me think that he's really slipping here. He's really slipping. Like this is it's weird because it's a long post. It took a while for it to come out after the initial thing, so maybe they spent some time working on it, but it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's not even a believable lie. It's the dumbest fuck you like you literally have to be fucking stupid to believe that after the right has been talking about the Epstein files and how it implicates the left for, the last 6 years for Donald Trump to try to be like, no, 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 the Epstein files is a left-wing conspiracy. But then also they didn't release it because it doesn't have anything on me. It's just so stupid.
We got up to over 1,400 live viewers, so thank you guys for watching. I put a poll up when we began, and there's 1,800 votes on it because I was curious about this. Will Trump be forced to release the Epstein files? And right now, 31% of you say yes. So you think the pressure is working. Donald Trump is going to have to give in and release something. 47% of you say no, he's not going to do it. And 22% of you say, I don't give a fuck. So
Interesting. What do you think, Adam?
I mean, I think if I'm Donald Trump, I'm right now looking for some kind of bone that I can throw them. Right? I mean, I don't look, it's obviously if he could release him, he would have already released him, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So there's something in there that is damaging to people he knows or likes or wants to use or our political allies or
to himself, yeah.
Yeah. Or he's in there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So but I just this is normally Trump's political instincts are pretty good, right?
This is why it's so
this is shocking. Fucking horrible. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So I'm not sure why they didn't sit down and just see this coming. And look, now it's kind of like he thinks it's so funny. They always, for years, they'd pull out that clip of Donald Trump saying, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and nothing would happen, right?
Right.
If he would have just said, I can punt on the Epstein files and nothing will happen, right? If he would have said that, you'd laugh in his face. What?
Right. Right.
Yeah, they don't care if he shoots someone on Fifth Avenue, but he's not getting away with this fucking shit.
Nope.
Yeah. And this completely makes the whole narrative that MAGA is a big cult of personality, a Trump cult. I mean, that narrative is being destroyed every day by this whole Epstein ordeal.
This is MAGA's Kyle Rittenhouse moment to see who has free will and who doesn't.
Oh, really? That's an interesting way to frame it. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, like I said that with Kyle Rittenhouse, you have a situation where
it's obvious. Yeah,
you have a very obvious situation where you can kind of see who on the left has free will and who is either uninformed or is just an NPC that will just follow wherever the tribe goes.
Because the videos were such undeniable evidence of the situation, what happened. So how does that relate on the Epstein thing?
I think this has become, I'm sorry, hearing like a weird peacock sound outside or something.
So the obviousness is that like people are not going to stop asking about Epstein. Is that the obviousness?
This is becoming so, to me, so obviously clear that Donald Trump is hiding this for some purpose, right? We don't know exactly the purpose, but is hiding this for some purpose, funding this for some purpose. That I feel like if you're just gonna pretend like it's not his fault at this point, then you've strayed into full NPC territory.
Yeah. The thing is, we don't know the purpose, but it's obviously a purpose that he can't tell us because otherwise he would, right? If he could release them, he would release them
negatively.
But I mean, it'd be better to frame it as a purpose that negatively impacts the country. But you'd have to make some sort of argument there, right? And I don't
Sure.
know that you can make the argument, we have to protect our intelligence services because they're using American citizens in
Nefarious way.
in
Yes.
nefarious,
Right.
downright horrible ways, right?
Well, the problem is specifically too with Trump. I mean, Trump and the Trump movement is very based around not trusting the
Oh yeah, the
intelligence
deep
community,
state. Yeah,
the deep state, the government itself.
guys, we have to trust the deep state.
Right. So he cannot make an argument like, well, maybe someone did something wrong, but for the greater good of governmental institutions, we can't tell you, right? Like Donald
Yeah.
Trump could never make that argument. His fans would never accept that argument. It'd be completely contradictory to everything the movement stands for.
For the good of the deep state.
Right. Right. It'd be like Trump coming out saying, for the good of the country, we need to let in a bunch of illegal immigrants. It wouldn't fly. Like that's been so counter to the narrative that he's been pushing for so long.
I got to admit, I am fascinated by this.
It's very interesting. Well, it was interesting too. There was an interview. I don't know if it was a recent interview. I think it was. People were posting the clip, which was Trump talked to his daughter-in-law. I think it was Don Jr.'s wife in an interview for some reason. And she's like, what do you want, the most? And he said to be remembered as a president that saved like the country.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny because that's exactly what you said was his motivation. Was that he wanted to be remembered as this,
transformational president. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, president who, rode on a white horse and saved everyone. And the Epstein files is such a clear way that you could do that. And the fact that he's hiding it means that there's just got to be something so damaging in it that he doesn't want anyone to talk about.
Yeah, he could like bring down the deep state if he was squeaky clean, right?
Right.
If he didn't know Epstein and hang out with him all the time.
Right. Right. Wasn't his best friend for like 10 years or 15 years or whatever it was.
Oh my God.
I
didn't
know,
do
so
that.
bad.
Didn't do that beauty contest.
Didn't do the beauty contest. There's another possibility, which is that either that, there's something in it that's really bad for Trump, or that maybe a lot of the evidence was destroyed, but he doesn't want anyone looking into it out of fear of what would shake loose because of his connection.
Yeah, look, that's another aspect to this. I'm assuming Donald Trump has read the file. So the situation could be there is nothing nefarious in the file that incriminates Donald Trump, but Donald Trump could know something that is not in the file, right? And if he releases the file, that could lead to more investigations that will uncover the thing that nobody knows about as of yet, right?
Right.
That could be the situation. Or, and this is even crazier, because if the situation is there's shit in the file, obviously Donald Trump has fucking blood all over his hands. Is Bill as dirty as can be, right?
Yes.
Because then Pam Bondi knows, fucking Kash Patel knows, all of these people, Bon Joni knows, all these people who've been saying, oh, the deep state, everyone's fucking corrupt. They're fucking corrupt to the core because they know all this shit and they're still keeping their lips zipped, right? Oh, God. Oh, my God. That's got to be so embarrassing. Kash Patel has been bragging and bragging and bragging, writes a movie, Government Gangsters. Now he's the fucking gangster.
Now he's the gangster, yeah.
And he can't do anything about it. All he has to do, he has to fucking keep his mouth shut. He's in the same position as Esper was. Now he's the one protecting the deep state. Oh God, this is crazy. If the Generations Theory book is right, and there's the coming climax of the generation is upon us, and Donald Trump just misses it, like the next figure that comes in is the one that saves the world from
He's gonna be
war.
so mad.
He's gonna be so pissed.
Yeah.
but it could very well be. By their estimates, look, and obviously this is a pretty crazy theory, so I don't know. Maybe it's not true. They're saying the end of the age is 2033, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a ways off, right?
Yeah.
It could
We
be
got
Trump.
time.
Yeah.
Could be somebody else. Yeah.
It could be Trump.
Could be AOC.
Trump
How
could
unfortunate would
cause
that
a
be?
massive mess. Yeah, and AOC could come in and it could be AOC. Can you imagine if AOC is the next Abraham Lincoln and and Trump ends up being Hoover?
I hope not.
The thing is, their economics is completely baffling. They're hoovering up everybody's money.
Right.
And they think it's a good thing, but I'm not sure it is.
There was, going back to Epstein for a second, there's this journalist, Michael Wolff, who he does a bunch of the podcast. He, had a time where he sat in the Trump White House and they was really weird. They just let him sit there. I think it's for 100 days in his first term. And he just watched everything and he wrote a very negative book about it. And they got mad. They just kind of why did you let this guy just sit there? But whatever.
Epstein approached this guy about writing a book about Epstein too.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to say is that Epstein himself in 2017 or earlier had come to Michael Wolff and said, you should write a book about me. And he wasn't sure. And so because of that, he apparently has hundreds of hours of tape conversations with Epstein. He's been to Epstein's, house a bunch of times. So he was saying that he thinks that really what's being hidden here isn't sexual crimes. He thinks it's financial crimes that are being hidden here because he claims that Epstein, part of what he got paid to do was he was very good at basically disappearing people's money and making people avoid and evade taxes. And he was saying that, I guess he was saying that Jeffrey Epstein is claiming that the reason Trump didn't pay, Trump didn't pay taxes for some huge period of time was because Epstein was essentially coaching him on how to do that. And so it could be that we're all assuming there's something, nefarious sexually, but it's really just some financial shenanigans being hidden.
Would it hurt Trump to release the Epstein files if that was the situation, though? Because I'm not sure MAGA would be mad if they're like, oh, Trump cheated on his taxes. They'd be like, good for him.
In retrospect, that would be much better than what's happening now. Yes.
Because right now they're assuming he's like a pedophile and shit.
Right.
So cheating on your taxes, he's already set the bar so low that cheating on your taxes are going to be like, oh my God, he's a saint.
Well, this is why when I heard this from Michael Wolff, I was skeptical.
Yeah.
Because I was because I had the exact same thought you had. I was like, I don't know if that many people in the MAGA movement would care, even if there's complete proof that what Trump did was 1,000% illegal on cheating from the taxes. I don't know if people would have given that much shit about it. Now, maybe you could say, well, maybe Trump thought people did and miscalculated, and that's why he hid it. But if that was the case, I think after the initial blowback, they would have released it anyway, afterwards, and then they just moved on. But the fact that Trump is now tripled down, I should say, on the situation makes me think, no, it's not something so simple as just evading on your taxes.
He knows media. He's completely media savvy. What is the play here? Why does he keep restoking the news cycle every time he drops one of these tweets or answers a comment about it? So if he just stopped talking about it, I think it'd go away more. It's more likely to go away.
I don't know, because the way a lot of this works in these administrations and with famous people is they have a lot of all the people around them. They have all these donors, all these people around them that they need to make happy. All the keys, essentially, right?
The griftosphere is coming to them, begging.
And that's the thing. Yeah, and that even if the conversation is starting to die a little bit, maybe publicly, all these important people in the Trump administration, all these important pundits, they're like, what the fuck's going on with the Epstein files? You got to do this. You got to do this. Because so much of those people, they built so much of their own audiences and credibility off of we're going to go after the deep state and the Epstein stuff. And so they can't suddenly just buy this line that the Trump administration is just going to hand wave it away. So they're probably were pressuring, were pushing Trump, to respond. I guess Trump did have to respond because there was all this news right before that, before he responded, was that Dan Bongino was going to leave the White House. He was going to quit, and he was quitting over the Epstein files because he didn't like the way that this was handled, and he didn't agree with the press release that they put out there. And then there was a counter statement from someone else in the Trump administration saying Dan Bongino was full of shit, and he did see the press release and signed off on it. So the story is still, wrinkles are going to still continue in the story. And even if people kind of gave Trump a pass, they weren't giving Pam and Cash and Dan Bongino a pass. So he does have to respond, but it's just the response is just so awful. He thinks he can just like gaslight his fan base. I mean, he does think he could kill someone on the street and no one would care, because that's the only explanation for how insane that tweet was, or that True Social post was, that he's going to try to like blame the left for Epstein all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Is Dan Bongino, he was talking about resigning, right? I thought
That was
I
a
saw
rumor, yeah.
Okay, just a rumor.
But everyone, like literally everyone was reporting it.
Yeah, I saw some stories on it, so.
Yeah.
But I figured it might just be a rumor. I wonder how Dan Bongino feels about those stories.
Well, you'd think that, I mean, you'd think that Pam and Cash and Dan Bongino, I mean, they're gonna have to choose a side here. I think that's why Trump didn't name. It's very interesting. In his post, he defended Pam and Cash. He didn't mention Dan Bongino. And I think that's like a signal where he's trying to say, like, I'll protect you if you protect me, sort of.
Oh, okay. So he's telling him.
Like, that's how I interpreted that. But I think for their own sakes, I think their reputations are gonna be forever destroyed if they don't turn against the administration assuming they can. We don't know the facts here, but if they don't turn on the administration, but
I mean, what reputation do they have beyond Trump, though?
They have I mean, Pam Bondi was she was a Florida attorney general. She was very big in Florida local politics and stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess with Cash, not really so much, but
I mean, this is the zenith of their
yes.
political careers, obviously.
Yes.
So
yes, which they will take into consideration.
Long way down from here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if they turn against Trump, they could definitely leverage it into a book and all sorts of things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely fascinating to see which way this is going to go. Trump is not going to turn things around. I mean, I'm starting to wonder now, because they did that cringy thing with the social media personalities and the binders where they just released information that everyone already knew.
Right.
And I'm starting to wonder if they thought that was going to be the end of the Epstein thing. Like that was their plan. They're like, okay, we'll just do this. And all right, we release the Epstein files. Rah, rah. Go back and tell your audiences you got the Epstein files.
I think you're right. My guess of what happened would be Trump doesn't want anyone doing a deep dive in it because it's something he doesn't want out there. That Cash and Pam and Dan Bongino, I think they went into it earnestly thinking that they were going to uncover shit, but that they're like they're not very competent, I guess. And they just assumed that they could just I'm not being fair. Maybe I think it's one of two scenarios. Either they're not competent, they're very incompetent, and they just basically vomited out that binder situation without having any information about it, or maybe Trump or someone else was just like hyper pressing them time wise to just drop this shit as quick as possible. So they didn't really have time to go through it. And they just had to trust incompetent underlings to basically do all the work for them.
Right. So, but as soon as people were dissatisfied with that, as soon as people came out and said that this is all stuff we know, there's redacted shit in here. Like, why?
That wasn't redacted before. That defends Trump now. So that makes it look very suspect.
Right.
Yeah.
So after that, then they say, oh, well, that's just phase one. Right.
Right.
Really, they think that's the whole enchilada, but they have to kind of change course. So this has been an evolving story ever since they dropped that first thing. Because
But even
if they thought they could drop that and it just go away, then that would be best case scenario, right? It'd be over it would have been over months ago.
but it's just like, this is what I don't understand. Unless Trump is just so OCD about this, where he's like pressing them, like, we just got to wrap it up and move on because he's like anxious about the whole thing. Because the smart move would be to just drag it out for 4 years, just slowly drip stuff out and just keep telling people you're
Say, hey,
investigating.
we're going to put a committee together. We're still looking into it.
Right. And
we got
just
to interview all these
do
people.
anything. Right.
Yeah.
That'd be the smart way to cover it up. And they could have started like, because there's a lot of information from the original Florida case from 2008 that they could start releasing that too. Because I was like looking back in old articles about this, because one of the questions I had is like, why are they not interviewing people that work for Epstein? And in some of the old articles for the original case for the mansion, not his island, they did interview people that worked at him, and they did have people that worked for him who testified that he was engaged, at least Epstein was engaged in sexual activity with fucking minors. So there is witness testimony to this exact thing.
Yeah, you dump transcripts, you bring out a big stack of paper, 5,000 sheets high, right?
Right.
And you're like, here it is, here's everything.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, just give people, it is bizarre. It is bizarre. But I would never have guessed that this would be like the thing that would blow up in Trump's face.
See, this is the thing that makes me think Trump knows something, right? But he doesn't know if it's in the files or if it's going to end up in the files.
Right.
Yeah. So if he sees that 5,000 sheet document come out, he's just going to be terrified that whatever it is he knows is in there. And he can't come out and say, oh, make sure this doesn't get in there, right?
Yeah. No, obviously he can't say that. Well, that's why I said, yeah, it could be that with whatever he's worried about isn't there yet. And yeah, he wants no one to dig for it.
Well, he might not even, it might be there, but they're just like not telling him about it or hiding it. What would you do if you're Kash Patel and you uncover something super unsavory about Trump? Are you immediately going to run to Trump and say, I uncovered this? Or are you just going to try to like hide it yourself and pretend it doesn't exist?
If I'm Kash Patel, I'm a whore. So I'm going to run immediately to Trump and tell him, look at this bad thing, right?
I'm not sure that's a good move. Like if you come to me and say, you're Kash Patel and you're like, Adam, what should I do about this?
No, you say, look, I found this thing. Don't worry, I'm going to cover it up.
First of all, I'm going to say, look,
digging.
you should turn that over to the press and the authorities immediately. That's what I'm going to tell him.
You think it's better to just cover it up so that he has plausible deniability?
Well, I don't look.
You're probably right.
As soon as you uncover this thing and share it with Trump, you're involved in a conspiracy.
That's true.
Well, do you think that's a good idea?
That's not a good idea. No.
I mean, if it falls in the paper shredder, aren't you in better shape?
But then you don't get brownie points, though. If you cover it up and not tell them, then you don't get the points for it.
Oh my God, this is
See, it's a conundrum.
This is like Game of Thrones shit.
Yes. How do you? Yeah, exactly.
That guy who Epstein wanted him to write the book. Like, what kind of dirt does he have? I mean, nobody believes Epstein actually killed himself. If I was that guy, I'd be thinking, who's going to show up in my apartment, right?
Right. Well, he says, I don't know. He said that he's never been worried about that. I don't know. He says whenever him talk, he says that Epstein was afraid of Trump when Trump was president, that Epstein thought Trump was going to go after him for some reason.
Maybe Trump did kill him.
I don't know. That Epstein talked a lot about them being friends. He said that Epstein showed him 2 pictures that are like embarrassing to Trump, but not what would, have anything to do with trying to hide these files, I would think.
What were the pictures?
One of them, I'm trying to remember. One of them he said was like Trump standing there with a stain on the front of his pants that looked like jizz, and like a bunch of women laughing at him.
Oh my God.
Um, and he claims he's seen these pictures. And then the other that wasn't clear from the way he describes it, as if Trump is like playing along with it or not, or whether it is actually like if it's like a joke picture or
Mhm.
legitimate. And then the other was, I think he said that him and Epstein were like sitting there with topless girls in her lap or something. But he says that he said that the women all seem to be, of age, right? So it
Mhm.
wouldn't be anything necessarily illegal or illicit.
Does he have Trump doing cocaine or something?
I mean, that Michael Wolff didn't say that. At least anything I've ever heard him talk about. So
Look, if pictures of came out of Trump doing cocaine, just that
no one
wouldn't
would
even,
care,
yeah,
right?
that wouldn't
Because
even
I
be
mean,
a big
also these
deal.
pictures would be from like, I don't
The
know, 20 years
80s,
ago,
yeah.
30 years ago, 40 years ago. They'd be from a while ago. Who'd be like, oh, well, Trump did cocaine in like,
The 80s,
40
yeah.
years ago, 50 years ago. Who gives a shit, right?
W admitted to doing cocaine. I think Barack Obama admitted to doing cocaine. So I
Right,
just,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, no one would care about that. So that's why I want you. I feel like it does have to be something particularly
The
bad.
underage, yeah. It's
Yeah,
got to be the underage thing.
it's got to be something really bad. So,
Man, if the Democrats run on releasing the Epstein files in the
what a
midterms,
reversal.
like how much damage can they do if they're like, okay, well, we'll release the Epstein files if you
Right.
guys want the Epstein files.
That'd be hilarious.
I
That'd be
mean,
so funny.
I mean, the Democrats have fucking nothing. What do they got to lose?
They've just been granted the free money on the table to now run on releasing the Epstein files.
Yeah,
The Democrats will have no qualms throwing Bill Clinton into a wood chipper if it means to also throw Trump into
of
a wood chipper
course.
too.
They're
Which is like
done with the
fine with me.
Clintons.
Yeah, they don't care. Like,
And
you're old. We don't
Obama's
care about you.
squeaky clean. He's not in those Epstein files.
Right, right. No, he
Oh,
wrote the Epstein files according to Trump.
oh yeah.
He made them up.
Maybe that's why Trump is talking about. Maybe that's why he made that charge because he's heading that off at the pass because he knows that they are going to run on that.
Well, someone brought up an interesting point, which I didn't even think about. They said Trump saying that because originally Cash and Pam and all these people, and in the memo, they said there are no Epstein files, that they don't exist, right?
Why the fuck would they say that?
But then Trump's post where he says that the Democrats, the Epstein files were created by the Democrats and Obama, that tells you that, well, then they do exist. You're just saying that they're fake, that there are some sort of Epstein files that exist out there somewhere, right?
Yeah,
So that's a very interesting thing.
I can't believe this is going to grind his entire presidency to a halt.
I'd never in a million years would have ever suspected this would be the thing.
Well, we weren't aware that the Epstein was driving so much of the right.
No, if you would have asked me, um, if Donald Trump pivoted on Epstein files, would it affect him negatively? If you asked me this before it happened, I would have said yes. I would have. I always thought that the Epstein pedo stuff was a huge impact on them. I just never would have suspected that they would have bungled the release of it, and then Donald Trump would come out and basically try to gaslight everyone on ignoring it. I never would have thought that would have happened because it seems so stupid, like an impossible.
Yeah, I just don't talk about it would be the strategy I would employ if I
Yeah,
was Donald Trump.
just drag it out for 4 years and then, oh well, we never got to it. Sorry,
Yeah.
everyone forgets about it, right?
Ugh, that's the thing. These people are at his desk every single day. Oh my
Mm.
God, my audience, they won't stop talking to me about the Epstein files.
Yeah. And then he just keeps, he's got to be really, he's got to be very emotionally worried about this. I can't, because you're right. Usually Donald Trump, he's pretty politically savvy about this stuff. He usually has very good retorts to things, very good defense. Not always, obviously. He's got the fuck ups about, like the joking about the bleach, injecting bleach, and
Just
he's
being
had some,
sarcastic.
yeah, he's had some real stinkers. But he had time to come up with statements and to write the ex post and all this other stuff. And the fact that he had two of the worst, I think, comments or reactions that he's ever had in his presidency ever in a row on the same issue makes me think, okay, he is sweating bullets here and it's affecting his judgment.
Yeah, and he's not. I mean, Who's he listening to? Who is reading that post before he posts it and saying, "Oh yeah, that's great." Who,
I
when
don't
he's
know.
contemplating doing this,
Right.
when he says, I'll just type a post up and everyone will stop talking about it. Like, who's going, "Oh yeah, that'll work."
Maybe he's not checking. Maybe no one. Maybe he just does it. Doesn't
Yeah,
have anyone, advising him on this.
that's what that reporter says. The same guy we were talking about earlier. He
Michael
says it.
Wolff.
Yeah, Michael Wolff. That's his name. I should learn it. Michael Wolff. He says nobody around Trump knows what Trump is thinking or doing. They're all kind of like on the edge of their seat. And
Right.
Scaramucci seconds this.
Yeah.
So it makes me think maybe it's true that Trump listens to a lot of people. Like, a lot of people come in and he wants feedback from them. But he doesn't necessarily tell them, "Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to use that." He just kind of takes all the feedback in and then acts.
Well, yeah. It sounds like he listens to a lot of different people's suggestions, but then doesn't workshop necessarily
Which one?
the solution, right?
Yeah.
He'll just say, he'll listen to a bunch of people and then he'll say either you go do something or then he'll say, this is what we're doing.
Right.
And that kind of showed up a lot, I think, in the tariffs debacle, where it was kind of going back and forth, where no one really knew what the fuck was going on with tariffs.
Yeah, they had the internal struggles, the internal
Right.
fights. But really, it was
Right.
the market that was going to decide anyway. So,
Yeah.
all right, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Joe the Make $5 says there's a deep moral valence on the right about the Epstein stuff, similar to why Sound of Freedom was such a big hit. Yes. It's been one of the core ideological movements, not in like the broader right publicly, but on the internet right, has been very motivated from the beginning about all this stuff. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says that Trump story was told by the woman too. Which woman? Memes brand 9493 for $5 says I have lost all goodwill I've ever had towards Trump. I can't see myself voting for any MAGA cans going forward unless they visibly fight this. Yeah, I think this is, to my shock, is going to be such a blemish. Joe Mick, thanks so much for the one gifted membership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Brandon for $5 says, hey guys, I know this from last week, but look up Boss Man Jack, the man train wreck gambling all his money and lost it all. Also, he got banned on Kick. Oh, wow.
Boss Man Jack.
I think all this gambling shit should be like all the gambling streamer stuff. I don't think any of that stuff should be allowed. I think they should all TOS it off their platforms. I think trying to get children and young adults addicted to gambling is not good. Yeah.
Completely ridiculous.
There was someone, who was it?
I used to love to gamble when I was a lot younger, when I was in my 20s, and like you can't gamble until you're 21, so it's something new you can try. Oh, gambling. It is fun.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I just saw a video that was from like some, I don't know, some conservative politician. And they were talking about how like insanely bad sports gambling is a problem nowadays.
Really?
And I had no awareness of this because it's not something like I don't really follow sports. They were talking about how like the sports gambling industry makes so much money, and like you go into any bar in America when there's any game and there's like everyone's on their phone fucking doing stupid sports gambling shit, and how like he said like the biggest way they make money is that I forget what they call them. They're like these highly conditional bets that you make where it's like, oh, if so and so, makes a first down, in the first, 10 minutes, and then so and so throws a touchdown in the then second half, and then so and so kicks a field goal in the third half, in third quarter. Like if you get like all these things, you get like some massive payout.
Yeah, that's high stakes, super high stakes. That's why.
Right, but then like the amount that you put in is only like $5 or something. It's like you put in $5 and you get like $1,000 back if you actually
it's
win,
like a lottery, basically.
Right. But the chances of winning, because it's so many conditions, are like fucking, mathematically impossible. And yet,
Right.
since it's such a low buy-in, like so many people just, keep spending $5, $5, $5 and all these like crazy, high stakes conditional, ridiculous gambles.
What do you think if we could raise all taxes through gambling? Because then it would
That'd be
all be
interesting.
voluntary.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. Look, taxes, you basically just give your money to the government, right?
I don't know, because I wouldn't think that there'd be enough revenue generated in the entire country to cover the entire tax base
I don't
just
know
through
how much
sports
money
betting.
they make
Yeah.
through gambling, though. I
Yeah.
guess I'll look it up if there's enough
Because I
money.
mean, isn't gambling is highly taxed already, isn't it? I believe it
Uh,
is.
I'm sure it is. Yeah. Look, gambling winnings are taxable just like income. But
Right, but
I'm
also
saying,
the companies that make money, they should be, I'm assuming, maybe that's the problem. Maybe they're not taxed very high, but they should be.
yeah. The U.S. gambling market saw a record-breaking year in 2023, generating 66 billion revenue across all forms of gambling. So
Yeah, okay. So
66 billion is nothing,
yeah, right. That's just like, I don't know what, you can't pay taxes on that.
right? Hmm. But a lot of schleps lost 66 billion
Sure.
dollars.
Well, it's so my understanding is that with anything gambling, whether it's sports betting, whether it's these gotcha games,
Mm-hmm.
usually like there'll be most of the people that are involved will spend, somewhere from like $5 to $100. And then there'll be like the handful of whales that, they drop inordinate amounts of money essentially, and they pay for the whole thing.
The whales do.
Yeah, the whales do.
If you include the tribal casinos, you get up to $110 billion.
Well, I don't even understand the legal. I mean, I never looked into it, but I don't understand the legality of all these sports betting because I always thought growing up, it was like, oh, that's why they were on the betting was on the Indian casinos because it's like not American land technically, because most states gambling was not allowed or was illegal. So I don't understand how all this sports betting is allowed.
Sports betting is almost 14 billion.
Mhm.
Traditional casino slots and table games accounted for 50 billion.
So wait, what?
Online casinos is 4 point or 8.4 billion.
Mhm.
Wonder how much the lottery makes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's got to make a lot because all these different states are paying out, hundreds of millions of dollars to people.
Right.
So, Baz, the dark horse for 8 Aussie bucks says, my theory is Trump wants the Abraham Accords. Releasing the files would derail the process. He wants a Nobel Prize. If that was the case, I would, well, there's two things. Number one, if that was the case, I would think that Trump's move would be to just delay. He would just keep saying, we're looking into it and we're going to release it. We're looking into it. We're going to release it. Like he would just delay, delay, delay until he got that. And then he would burn Israel, right? After he gets his, like the day how fucking hilariously Trumpian and like badass would that have been where, a year from now, 2 years from now, Trump gets some Abraham Accords deal that everyone says amazing. He gets a Nobel Prize. The day he's like receiving the Nobel Prize, he drops the Epstein list, right?
Mm-hmm.
that exposes Israel or whatever, whomever, in some sort of crazy conspiracy. That'd be like the hypest shit ever. So
Yeah.
I feel like that would be the move if that was the motivation. The fact that he keeps trying to tell people to just like shut the fuck up about it, that's not a delay tactic. That's a I'm killing this. Just don't look into it.
It's trying to make it go away.
Yeah. That one guy for $5 says, at this point, I'd assume what's in the files would probably cause some kind of war, economic hardship, destabilize, and death. You just world leaders are on it. maybe that's possible. I just think that Trump, I think if that was the case and Trump wasn't on it all at all, and it was just like other world leaders, do I think that Trump has the temperament to take this massive hit to his credibility just to protect other world leaders?
No.
Yeah, I would say no. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he would just say fuck it.
I mean, it does sound noble that he's like, I'm doing this for the world.
It would, sure.
Yeah, so
I don't know if I'd buy it.
I know, I don't either.
That'd be interesting. What if I don't know if he came out and said that. He couldn't say that because if he said that, that'd just make everyone way more interested.
Yeah,
like, what are
and
they hiding? Yeah.
you're protecting the deep state would be the
Right.
response. Why are you protecting the deep state?
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says microtransactions in games make more than sports betting. Yeah. Is that true? That wouldn't surprise me too much if that was true.
In 2023, Americans spent 1.3 billion on state lotteries.
God. Wait, what did you say? How much was generated from gambling?
110 billion.
Oh, okay.
If you include tribal casinos.
The little Google AI is telling me that microtransactions generated $24 billion. So it's still a lot. But...
Sports betting was only, I think, 13.4 billion though.
Oh, how much?
I can see the numbers in my head.
It was 14, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it would be less than.
Yep.
Oh yeah, U.S. sports betting got 13 billion. Okay, so yes, wow, microtransaction is more crazy. My feelings on microtransactions is as long as they're not gambling, like the whole, and this, it's very unfortunate for fucking Valve start. I think Valve really started this with CS:GO and with Team Fortress and all this shit, like the random loot boxes where you're like, what are you gonna get? You don't know. It's a fucking random box, right? All that shit. I think that should all be illegal. That should be 100% classified as gambling. Should be regulated as such. I don't think that should be in games. If people want to buy like some cosmetic, if you want to spend $20 on a fucking hat and you click on it and you buy the thing for $20, I'm fine with that. I don't think you should be spending money on these like mystery fucking boxes because it's just a form of gambling.
God. Such a fun assassin.
But they make so much money. I mean, they make so much money too on the secondary markets because that's really how Steam was making so much money, was because they would always take I think they'd take like some amount of, people would sell like CS:GO skins or whatever, and they'd take, some percentage of all the sales and trades and shit. That one guy for $5 says, I don't think Trump is on the files just for the fact that running on releasing the files that exposes him as a pedophile is beyond stupid. I would agree with you if he ran on it, but as Wooster brought up, I think if we go back and you look at the comments about it, he never really, people would ask him about it and he would be very tepid on it. Like, repeatedly. He did himself, I would agree, like if he himself ran, like I'm going to 100% release it, I'd be like, well, that's really fucking weird. But he didn't really 100% run on it. Other people around him brought it up a lot. And maybe they did because he didn't, I would assume he wouldn't tell people, some salacious, nefarious thing that he had done or would know about. So the other people around him would assume he was innocent and they would run on it. But he himself wasn't really pushing it.
Yeah. A bunch of clips are going around now where they ask him and he's like, well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I was like, yes, he's kind of tepid on the whole thing. He's
Are
like,
you going to release him? He's like,
right.
Let me think about it.
Right. Rich Jammer, thanks so much for 39 months. Says, why are those files being suppressed? Was it something major, like they find out that Jesus is real, but he's a pedophile? I don't think so.
Oh man,
I'm guessing that probably didn't happen. Yeah,
that would obviously be cooked up by the Biden administration, though.
Right.
Can you imagine?
JMac, thanks so much for $20. Says, Connor has been posting the same quote meme under right-wing influencers that are calling out the Trump admin and taking a principled stance against party lines due to these developments. It's utterly baffling to me. Yeah, it's because I've seen some of that. He does he fell for it again award and shit to all these people. Which, yeah, my position, which I agree is really stupid. My position is you should never penalize someone for doing the right thing. It seems like such an easy way to address the situation. Or to just kind of look at things in life. Don't penalize people when they do what you want, when they admit they're wrong, when they have a principled position. So if he wants to post those memes, you should post it under the people that are coping, not the people that are like standing firm.
He's going after the good guys. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's criticizing people that are taking a principled position against Trump, even though they support Trump in the past.
That are saying this is too far. Release the.
Yes.
Why would he do that? Does he not want the files released, or?
Well, I think it's because he's been like an anti-Trump right winger. So
Okay.
it's like now he's like, it's my time to shine. It's kind of like I told you so
Oh,
situation.
okay. I gotcha.
At least that's how I don't know. That's how
No, the I told
interpret
you
it.
so makes perfect sense. He's coming in there and going, I told you Trump was
Right.
I told you Trump was a piece of shit. I told you not to vote for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look, I do see a lot of people holding principled stands, which I think is great because it completely destroys the narrative that the Kyle Kalinskis are out there pitching that Trump people are just mindless NPCs that'll do anything Trump says.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, he has some meme of like a fat guy with a MAGA hat saying, leave the pedophilia alone with knives.
There was another one too.
Well, to be fair, Jay, I don't know. I'm just going through the timeline. It looks like he's attacking people who are coping for Trump. He's not attacking people that have changed their mind on Trump. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't see the ones that you're talking about.
Oh, he's tagging people that are like
Defending
Trump knows what he's doing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
The people who are coming out and saying Epstein was never a big deal anyway. You're like, oh,
Right.
okay.
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says his tweet made me think Trump 100% is on the list. It made a lot of people think that. Yes. But yeah, it's so fucking suspicious. It's insanely suspicious. A very dead horse for 35 months is pretty sure the only online leftist that makes worse arguments than Lance is Evan Loves Worf, who might not even be a person. I don't know. He's king dog shit. Yeah, that person is terrible. Some like wackadoodle socialist on X.
Might be a bot.
Yes. Majin did another picture related to the topic.
Oh, nice. How come he never sends them to me?
I don't know. He sends it to me, then I send it to you.
Majin has my Twitter.
Yes. Armagad for $2 says, love to see a real world type show with all of our favorite lefts. There you go.
That must be including us.
The Mongolian surfer man from Saturn says, for $5 says, by the way, Sitch Adam, have you guys ever thought of getting James Ralph, aka Angry Video Game Nerd, on the channel to talk about old movies and retro games?
No, I don't think we've
never thought about it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Of course not.
Still Wrath for $5 says, I'm glad I'm smart enough to realize I'm kind of stupid. Otherwise, I'd wind up looking like Lance. There you go.
You got to know your limitations.
Right.
You definitely do. So good on you.
JMac, or sorry, Foz, thanks so much. Dad JMac with the $5 says, my new favorite word is elucidate. You guys should start using it. Makes you sound smug and fancy.
I do like elucidate.
Yeah. I know I've thrown in an elucidate every once in a while on stream, but you're right. Definitely makes you feel superior to the masses.
Sitch always says thus. I never say thus.
Thus is a good word.
I don't know why.
You should.
Yeah.
Thus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's better than saying so, right? It sounds so much more fancy than saying so.
It does. I say
Thus.
so a lot too, so I could easily throw some
thuses in there. Yeah.
But I say so at the end kind of as a punctuation of my thought. But if I said thus, it would kind of sound like I'm still going. So
Right,
I
right.
say so. Like, what are we going to talk about next, right?
Yeah,
But it's
yeah,
like,
yeah. That would make
thus.
sense. That would
Yeah.
make sense. Ergo ad
Uh-huh.
procto ad hotum.
Mhm.
Remember?
Thus,
Haven't
ergo.
haven't done that in a long time. Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh, who are we even making fun of when I would do that?
I don't even remember. That
Chat.
is
Who was
kind
I
of
making
funny.
fun of when I do the whole ergo ad proctum? It feels like it was a Michael Eric Dyson thing.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like it would be.
That guy talks way too much.
Yes.
I
What are you laughing at?
just found an old meme in my folder.
R word, thanks so much for $2. Says Derp GPT. That's pretty good too. It's pretty good too.
Oh, yeah. Derp, derp, derp.
Yeah. It was
Ace
from one of
got
your
really
videos.
mad. Ace got really mad at me because Ace was super chatting a bunch of times last time. I don't know if you remember this.
Yes.
And he did a herpa derpa super chat
Mm-hmm.
that I liked.
Yeah.
And it turns out that it was someone else that had the name Ace, but it was a different guy. There was two Aces.
There's two aces running around. What's going on
And
here?
I guess the one Ace was fucking with Ace,
That's
the other
hilarious.
Ace, and I didn't even catch it. So
How would we know that? Yeah.
Ace, put a avatar on your channel. What are you doing? It can't be that hard to put an avatar on
Oh,
your
look at this.
channel.
Stefan Borselli in the chat.
Mhm.
Okay. I assume the mirror version of Steven in his conversation with that horrible guy whose name escapes me at the moment. He says it was slime thought. It came from the slime thought video justifying shoplifting. God.
Oh,
Listen, I'm
really?
impressed that you remember.
Wow.
I'm always impressed people remember this shit.
Oh,
Well, thank
yeah.
you.
They know the lore better than we do.
They do. They do. They do. Lesson Sell for $5 says he's definitely a comedian. His arguments make me laugh because of how bad they are. There you go. Lord
That's
Stalker Tour says I need an edit of Lance as an NS5 robot. What is an NS5 robot? Oh, that's the iRobot guy. Yeah, that makes sense. R worded for $7 says the left wants to remove the gates that restrain mental illnesses like schizophrenia. The left wants to let them have their delusions. They want to normalize derangement.
of course they do. They want society to fall apart.
Joe the Mig for $7. Thank you. Says there's literally no difference between a disorder and an illness. We literally use them interchangeably in healthcare. Illness slash disorder. Lit, lec, what is this word? Dexia? Never seen that word before. Lysdexia strikes again. Oh, I'm stupid. Lysdexia is a humorous way to misspell dyslexia.
Oh,
That makes
dyslexia.
sense. You dyslexiaed my lysdexia. Gotcha.
That's
Oh, I
good.
see. Because you mistyped the original super chat, even though I read it correctly in my mind. So thank you. Lord Suck for $5 says, "What if Lance really is a comedian? He's been doing an Andy Kaufman bit for the last 10 years. If he's been doing that, then he's a fucking genius. He's a comedic genius at this point.
He seems too nervous when he's screwing up. I mean, you'd be enjoying it if you were.
That's part of the bit.
I mean,
It's uncanny at this point.
I don't think
He's
it's a
been living the
bit.
performance for so long, Adam. He doesn't remember who he really was anymore.
He's actually embarrassed. He's really embarrassed.
You know that scene in Tropic Thunder where Robert Downey Jr. is like, "Who am I?" And he's like going through all the characters he's played. He doesn't know who he is anymore.
Oh, yeah.
He's like rubbing the blackface off his face. That's Lance.
Mm-hmm.
He's lost track. Harrison Dill, thanks so much for the $2. Says Lance looks like a pothead. I think he is high. I believe it.
I wonder if Lance is a pothead. It's an interesting question.
At least it would be an explanation. The Ben Cisco for $10 says, "P.S. I can't watch lives. I usually have parental obligations on Sunday, unlike Destiny. I can't wait to listen back tomorrow at work. Love that you guys are streaming on YouTube Music now." Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there you go. Fozimo for sure says Google Dr. Rafferty Supreme Court gave T to SUI.
Okay.
What? Oh, gave testosterone. When I Googled it, this has been highlighted, so I must have looked at this in the past before. Oh, my phone just heard me say Google and got mad.
Well, you said, okay, Google.
I think if you just say Google this, sometimes it pops up.
Oh, it Googles.
Yeah.
Google's
Dr. Rafferty
funny.
and others work to create a radical policy statement at AAP advocating for experimental drugs and procedures for children. Ouch. That's not good. I did listen to, and maybe we'll watch some of it on stream. Remember we listened to the Supreme Court oral arguments on the transgender medicine for kids a
Yeah,
few months ago.
I do. It was
And
hilarious.
there was this lawyer who was arguing on behalf of it, of the transgender medicine for kids,
Mhm.
named Chase Strangio or Sergio or something.
Right. Yeah.
And they were trans
who was
themselves.
trans? Yeah.
Right. And they were on Matt Bernstein's channel, who's that very gay YouTuber that we cover sometimes.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And I know, I mean, like they're actually gay. I'm not trying to be like insulting or something.
No,
I don't know
you're
how else to describe them. They're
no.
very gay and white, like like, and they were saying like all this fucking unhinged leftist talking, like every like bread tube commie talking point they were repeating.
This was
Like,
the attorney?
yes, that
Fucking
like
hilarious.
we live in this evil Christian
Patriarchy.
heteronormative patriarchy with the oppressive nuclear family. And, we need to, you never stop fighting for freedom and you need to, dismantle the systems of oppression for like all this fucking commie shit. It's so crazy. Like this fucking person, this psycho is what was arguing before the Supreme Court. Like, get out of here with this shit.
Yeah. This is why people lose faith in institutions right there.
Yep.
It's like, what creates something like that?
Why do you have Jonathan Haidt up with who is that? Wait, is that Stormy Daniels?
Stormy Daniels.
Why is there a picture of Jonathan Haidt with Stormy Daniels?
I just thought it was funny.
That is pretty funny.
I don't know where I got it, but I was like, what the fuck? This is hilarious.
She's
I
like,
think,
hey, he's a fan of my book.
I think Haidt might have retweeted it. Yeah.
Good for him.
And I was like, there's no way I'm not keeping this picture.
It's pretty funny.
Look, I pulled another one up. Has it been long enough? Can you see it?
Oh my God, you got Sargon with Lacey Green. God, talk about a blast from the past here.
How do you like
Jesus.
that one?
You must be digging deep in the old file.
I have in my thumbnail folder, I just have a bunch of memes and shit that go back like forever.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's kind of funny.
She's holding one of Haidt's books.
Yes. Which one is it?
The Coddling of the American Mind.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
This was before. I think this was before Stormy Daniels got into the Trump lawsuit thing.
Really? I think it'd be after. Because I know Haidt really doesn't like Trump. So he's like, yeah, fuck you, Trump. Get him. Get him. The Ben Cisco for $10 says, glad you covered this. I've been facepalming ever since I saw Destiny reposted a clip of the first debate. As much as I hate that evil sex pest, he was right to call it Lance for being an obtuse retard. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Well, he hates Lance too. So
Did Destiny cover this? Probably did.
I don't know. I saw he tweeted about it, but
I saw Lonerbox covered this, and I was curious about the coverage. And is Lonerbox a socialist? I don't know.
I don't know. He's dating a trans person, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed like he was clearly on Jesse's side. Because I watched a little bit of it. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Oh,
Yet,
okay.
it was kind of boring, but you just watched the clip. The Shogun for $5 says, reminder that starting a sentence by saying I mean has zero rhetorical value and is used more like I want to hurt when you hear it. Shogun's really trying to get me to stop saying I mean. I'm glad. Listen. You can work on listen next. Okay. Listen. Keep working on it. Okay. One day, you keep sending me enough money, it'll drill into my head.
I feel
Maybe I'll
good that
stop
we're
saying it.
not bad about the ums. Like so many people
Sam
can't.
Cedar syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm bad about the likes. Like is my word.
Like, well, you're from
Yeah.
California. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of girls saying, like, oh my God.
Of course. Of course. I do say oh my god a lot too. Oh my gosh. Oh my golly. Good golly.
It's never, I've never heard you say it enough to bother me.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
People don't mention it in the comments, so
Yeah.
which is good. Sometimes people talk about you doing literally a lot, but I think you've curbed your literally.
I try.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see that picture? Speaking of Sam Cedar, did you see that picture of Sam Cedar and Hassan?
No.
Okay. I
Oh yeah, I
should,
did. I actually. So
should,
wait, you can
should
send
bring it
it.
up with my caption. All right, I'll send you a picture here.
Here's the picture that's in the Epstein files.
Sam Cedar and Hassan. Because I believe that.
Probably.
Yeah.
What is going on in that picture? Before I
I don't
bring it
know.
up,
It's very strange. I sent it to you.
just I like your caption.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. And your caption is don't talk to me, my boy lover ever again.
What is go like who took this pic? What is this picture supposed to tell us? What you have Hassan standing up, awkwardly smiling, awkwardly holding his hands in front of him, and Sam Cedar looking up at him
Yeah, with like a
like a
raging
proud father
boner.
or something. Like it's very confusing.
A proud father? I mean, he looks like he's gooning.
It looks like either he's masturbating or like it's like it well because they're imagine if they weren't sitting next to each other, it would look like a kid on stage at a recital and like their father like looking up at them like, oh, he's doing so well. Like that's what this image invokes in my mind,
Okay.
or very perverted and disgusting. So
I think it's like a boy, like a choir boy on his knees getting ready to get communion
terrible.
from his hero.
There you go. Not a father, a
And
daddy.
a different kind of communion, like buckets, like the
It looks
buckets
like the
like the
looks like
bucket meme.
the bucket meme. Yeah, looks like the beginning of porn.
The caption should be buckets of cum.
The Trump picture was from Japanese Donald Trump commercial. Oh, is that what you posted like a second
Oh
ago?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
The
no,
blow.
no. I think it's from the video of Trump in the mech suit. Who does those crazy videos that are like music videos? Mike
There
something.
was that was a Japanese commercial. The Mike Diva
Oh,
video.
okay. So he took it from a Japanese commercial. Yeah.
No, I think it was titled Japanese Donald Trump commercial.
Oh.
Like it wasn't actually, but it was like a joke of like if it was a Japanese Donald Trump commercial. Mike Diva did a music video called "I'm on Crack" that was by Mindless Self Indulgence. That would 100% get him canceled today, which is a very catchy, good song and
Oh
a great
yeah.
music video.
His songs are great. I don't know. Does he do the songs or he just does a
No,
music
it was a
video?
Mindless Self Indulgence song.
Okay.
He just did the video.
So we can't bring it up.
No,
What do you think of this girl's limbo rings?
I can't see who you're looking at yet.
Oh, I guess I could send.
I see you have an old picture of fan art of us with me, like the S class is best class, and you
Yeah, there's a bunch
relating.
of stuff in here.
Yeah.
It's great. This folder's amazing.
You've got a random, what movie is that from?
Turbo Kid. Have you seen it?
I still never saw that.
You never saw Turbo Kid?
It seemed like it would be a good movie.
I mean, I really judge movies by how many robots are in them. So,
And Limbo Rings, apparently.
I mean, the Limbo Ring game here is.
Dr. Fire for 5 Canadians says, I kind of wonder if the ums give people time to think of debate or conversations with a quick moment, especially in a debate. That can often be what it is, but it's generally considered better to just be silent for the moment. Let the Libertarian Stat Squad for George says, watch Hassan talking about Jake Tapper's son. I don't believe I've seen that.
That could be good.
Son, Jake Tapper's son? I don't even know who is Jake Tapper's son.
I'm back. Hey guys. Welcome here. Back. The memes covered me up.
Jake Tapper thinks his son is apolitical and is wrong. Well, I'll watch this. I'll watch this on my own time.
I mean, you could bring it up. I don't care. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I got more super chats.
Anything specific in the super chats?
There's your Old School for $5 says, of course, all of us Gen Xers know well the dangers of nose jobs in the form of Jennifer Grey.
Oh, poor Jennifer Grey.
I don't know who that is.
You know the story of Jennifer Grey?
No.
Jennifer
Did she have like a photo and she looked at it and then she aged like 100 years?
She was a very famous actress.
Mm-hmm.
She was in a movie called Dirty Dancing.
Oh, that lady.
I don't know if you ever saw Dirty Dancing.
I've seen Dirty Dancing, yes.
So her nose became famous in Dirty Dancing. And then she chopped it off and nobody recognized her. I mean, nobody recognizes her though.
Oh, like so she like fell off?
Yeah.
Interesting.
She became unfamous.
That sucks. Look at that.
Because she got
so it wasn't like a botch job. It's just like she did have like a big schnoz and she got looking better aesthetically, but then people liked the big schnoz, so.
Well, they recognized the big schnoz, that's for sure. So
right. Interesting.
What other movies was Jennifer Grey in? I just remember her from Dirty Dancing.
So she was also in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
My girlfriend in high school, her mom fucking loved that movie, Dirty Dancing. I swear she'd watch that movie every day.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
I did not like that movie. Yeah,
I totally agree.
I've only seen 3 movies she was in: Dirty Dancing, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and
Ferris Bueller. That's it.
Yeah, and she was in Red Dawn too.
Red Dawn.
Yeah,
it's been a long time since I saw Red Dawn.
Been a while.
Ferris Bueller. I remember being a great movie, but I haven't seen it for like 30 years, so maybe it doesn't hold up. I'm hesitant to say Ferris Bueller's a great movie.
There's a lot of movies like that. Ferris Bueller, Animal House, a lot of those old comedies. I'm like, I love those. I don't want to watch them again because I'm worried.
Well, I want to go back and watch the original Superman. You watched it recently and you were like, it doesn't hold up. It's fucking...
So...
But everybody's in love. They're like, the Donner Superman. Oh my God, nothing will ever beat it.
Well, no, it wasn't the Donner Superman. It was the Reeves Superman.
Yeah, but I think Donner was the director.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, yeah, there's some other guy that plays Superman that people talk about.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Donner was the director, like Snyder is the director of one, like the Snyderverse version of Superman and the...
Yes. So... Yeah, Richard Donner's the director. So Christopher Reeve's portrayal of Superman is great and is actually probably my favorite. He's very like campy and like wholesome in like a silly way. And I really do like the whole thing where they make Clark Kent like an awkward, like he pretends to be very clumsy and all stuff. I like all that. I like all that physical humor. I think it does work very well with Superman's character. I wish they would bring that back. Making Clark like a kind of, bumbling goofball, because it definitely helps like, work for his disguise of people not, knowing who he is.
He's faking it though. Isn't that dishonest?
Yeah, he's faking. Who cares? It's funny. Who cares? It's not dishonest.
I mean, it's Superman though.
It's Superman. What? No,
He's
it's fine.
lying to everyone.
It's fine. It's totally fine. No one cares. Um, and yeah, like Gene Hackman is good as Lex Luthor because Gene Hackman's a fantastic actor, so he's always gonna be good in anything.
Oh yeah,
But
he was like the big star power they brought in.
well, Marlon Brando was
Oh, you're
his
right.
dad. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
So,
yeah.
but he had like a nothing role in the thing. And they always make fun of him, like in Megamind. They had Megamind was Marlon Brando. He's when he was raising Titan, he's like, "Oh, I'm your space dad." That was a
Right.
reference to the original Superman with Marlon Brando, which I'm sure like none of the children who watched the movie understood what the fuck was happening, but they still thought it was funny because he made a funny accent. That all aside, the original Superman movies are all trash. Okay, like
What?
Superman,
Oh my god, you're gonna be hated now.
they're just wrong. They're wrong.
The
As I said,
entire
Superman.
internet right now is like, oh my god, the Donnerverse is fucking
they're-
the
no.
best.
Well, first of all, even most people say like they only say the first one is good and they don't like the other ones usually. They
They
get
don't like the
progressively
Richard
worse.
Pryor one
The Richard Pryor one is so embarrassing.
where he makes kryptonite with
God.
tar.
It's so embarrassing. Richard Pryor was like I forget what his job was. He was like a random person off the street who turns out to be the best computer programmer in the world, even though he's never touched a computer in his life. Like he just like randomly becomes, and they like make this like evil machine that's going to destroy the world, and Superman has to stop it. Richard Pryor has to like program the machine. It's so fucking goofy. It's so dumb. And then I don't know if was that the same one. Was that the same one where like there's like the evil Superman who like drinks alcohol and like is like abusive.
He blows out the torch for the Olympics.
He blows out the Olympic torch. Yes, there's like a montage of like
Oh
Superman.
yeah.
Like to be fair, if you like really campy shit, then yeah, you will like the original Superman because they're so fucking campy. I'm not a huge like there's some amount of camp I like and can tolerate. Usually, like the original Spider-Man movies with Tobey
Maguire. Yeah.
You're right. That's a level of camp. I think that's my tolerance level.
That's a good level. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's a level of camp I can tolerate and enjoy.
Interesting.
Beyond that is where you start to lose me in the camp sphere. So
you like the other guys though, and that's like off the charts camp. Oh my god.
There's a difference. No. Other guys is funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I would not say it's a camp movie.
Oh,
I don't know
how
to describe
camp,
that.
Then
I don't know how to describe that.
Camp is goofball. I always think of campy as goofball comedy, like Ash versus Evil Dead, or just the Evil Dead movies. Maybe Shaun of the Dead. Maybe Hot Fuzz.
It's interesting that you say this because I saw Superman with Sam, and I was talking about camp, and she never heard the term before. And I realized I couldn't explain.
How do you not know camp?
Listen, we all forgive her. Okay, she doesn't watch a lot of movies.
Oh, she doesn't watch a lot of movies. Oh,
no,
we're like movie fiends.
Yeah, I was equally shocked that she didn't know the term camp. But I bring it up because I realized when I was trying to explain to her,
I would consider breaking up with her, but that's just me.
Terrible. I realized it was like very difficult concept for me to explain, even though I feel like everyone knows what it is. So I would differentiate camp from you, I guess. It's not just something that's like a goofball, but it's something that's kind of has an element of cringiness to it or lameness to it that makes it funny. Like it's kind of like lame or stupid.
Interesting.
Or cringe. Or like it would be cringe in a different context, maybe. There's like this element of lameness to it, but that it's like kind of funny. It's kind of like knows that it's lame. It's like winking at itself.
It's like that haircut on Hal Jordan.
Yes.
Green Lantern.
Or well, it wasn't, it was Guy Gardner, but yes. Or like in the Adam West Batman, they're so stupid. Like, but that was like kind of the joke. Like they were supposed to be campy. They're supposed to be ridiculous. Like when he's scaling up the side of the building and he's really just walking straight and they just tilt the camera, sideways, like all that shit. It's like schlock. But they're aware of it. It's kind of like camp. That's how I just think of camp in my mind. Where the other guys,
but the room is not campy. The room is just
the room is accidentally funny.
Yeah,
it was not intentional. Yeah,
totally.
But I think the official definition of camp is just like over exaggeration, like something that's funny because of like the level of over exaggeration. of the elements in the movie. So I don't know. The other guy, to me, I would not consider camp. I just consider it like a straight comedy.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I mean, they jump off a building and like die.
Yeah, but see, but to me, that's how it's not camp.
That's
Like
like
if it was
over the
camp, they would
top.
have like if it was camp, they could have survived that. And the fact that it's that they just die because it's like realistic is like not camp because you're like, oh, obviously they're just gonna die. You can't jump into a bush from like 10 stories away and survive.
Okay. It is an interesting discussion. So
Right. Tremors was camp. Cabin in the Woods was shading between camp and standard. I
we
would agree
should
with that. I
we
agree
should
with
come
that.
up with a dictionary of camp where we have the
Yes.
different levels of camp laid out. I would
Cabin in the Woods I
say
do like. That's a good movie. Monty Python.
Turbo Kid is definitely camp.
Yeah, Turbo Kid is 100% camp. Monty Python stuff is camp. Yeah, like straight I'd say like things that are like straight parodies like Monty Python, the airplane movies. I think you could consider those camp. Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Carrey's Riddler. Yeah, see that was a good thing. I was saying like if you compare especially like each Batman movie, the original Batman movies, they get campier and campier, right? Like the first one has some goofy shit in it, but they also are kind of trying to play it serious. But then like each one gets progressively sillier and sillier. So you get, Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze making ice puns every 2 seconds. Like that's camp to me. Like
Right.
it's so lame, it's funny, essentially.
Yeah. The camp scale.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I think I lost my place on the super chats.
I was going backwards anyway, so
I
sorry.
know.
I know. It's
But I
annoying.
skipped some. I got in meme land. I was just tripping out on the memes I was finding.
Kung Fury, I think would be like a super
Oh,
camp,
Kung Fury. Yeah.
super ridiculous camp movie.
There's a Fury movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger that's done that they're haggling over.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like a
the
sequel?
release. No, it's Kung Fury the movie. It's like a 2 hour movie. It was supposed to come
Oh,
out last year,
wow. That's interesting. Okay.
but I think there I think there's some rights fucking bullshit going on. So they
Is
don't know who's going to get the money.
the Kung Fury movie I saw, it was only like 20 minutes, I think, or something on
Yeah.
YouTube.
It's like
Yeah.
20, yeah. That's like a feature length movie now.
Oh,
They
wow.
they there's a 20-minute sizzle reel that got released on the internet
Mm-hmm.
that is pretty fucking hilarious. That is basically has Michael Fassbender in it and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I think it's a sizzle reel that they put together to get the funding to make the movie, the 2 hour movie.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2 hour movie is not. I mean, they need to release it. I want to see that movie.
Yes. Kung Fury is like the
Oh,
like
that's yeah,
maximum camp, right? Like
of
that's you get to the
course, yeah,
highest level of camp humanly possible, probably. So
right. That's a zenith, huh?
mm-hmm.
Of camp.
I would say so. Kung Pao. I don't know. I feel like there's a slight difference between like, I don't know how to verbalize it. I feel like Kung Pao is camp. Maybe there isn't. Is there like a difference between like a parody, like a straight parody like Kung Pao and like a camp like Kung Fury? Or are they basically just the same level?
I don't know what Kung Pao is.
Kung Pao Enter the Fist?
Yeah,
You never seen that?
I don't think so.
Fuck you. It's like, I don't know, classic movie from my childhood. It was like the cover was the it was like the karate, or I should say kung fu parody movie where like
Hmm.
the lip sync was always off intentionally.
Oh, that's
And
always fun.
you probably see the cover was like the guy had like he like beavers as like nunchucks on the cover.
Okay.
That's where the meme where he's like, "We trained him wrong" as a joke comes from.
Kung Pao.
He famously fights a really bad CGI cow at some point.
I
I feel like it's your type of humor. You should watch this movie. I feel like it's your type of like humor directly.
think I was running around trying to get a girlfriend when this came out.
In
So I
2002.
think
Okay. I
I
think I
think
was
that's
in like middle school or something. And everyone was quoting Kung Pao Enter the Fist because we all thought it was the most hilarious movie to ever come out.
no 2002. I was already in a relationship in
Okay,
2002.
look at you.
I'd already succeeded in getting a girlfriend.
Right.
So
Kung Fu Hustle is a great movie.
Kung
It's a
Fu
very funny
Hustle
movie.
is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's that on the camp scale?
It's pretty, it's weird because I don't know. In my mind, maybe I was wrong. I was making a distinction between parody and camp, but I don't know what that distinction is.
What's up with this woman with one breast in the middle of her chest?
She's
Is
only
that
got one boob.
is that from Kung Pao?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's. I mean, it's a nice boob, but it's a little weird.
You don't like that?
We might have to bring up. Well, I guess we're gonna get a
It's a
copyright
weird
if we.
picture. Yeah, I know. It looks weird. It looks disturbing.
I was like, what's going on in this picture?
Yes. It's funny that of all the things on Kung Pao that you were looking for, that of course Adam finds that.
Because I go because I type in Kung Pao
Yeah.
and I click on images and I notice, oh look, there's some nice boobs.
Yeah,
Wait,
yes.
what's happening here? Uh, it's funny too because I mean this guy's not remotely Asian. What the fuck? Who is this actor? This is insane. So evidently this is a star of Kung Pao. He looks like some 50-year-old white dude. So anyway, I think we lost Sitch. I don't know.
Oh, I accidentally muted myself when I was clicking.
Oh, were you talking? Who's this actor that's in Kung Pao?
He wrote and directed the movie.
Oh, he did. Okay, so it's like
Yeah.
an independent movie.
It was very popular
That
when it came
makes
out,
sense.
though.
I mean, maybe with you and your friends.
No, I telling you. Okay, look at this guy here. Doesn't know about Kung Pao.
When you're 12,
Yeah.
and you're all your friends and you get hooked on a movie, sometimes you think it's more popular than
Look
it
at
really
this.
is.
Okay. It cost $10 million. This is in 2002. It cost
Okay.
$10 million to make. And let's see, it made $16 million
It's nothing.
worldwide. That's amazing. Oh, sorry, global and domestically. It made $16 million. That's a big
It's
hit.
got
I don't know what you're talking about.
13% on Rotten.
Because it's probably trash. I said I liked it when I was like in middle school. I'm sure it's awful now, but
Chad, does Kung Pao hold up? Is Kung Pao a good movie today?
let me know. Yeah, I haven't seen. It's been a very long time since I'm sure if I saw it now, it would be very bad.
Kung Pao, Enter the Fist.
Yes.
Okay.
But I said you like shitty, goofy shit, so you probably like it.
That's hilarious. It's not even 90 minutes. It's an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. These independent movies. How do they do the one boob thing?
The movie magic, my dear.
Oh, okay.
Kung Fu Hustle is objectively better than the original Superman movie. Yes. That's a fact. Joe the Meg for $2 says Kung Fu Hustle is 1950s style superimposed on Dragon Ball Z. That's exactly what it is. It's great. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Sketch for $2 says FBI federal boob inspector. Little Sitch avatar. There you go.
Oh,
Exactly.
nice.
Exactly.
That's my job.
Andrew Bear for $2 says Bet Lance is a quote, if it saves one life, anti-gunner. Probably.
Oh, probably so.
Yeah.
He only talks about the numbers when it serves him.
Yes. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, if there are so few getting the treatment that's not worth me focusing on, then also too few for you to care about if I ban it.
True.
Very true.
That's the best counter argument. Why shouldn't we just ban it then if it's so few people?
True.
If it doesn't affect anyone.
I like Ike for $2 says the boob jobs are actually smaller for medical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
So sad.
Potato is me for 100 knock knocks. Or I guess it's just potato because all the names are fucked up. If you have a pill that can transition you to the opposite sex, as if that's how you were born, chromosomes, generals, etc., but you had to take it before puberty, would it be moral to prescribe? I would say it would only be moral to prescribe if they found out that gender dysphoria was a 100% real proven thing that people have that can't be fixed through anything else. Then yes, only to those people. I don't think it'd be moral to just on a whim make people transition unless they could transition back.
Well, if they, I mean, I'm not sure I'd have too much of a problem with it if it was like a complete transition, as if they were a natal female or a natal male. They were just because, and they passed and all that. I mean, what difference would it make, right?
What was it? Wait, say that again.
If they could take a pill before puberty,
Right.
that that completely transform them as if they were a natal female or natal male.
Right.
I mean, you'd lose all the downsides, all the side effects. I mean,
No, but I'm assuming from the hypothetical you can't change back.
yeah.
So
Well, why couldn't you just take the pill again?
Well, if you can take the pill again, then yeah, it doesn't matter. Then you do whatever. Who cares? But if you can't change back, then, as I said, it would be immoral to prescribe that unless you're 100% certain that this person has this condition and the condition is real.
They're treating a lot worse forms of treatment though now, and they're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
So what difference does it make?
Majin sent me a picture. He says, this is why he doesn't send them to you.
Oh no. Well,
This
don't
is a
send
little
it to me
degenerate.
then.
A little degenerate.
I'm gonna watch
J-Mac
this
Circuit
Kung
5 for
Pao movie just to make
$20.
fun of you.
Look at this. J-Mac for $20 says, wow, Adam, are you going to pull that on us when you like rubber? Look, Kung Pao is trash, but it's the best kind of trash, like cheap Chinese takeout on Christmas Day. It's super quotable and better while under the influence. That is the best way to describe it. Yes, cheap Chinese takeout on a holiday when you're drunk.
Well, yeah, no, maybe it's good. I'll have to check it out.
And rubber is pretty trash, so take that.
Let's see. Rubber. Rotten Tomatoes, 67%.
Look at this guy using the Rotten Tomatoes. Okay.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe it? How the fuck
I can
is
believe
that?
it.
How the fuck is that even possible? Comedy horror.
Yep.
67%.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually certified fresh. Take that.
There you go.
Oh, is this the different movie? No, this is it. A clever premise gets plenty of comic blood and violence. Quentin Dupre, yeah. God, I got to read some of these reviews. I had no idea that Rubber was certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. I got to run with this. What was your movie?
Of course, all the artsy fartsy people like it.
What was your movie's Rotten Tomatoes score?
You said it was like 13 or something.
I forget. Let me see here.
It's like it's my movie. Fuck. I think I would see it like a million years.
13%. Oh, look, it got 14% by TV Guide.
There you go. We're moving up in the world.
I'm going to look how many reviews there are just out of curiosity.
I don't know why, but I'm a total hoe for Chinese mall food court food. That shit is so good.
Really?
I don't know why. Like it tastes bad. Like it doesn't taste bad. It tastes like it's bad for you,
Mm.
but it tastes fucking delicious.
We have a Panda Express in our food court in the mall.
Pan Express is good too.
But we do
Actually,
have another place. It's like
Mhm.
some off-brand, some Temu Panda Express.
There you go. They're all they've literally almost all taste exactly the fucking same. Like that's maybe that's another thing
Panda
too.
Express, the sugar is off the fucking charts. I swear they must just pour a
really?
whole bottle of corn syrup in. It's like
That's what makes it taste good.
a little bit of spice and just dump the whole bottle in there.
Panda Express is weird because that's one of the few chains I've been to where it's actually I feel like it does change. Even though I think overall like the Chinese food courts all taste the same, Panda Express, I feel like different ones in different locations have very distinctive different taste to them. They don't feel consistent.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I've been to some Panda Expresses that are amazing, and I've been to some that are trash.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never experienced inconsistency at Panda Express.
Interesting. Maybe
Sometimes
you guys
they
are more
don't have a
consistent in
dish.
California or something.
I like their eggplant and tofu. And sometimes they don't have that. Yeah. I used to hate the tofu, but the tofu is kind of an acquired taste.
Nah, I always get like orange chicken, Mongolian beef, the classics, firecracker chicken,
Oh yeah, I've had the firecracker chicken.
all that stuff.
I'm in shock. I'm in complete shock here. Oh
What?
my God.
About rubber?
Yes. This is even funnier. It's the same runtime, an hour and 22 minutes. It's not even 90 minutes.
Nope.
It's not even technically a feature film. That's funny.
Everyone in chat hates Panda Express.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. It's not, as I said, I like it, but I understand that it's not good.
Mm-hmm.
I would never say Panda Express is good, but I do
That's
like
the
it.
same way I feel about rubber. I like it, but
that's fair.
know,
that's fair.
I would never say, "Oh yeah, this movie." I'd never argue, "Oh, this movie's
Right.
amazing." Like
Right.
this movie's everyone would love this movie. No.
That's
no.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting because Superman, I think, is not going to do as good. I was watching some videos on the box office and whatnot, and it is super risky to kind of turn Superman into an action comedy. That's like a giant.
I thought it did good in the box office.
It did okay. It's only third. I mean, it seems like there's a time a Superman movie would have been like top box office, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to make
Minecraft.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's going to reach Chicken Jockey's levels of Minecraft, which got like $1 billion.
Minecraft and Lilo and Stitch beat it.
How much did Lilo and Stitch make?
I don't remember the numbers, but it was pretty close.
Right.
They're all up
Says
there.
what? Superman made $217 million. That's pretty good.
That's the worldwide, yeah.
Yeah. 122 in North America.
It is a giant risk because it's basically like Superman meets Guardians of the Galaxy. And Guardians of the Galaxy was an IP that no one was really familiar with. Obviously, they're Marvel fans. They probably read the comics and whatnot, but
the broader public.
Yeah, the broader public didn't have this. Oh, I've been watching Superman movies since I was 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing too. The older people didn't really show up for Superman, and it probably completely offends their sensibilities, right? They grew up on the Donner Superman, and this is like, what is this? I mean, this is the trash.
This is the closest to the original Superman probably than all the other Superman movies.
I mean, I was just
They're
reading
always
shit on Twitter, and people that like I think that would be a controversial statement.
really
Yeah, people are like, "Oh, this is trash. Not even comparable to the Dawn or Superman." And
the
now you're saying,
originals. Chris Reeve Supermans were very goofy.
"Huh." Well, look, people have a memory of them. I don't know if people have seen them recently. The only reason
Oh,
I know is
mhm.
because we had a conversation maybe 6 months ago where you
Yeah.
said, "Oh, I saw Superman, and it's weird and way out of date."
Well, I had the ability because I never, for some reason, ever saw them as a kid. I'd
Hmm.
never seen them before. So when I watched them like 6 months ago, that was the first time I've ever seen them.
I saw them as a kid, and like, the things that I'm talking to you about, I'm recollecting from when I saw them when I was like 12.
Hmm.
Like the blowing out the Olympic torch, I remember. Like Superman becoming an asshole, I remember. Because the kryptonite didn't kill him, it just turned him into a jackass.
Right. There was
Which
Dragass
is interesting.
transforming kryptonite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if people would be down for that. Like if James Gunn had a sequence where Superman turned into a jackass for half of the movie, oh my God, people would be like, fuck this. They'd be throwing shit at the screen, right? But
It's
they
funny
did that in the
because
80s.
of all the things that you feel like James Gunn would want to take from the originals, that would be it. Is the kryptonite that turns Superman into a jackass? Because he would want to have that sequence of Superman doing all the goofy shit, causing all the problems in the world.
I wanted, even if it's just like a fantasy sequence, the Superman harem that they talk about,
Hmm.
that would have been good. Have you
Gunn
watched
made
any of
Superman
the?
incompetent and weak and changed his origin story. I do. Well, I wouldn't say weak, but I agree that Superman. And it's funny because me and Adam were talking about this before stream. They did. I did not like that Superman seemed not that competent. He did not
Yeah.
seem very competent at all. And I think that was one of the big fuck ups of the movie.
Yeah, this is why Mr. Terrific is the scene stealing everyone loves, because he's obviously just exudes competence through the entire
Yeah.
movie, has a tangible goal the whole time he's involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a far clearer story. When people say, oh, it's a mess, it's a bloated mess, or it's all over the place, what they're really saying is there's no clear through line, no narrative thread in the Superman story, which is completely true and accurate.
Hmm.
Um, Mr. Terrific doesn't have that problem. Mr. Terrific does have a narrative thread that goes through his entire story.
Yeah. Now, I would
There,
have liked if Superman, they should have had him, he should have talked people into being good. He
yeah,
should have been inspiring. And it's weird because I thought that's what they're going to do when he's in the prison cell with Metamorpho, was that he was going to convince Metamorpho to change sides. That doesn't happen. He just kind of gives up,
and
which
that
I
would have
thought
been the
was
perfect
weird.
setup for
Yeah.
his human at the end, like his
Right. Right.
yeah. Which what they were going for was really tugging at the heartstrings, but it just wasn't properly set up.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have liked if he would have talked the girl with the nanobots into changing sides. And I said to you or before the stream, because there's this whole thing that's like this monologue that Lex Luthor gives about how, he hates Superman and he understands it's because he's envious of Superman and all this other stuff. And I think one of the ways that that should have been shown, because they just kind of like tell you this, because so much of the movie, which is understandable to some extent, but I think it's also done too much to the detriment. So much of the movie is reliant on audiences already pre-understanding of Superman, Lex Luthor, and all these characters already. Um, but I would have liked if, like, that whole scene with Lex hating Superman to me would have made more sense if Superman convinces like a bunch of people on Lex's staff to like stop doing what they're doing, to basically do the right thing. Because I mean, it was crazy in my mind that you're watching Lex Luthor has like thousands of henchmen and they're doing this thing that's practically going to destroy the world and no one has a problem with it. I was like, why is everyone going along with what Lex is saying? It's like totally fucking crazy that people are going along with this. So I would have liked if Superman would have done some heroic speech, would have talked people out of doing bad things. I felt like people would have liked that, have been very Superman-y, would have been very inspirational. Kind of would have added an element to Lex Luthor not liking Superman, because Lex Luthor is like, oh, he's built up this company, he's so smart, he pays all these people, and yet Superman's able to just fly in and charm everyone into switching sides, and that's why he always hates Superman, because Lex doesn't quite have the riz that Superman has.
Yeah, that would have been good. Made him far more active. The engineer has a line too, that the talking her into switching sides would be perfect to compliment, because she even tells Lex, I sacrificed my humanity.
For you, yes.
Yeah, and the speech that he gives at the end is that, look, even though I'm an alien, I'm fucking human. I'm more human than I'm as human as anyone.
Mm-hmm.
If he talked her into switching sides and she's thinking, look, I sacrificed my humanity, and he uses the no, you're as human as anyone else, that would have been great. And he could have used that same angle on Element Man, obviously, because that guy's so far from human.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. Yeah.
That we're not outcasts. And that even goes with like the whole superhero theme.
Yeah. No, that's a great point.
But look, they had to drag in the politics, and it just seemed weird. So, although, look, they didn't, the politics shit wasn't heavy handed. It's just thematically, when you're talking about two countries on the verge of war, foreign affairs, the Pentagon, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're definitely in the politics realm.
Yeah. Well, it's just weird because like the movie is kind of goofy, and which is fine, but going from like the goofiness of the world to serious political conversation in the beginning, I thought was a mistake with Lois and all that stuff. Like, just you have to choose one of those, I think. And it was kind of confusing. And also, I was surprised that like they had that conversation with Lois. Lois and Superman have this argument right in the beginning of the movie. It's like the first time we've seen them interact with each other.
I'm pretty sure that was in the previews too. I remember seeing.
It was in the previews, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it wasn't technically. They had some small scene in the office, but it's like the first real interaction between Superman and Lois. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, why did they write a scene that makes Lois Lane look like a huge bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Right in the beginning of the movie. It was a very weird choice. I don't know if you felt the same way.
I mean, I like the scene, and I mean, I understand how the scene was in there to kind of, I mean, there's some hint of arrogance in Superman, so you can tell they're kind of working on, here's his character arc. The character arc is completely muddy the whole way through, though. It's not clear. You can tell there's shades of them going for it. So I do think that's why they had that scene in there, why that scene ultimately stayed. There's a cocky arrogance in that scene that I think was supposed to be Superman. In the end, admitting that he messes up is supposed to throw you back to that scene.
Yeah, but it doesn't really make sense, because in the beginning of the conversation, she's like, are you sure you want to do this? And Superman says, or Clark says, well, I'm a journalist. I've, media trained, which should be true. Like the idea that he would get steamrolled by Lois in a conversation when he's been a working journalist for 3 years seems insane.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it? Like if that wasn't the case, he was just Superman, he wasn't working as a journalist, I could say, okay, he could get like trapped into some conversation with Lois because she's a savvy journalist and she can be like a total sneaky journalist tactics against him, and he would fall for that. But he's literally been a journalist for 3 years. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. You thought it showed a level of incompetence?
It showed what you were talking about. It definitely showed a level of ego, and that's what they're going for. But it showed that, to me, it was a level of confidence that didn't make sense, and it also showed a level of like horrendousness on Lois' behavior, because you have Lois, she's dating Superman, and she's giving this interview with him that's like hyper combative, and they're trying to do it like kind of funny, like it's supposed to be funny, I guess, but it's not. To me, it didn't come across that way. It came across like, okay, why are you trying to destroy your boyfriend, who's the most powerful superhero on the planet's reputation? In this very like,
Well,
malicious, it almost came across like malicious to me.
I read it though, that obviously none of this is going to get published, which I think was the way he was going into it. Because he kept saying, look, you can't publish that, obviously. So,
right, but they kept going like off the record, on the record. Like everything he said in that in that interview was awful. He couldn't use any of it if you wanted to not savage his reputation.
right.
So
I just figured that was kind of how you and Sammy G argue all the time anyway. So that seemed like a typical Sitch and Sammy discussion.
If they were just arguing,
down to the point where Superman says, I think I'm doing great.
if they were just arguing, I think it would have hit me differently. If they were just having like they just had an actual philosophical disagreement on something and they're arguing, it would hit me very differently than this is an interview that I'm going to publish.
Yeah, but the reason to do that is because it obviously creates more conflict, and conflict is what drives the story. So
yeah, but then it changed. But then it's like the
conflict is, will this get published? Will this get published? Will this not get published?
You should, because to me it's like she's like, oh, I have no. I think that when you're dating someone, you should be like looking, if you love them at least, you should be looking out for them. You shouldn't be trying to fucking destroy their reputation.
They've been going out for 3 months.
But then, okay, that's fine. That
she was going to break up with him anyway.
I know. So she looks like a bitch because she's all like, oh, well, my view of my journalistic integrity to ask these questions is more important than not steamrolling fucking Superman into conversation and making him look awful.
It played into the naive thing too, obviously.
Well, maybe, but see, but then again, you could do that where it's like, okay, it plays in the Clark being fucking naive, which is true, but it all makes Lois look horrible because then it looks like she's just using him for a scoop.
It didn't play out that way, but it's good hook.
It didn't,
especially in the beginning of the movie.
Right.
You probably hooked you. You were like, oh my God, is she going to turn on him? Where's this going to go?
It didn't hook me.
Holy
I was just
shit.
like, well, as a Superman movie, I was pretty confident Lois wasn't going to turn on him.
Wouldn't that be great though if she did?
It would be.
Boy, everyone would blow up on that. Right. Holy shit. He finds out his parents are, I guess, should we say spoiler? I don't know. There's like a huge spoiler.
Don't say any huge spoilers, but.
Okay, well, I don't want to say the huge spoiler.
But no, it
when the
just,
huge spoiler happens, and this doesn't happen in the movie, so it's not a spoiler. When that spoiler happened, if she said, oh yeah, I'm dumping you right after that.
Oh God. That's
the thing. They did not play up enough. I mean, they had a chance for like a massive character arc, like something people would be talking about.
Right.
That they just completely blew.
It's funny. Majin said Lois Jamha, which is Anissa iDubbbz's wife. That was the vibes I was getting. It literally, like, if you watched iDubbbz and Anissa fighting on a live stream, that was the vibe I was getting from that conversation between Lois and Clark in the beginning of the movie.
Right.
Don't introduce the Lois Lane to me like that. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that. I want to like the character.
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't really think anything of it.
Okay.
I thought they were just fucking around, and also, I guess maybe it was the line where. So when they first begin the interaction, Clark says, "Oh, it was fun at the office, when we were fucking around," because obviously there's a subtext that's going on in their conversation in the office that nobody is aware of, right?
Right. In the office scene, she's all like, "Oh, Clark, how do you keep getting interviews with Superman?"
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
so
exactly.
Yeah. And we were watching this like, oh, well, I mean, I knew that she knew because of the trailer, but if you were watching it blind, you'd be like, oh, I guess she doesn't know, but then she does know, and they're just fucking around.
I mean, you knew from the trailer. I mean,
right,
I never thought. Yeah. Okay. So that line made me think, there's that same kind of playful, like, we're going to fuck after this subtext going on in this interview. And I think that's why it was more, oh, she's not really being a bitch. She's just being a naughty girl that I'm going to have to spank later after I do this interview.
But that wasn't the case, because like after the interview, she's literally like, "Oh, maybe I'm going to break up with you."
And I know, and he leaves. He gets frustrated and leaves too.
Yes.
But in the interview itself, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna end. This is gonna end in some fireworks."
That's why you interpret the scene so differently. You had this subtext that didn't materialize whatsoever.
Well, your subtext really didn't materialize either. She didn't turn out to be a bitch. I mean, she's like, I'm gonna help him, and she didn't print any of this stuff.
No. Well, we don't.
Like it would be a completely different movie if she's like, I'm gonna publish this.
Right. The only reason it was in there, and I think this was actually what caused a lot of the issues with some of the weird, what people describe as like the tone in the movie, was they have to make Lois Lane a serious journalist. She has to be a girl boss. She has to do things in the movie. So, like all the quote seriousness of the movie that seemed kind of out of touch with the rest of everything that was going on was all the things attached to the political drama that Lois Lane was involved in, like uncovering with the countries invading each other and all that shit. And so,
and look, her story single-handedly like changed the public opinion on Lex Luthor in the end of the movie. So
right,
I mean, she's kind of for a stupid reason. Influence.
She changes everyone's opinion because he was involved with the countries invading the other country, not the fact that he almost destroyed the entire planet by getting it sucked into a black hole, which to me is a little bit more important than the other thing.
Well, that could have been in the story, but we don't know.
Well, it was funny because I remember Sam is like, what the fuck's up with Lois Lane? She's sitting there in a portal to a pocket dimension that's collapsing as the superhero is telling her that Lex Luthor is going to destroy the world. And she's not filming it on her fucking phone like a journalist would.
Oh, no.
And I was like, oh, you're so right. You're so right. Because to me, that would have been that would have made much more sense why people turned on Lex immediately. Because the thing with the war, like, that's who knows. But the thing with the world getting sucked into a black hole, like everyone saw the giant reality rift ripping through New York or Metropolis, right?
Yeah. So she should have been filming in portrait, so
yes,
we could see she's not a girl boss.
But I do think that there was an element of Lois trying to make her a girl boss that kind of fucked up the rest of the movie.
They did make her a bad driver though, which
you appreciate that.
I did appreciate, I must admit.
That's true. That's true. So Sam's biggest complaint from the movie, her easily the largest complaint she had, repeated complaint, was that Lois Lane didn't wear a skirt. She really
I can get behind that.
She really was talking about how it ruined the character of Lois Lane to not wear a skirt.
I mean, she's probably got some nice legs under there. I was noticing her outfit just made her look so dumpy.
Yes.
I was like, what are they doing?
And they had like the hot girl too.
Superman.
They had the hot girl too in for no reason. The other hot journalist in the anchor room.
Oh, yeah.
Not the anchor room, but the newspaper. They kept showing. She was just there for no reason, just to look hot.
Yeah, with the cleavage. And
yes.
Her cleavage was not near as good as Lois's cleavage too, but I only know that because of the internet.
There you go.
It was never in the movie.
I don't even know what it looks like. Yeah.
Maybe they couldn't afford it. Maybe the cleavage was too much money.
No, it's because they did the girl boss thing, and this is what bothered Sam, is that because Sam doesn't like this idea that you can't be feminine and like a girl boss. Like you can't be feminine, dress feminine, and still be like a badass. She doesn't like that, nowadays, because we're 2025. Whenever a woman's a badass, she's got to be like more masculine in her appearance or what she's wearing.
Who doesn't like that? Sammy G?
Sammy doesn't like that. Yeah. She likes women to be badasses and dress sexy.
I don't like that either. I think it does the women dirty because I think their careers would be doing much better. I guess maybe it is kind of like these starlets grow older and, they pass their prime and they get super jaded about, I was famous because I was hot, not because people liked my mind or whatever. They're not realistic about it.
I think it's just wokeness.
But wokeness is not. I mean, that's part of it. This
Oh wow,
wokeness.
she does got some big old tatas. You'd have no, I had no idea. Look at
What
that.
happened?
Well, you said I just Googled the picture and wow, okay.
Well, I didn't do
They,
any Googling or anything. I just saw a picture going around
I
on.
literally just typed in her name and looked in Google Images.
Okay.
Didn't even
You,
have to
you
do
didn't
anything
you
lewd
didn't
in the
type
results.
boobs or
Didn't
cleavage
even
or
have to type in boobs or nothing.
yeah. So look, if women are allowed to be sexy in movies, I think it would be better for her career, right? Obviously, she'd be in a bunch more movies
Sure.
if
I mean,
she didn't
her
look
acting was fine.
dumpy. Yeah, she was okay, but I mean, they'd be like, "Oh wow, this girl could play the femme fatale." If nobody
That's a good
knows that
point.
she could play the femme fatale, right? Because they're
Here,
like,
bring this.
let's
This
make
is a
her as
picture I saw.
dumpy
You
as
can bring it up.
possible.
This is what they took from us, chat. You
It's
could have
the
had this.
it's the
You
underboob one, right? That's the one everyone's sharing around.
you could have had this.
Mhm.
This Lois Lane. They took it from us. Why'd they do this?
Hey, see, I'm telling you.
I would have totally put up with her bitching about politics if she was wearing that outfit, right?
If she was
Changes the
wearing
entire scene dynamics.
if she was wearing this outfit, you'd be like, I do like the scene.
Yeah, it's on. They'd be like, she's right. Superman, you need to rethink your entire position.
And and Clark would be right playing along, right? Because later on he is gonna spank that naughty little girl.
Terrible.
She's got it
Oh, God.
coming.
Yes.
All
Rich
right.
Cameron. What is the name of this actress? There's
J Mac
that.
for $20 says Adam is writing fan fiction.
Oh no.
Clark was very clearly getting angry. If she was a professional, she should know that the conflict of interest was too great, anyways. Oh, the conflict of interest between the two of them.
Right.
She didn't come off as playful. She came off like a bitch.
That's how I
Oh,
interpret it. Yeah.
okay. Well, I mean, I would have to see it again, obviously, but I do think there was a clear progression. I get he was getting angry. I mean, he stood up and he's like, "I did it for me."
You should just leave that Lois picture up. What'd you say today?
It's just like, are we gonna get in trouble for like too much sex in our? There we go. I'll leave it up. We have
It's
Stormy Daniels
just
up, right?
cleavage.
This isn't too hot for YouTube.
Like so.
Let's check out her limbo rings here. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Oh my word.
Does she have limbo rings? I didn't even look.
Oh yeah, she's got
Too
great
busy
limbo
looking at other
rings.
things.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You didn't notice the limbo rings?
No.
They actually put those in the movie.
Does she have eyes? I didn't even notice.
Sitch. Terrible. What's her name? I'm just gonna type Lois Lane and go images.
That's her name. Yes. Dr. Fire for Five Canadians says, honestly, thinking about it, when was the last time you saw a woman wear a skirt? Feels like for me, it's been 6 months or so. A woman I saw at Mass. Well, I don't know because Sam wears skirts like constantly. So I'm very blessed.
That's
I'm
great.
very blessed in that regard. Joe the Mig 152 for $5 says JMac is wrong. Real world journalists are above all conflicts of interest. That's why corporate journalists aren't real people. There you go. There you go. You're right. We forgot about that. That's true. Ace for $30. Thank you, Ace. Says, yo, guys, I was rewatching the stream and as the falsely labeled Destiny worshiper, I had to interject. But seriously, I do hope you guys don't count me as one who saw you guys as pussies for not being a fan of the tiny joke. Also, the label totally isn't a false one given to me by some punk coward chatter who, if I ever see them again, I will become like Liam Neeson from Taken.
What?
There you go.
Is that Ace? Is that the
That was
Ace?
Ace. About the fake Ace.
Oh, okay. Great.
You're wasting your time, R-worded. Sammy has the worst film takes of all time.
What's
You're just
what are they asking
wasting.
for? You shouldn't say that. That's
She
mean.
just said something about oh, she reminded me.
Why would you say that about your significant other? Look, you're worse
It's
than
true.
Lois Lane.
It's just true. She accepts it. She understands it.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if Lois
Well, let
Lane
me.
was this big a bitch to Superman?
Well, let me. Okay, she just yelled in the other room. And I totally forgot about it until she yelled. She wants me to tell you guys her take about Crypto, the dog.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. So Sam really likes Crypto. He's really cute and everything.
Oh, okay.
She wanted at the end of the movie. Okay. They do the joke with Crypto and spoiler, with the other Kryptonian shows up.
You're giving it away.
Yes. Um, she wanted at the end of the movie to be revealed that Crypto was actually super intelligent and could talk, and that the only
Oh my
reason he
God.
was acting the way he was acting in the movie was because Clark wasn't giving him dog treats.
Oh my God.
How do you
Well,
feel about that?
I mean, that's a big choice. And then all of a sudden there's a talking dog.
Yeah.
I think I don't know that would have been. I think that might have been a bridge too far in the campy direction.
You think if the dog had like a British accent and was like, "Oh, that Clark was so terrible, he didn't give me any dog treats."
The British accent would make it even worse.
Well, I mean, it's got to be a British accent, right? Talk and talk.
Yeah. No, I disagree with this.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
I wouldn't go in that direction. It bugged me that look, and I'm not a huge Superman fanboy, so I don't know the lore here, but I kept wondering,
Mm-hmm.
is that dog from Krypton? Like why how can the dog fly?
He
How did
must
they
be.
get
That's why.
so his parents put a puppy in the spaceship? I don't remember that in the original Superman. So I was
Well,
like, what the fuck? They have dogs on Krypton now?
they've been. I mean, they changed the origin obviously in this one, which that didn't bother me. I actually saw it coming because I could swear I don't know where I've seen it, but I could have swear I've seen one of the million animated Superman movies where the twist was they've already done that. Like I don't think they invent that for this movie. I know I've seen that before in other Superman things.
The dog is from Krypton.
No, no,
That's
no. The
that's
other
that's why the dog can fly.
no, the twist about his origin.
Oh, they've done it before?
I know I've
Okay.
seen that before because when I saw the movie, when I was watching the movie, I instantly knew that's the direction they were going, and they held the whole thing with like the message being cut off
Oh,
and all that
okay.
stuff. So I'm like, oh, I know I've seen this done before.
Saw it in a comic or something. She's
I didn't
got
know.
great limbo rings. She's got nice. Her eye color is really good too.
Did I didn't hear them say? I know some people were complaining that they changed truth justice the American way to truth justice and the human way or something. I didn't hear that line
No, I didn't hear it
at
either.
all. So
It
yeah,
would totally stand out.
I think that was fake news. Whoever was first pushing that on X.
There is one line that James Gunn's brother says that is totally throwing a bone to all political sides when he
That guy's
says,
James Gunn's brother, the
"Yeah,
bad guy.
yeah, no, no,
Oh,
no." The guy that says,
the government guy.
finally something liberals and conservatives can agree on that
Oh,
Lex Luthor sucks.
Maxwell Lord. Yeah.
That is James Gunn's brother.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the guy, the one kind of not the one, but the most standout political line where the guy was like, "You're an alien. We don't have to give you any rights." When he arrested Superman.
Oh yeah.
So it didn't really bother me. People talking about like the politics. I don't know.
Well,
It was
I didn't see
didn't really
that
bother me.
as a political thing. When you say liberals and something liberals and conservatives can agree on, I mean obviously
Well, that's neutral, obviously. Yeah.
that's a
Right.
political, but it is a political statement, right?
Sure, but it's kind of a neutral statement. Not really taking a side.
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. But I don't. The alien thing wasn't really taking a side since Superman is literally an alien.
Literally
And
an alien. Sure.
why would you give some alien species rights?
Right. You could perceive it as something to do with like immigration,
You
which I
could if you
didn't
were a
really
big
see it
poopy
that
head.
way. Yeah, I didn't really see it that way. There was, without spoiling it,
Oh no.
in the fight at the end, where Superman's doing his last fight, I was kind of annoyed because he whistles for a super dog,
Mm-hmm.
and I really thought, it's funny because Sam really thought the same thing, that there's like Lex Luthor's like talking to the guy through the intercom. I really thought the whistle was going to transmit through the speaker to play where Lex Luthor was, and that would attract Crypto to where Lex Luthor was, and he was going to like burst in the room and just like fuck everybody up in that room.
Oh
I
wow.
really thought that was going to happen, and I was really disappointed when it did not happen.
Since they had done a setup like 20 minutes earlier with the chew toys, you didn't like.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I know they set it
It
up
seemed
completely.
like that would be
Very obvious. But my
What
way would
I
have been
thought was
much
going to happen
better.
was actually what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my way would have been funnier. You acknowledge that. You agree with that, right? Like and also it would have made, because it would have been like smarter too. Because the whole thing is like Superman literally says brains versus bronze. Like he's done something clever and he just whistles for Crypto to show up. Like how's that smart?
Yeah, I mean it's not.
But projecting his voice through the intercom so that Crypto would hear it across town and go to a different location and fuck them up over there. That is clever.
Oh yeah. That would be good.
See?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Joe the Mig says for $5. Fun fact: Sitch has been mispronouncing my last name for 3 years now.
What? Is
But
it
the Mig
Midge?
was my unofficial nickname while I was in the Navy, so it's all good.
The Mig.
How do you say? It's not Joe the Mig. That's actually your last name. I have no clue how to say that.
The Mig.
How do you say the Mig in any other way?
I gotta see it.
Yeah.
The Mig. The Mig. Them ig. Them egg.
Themig? Themig? You should just change your name to Joe the Mig.
Tahemig, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Tahemig. Huh. I don't know. I'm curious now. I want to know.
And Joe the Mig for another $5 says, Adam, you should watch the Batman Superman animated series. They're absolutely the best interpretation of the comics and totally worth your time.
You know, I've been considering that because so many people just love that show.
Yeah,
supposedly it's got a great story that goes with it. So
there was two shows. There was Batman the animated series, and then there was a follow-up, which was Batman Superman Animated Adventures, where like the episodes would vacillate. There'd be Batman episodes and Superman episodes. They were very good. I mean, I haven't watched them forever, so I don't know how you'd feel about them as an adult, but as a kid, they were great.
Well,
and the Justice League cartoon was great too.
Different. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, especially when I was younger. When there's a movie too where Batman and Superman team up, and I was like, Batman all the way.
I liked the Batman, so I think the Batman did better than the Superman movie. So, but the Batman is a complete different vibe, obviously.
Of course.
But aren't these?
Are they going to try to shove?
I know
Robert Pattinson Batman with this Superman, because that would be so bizarre.
Yeah, they are supposedly existing in the same universe, right?
Are they? I don't know if they are.
Well, this is the DC reboot, and the Batman was hugely popular, and they're supposed to be working on another one. I think it's supposed to release in the Batman 2, so
that would be so
Pattinson's Batman.
Interesting. Maybe it could work. They'd be so diametrically different from each other. I don't know, the tone of the two movies is
It is. It's
so
like
opposite. Yeah,
it's like night and day.
right.
But that Pattinson's Batman in the wacky James Gunn world could be hilarious.
It would be the thing is it would be his emo-ness would be a total joke and like mocking of his character, which I would be
Well,
fine
Mr.
with because that'd
Terrific
be,
kind of had the same emo.
but not like Robert Pattinson Batman emo. Like it'd be a whole new thing. Um, it would be funny. Like I
Oh
wouldn't have a
yeah,
problem with it.
it
I
would
think it'd
be
be hilarious.
hilarious.
People would be a lot of fans would be super fucking triggered that you're basically just making fun of Batman in all these movies.
Yeah, they would.
Joe the
That's
Mig,
a problem with these legacy characters that are just. I mean, everyone has a take on which is the best.
right. I think as long as you've done like a version recently that everyone that's like the quote standard version that's good, then you can start experimenting and doing like weird shit.
I completely disagree because
Okay.
it becomes sacred. It becomes like this is Jesus.
No, you're right in terms of like that's how fans view it. I'm saying how I view it. I view it differently.
Right.
Like if
Oh,
you've
okay.
done
Yeah. Well, I totally
like
agree with that.
yeah, like the like most people like the Nolan movies. I really like the first one a lot. I think that was a good take on Batman. It was a serious take on Batman. It wasn't the perfect take. It wasn't my perfect take on Batman. I had a lot of not qualms. I had a lot of complaints with it.
You didn't like the Nolan
Um,
Batmans? What?
I like the first one a lot.
Yeah, me too. Batman
I
Begins.
really like Heath Ledger in the second one a lot.
Hmm.
Um, and not so much Batman's character, and I really don't like his character in the third one. It's very not Batman, like the whole he's gonna give up and everything.
Oh
It's
yeah.
kind of it's kind of like the exact opposite of Batman's character.
When your protagonist gives up, just you fucking did a bad job.
Well, I mean, specifically the whole kind of way I view Batman's character is that he's obsessed with being Batman. The idea of him giving up just doesn't make sense with his character. And it was kind of the same thing in the second one, where he's like, "Oh, he wanted to give up, you know, because he to be with Rachel and stuff." It's not really his character, at least from my mind. What should be Batman's character? So that's why in the second, third one, I was more iffy. But anyway, my point is that they were like serious, tonal, serious movies. People liked them a lot. So I feel like once you have that, you can kind of maybe do something different for like the next 10, 15 years. No, they didn't do that because they just had the
But
Snyder
they
slop
had
Batman, which was stupid. But
right. Oh yeah.
Joe the Mig for $5 says, haha, Themig? How do you just wrote Thee Mig? The Mig? That doesn't help me pronounce it. The Mig? Instead of the Mig, it's Themig, Thmig. But keep
The
rolling with the Mig. I don't actually care. Just thought it was funny.
the themig.
Themig. Instead of the Mig, it's Themig. Okay. Rachel, where is she? Did you see the how it should have ended? Did a how it should have ended for Superman? And it's the scene where Superman busts in. He goes to Luthor and he's like, "Where's the dog?" And then Batman goes, "Where is he?" He comes in through the window. It was pretty
Which
funny.
movie was this?
The how it should have ended people do like the little cartoons.
Oh, I didn't see it.
That's pretty funny. You should check it out. Mr. Cross for $10 says show recommendation. Department Q on Netflix is well written, nicely paced, character driven show. Has characters that could have fallen to dumb tropes, but they are nuanced and interesting instead.
Department Q.
Department Q. I'll check it
I
out.
saw there's a new season of Squid Games too, which I was like, oh, interesting.
I've never seen Squid Games.
I watched the first season when I was working on the comic and my shoulder was just fucking dead. I was like, okay, I
Right.
can't do anything. So I binge watched the first season and it was pretty good. I mean, it kept me interested.
Well, I'll check out.
Check out.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. I'll check it out because I'm just looking for something new to watch. Me and Sam just finished Farron, which was pretty good. So check out Department Q. Joe the Meg for Tor says, "Yep, the Meeg, the Meeg. You got it right. Well, thank you, Joe." And Joe for another $5 says, "Film Threats thinks that if movie fails at the box office, they'll greenlight Batman 2 with Patterson. Gunn doesn't want it as part of his thing." How? I thought the Patterson movie did well though, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought so too.
Or they might just keep it. I guess they could just see it gross $770 million worldwide. So I guess we'll see which one does. I guess they theoretically just keep it separate from each other. Not everything has to be,
Oh, of course.
combined. Though it was weird because Sammy brought up a good point about this movie. Because part of the question that watched Superman movie, I was like, why is the government going along with Lex Luthor, who's obviously insane and stupid?
Yeah, that's a huge stretch.
And she brought up that they should have had Amanda Waller be in that room. And that would have made more sense as to why the government was going along with it, because Amanda would be very like anti-Superman from the beginning, obviously. And that would have made more sense as to why the government was doing what Lex wanted them to do and acting insane, because Amanda Waller is kind of insane. And at first I was like, well, they don't want to tie it in. But then I was like, wait a minute. They did tie it in because they had John Cena as that I forget his name. John Cena's Peacekeeper and a cameo in the movie from Suicide Squad.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot because James Gunn did that Suicide Squad movie.
Yeah, he did.
So I guess this Superman movie takes place in that universe. So you could have Amanda Waller there.
So Viola Davis would be in the room.
She could, yeah. It would have made it more sense.
That's the thing. Everyone's like, it's too busy. There's too much going on. And they're supposed to remember something from like Suicide Squad.
Or you could just write it so that the government makes sense why they're fucking doing this. But I'm just saying, if you want to fix it quickly without changing the story dramatically.
Right.
Because it does make no sense the government be going along with what Lex is like. Oh, yeah, the government gave Lex Luthor the authority to, hold Superman it is, pocket dimension forever and then possibly kill him. Like, what? It's retarded.
Doesn't make much sense, does it? But he's scary. And didn't you see him? He got him on tape yelling about his dog.
Yeah, I know. I know.
The bar is like so low for movies now. I'm like, I wasn't bored. I thought it was a fun movie. I wasn't bored. I went and saw Ant-Man Quantumania, and I was like, I just wanted to leave the movie theater. I was so fucking bored in that movie. So
no, that's fair. I would give it a C, I think. I didn't hate it. And to me, so much of the superhero slop I've been seeing from Marvel just makes me super bored. Watching Ironheart was horribly boring.
Oh, Ironheart. Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had problems with this movie. It could have been a lot better, but I agree. I was not bored watching it. That is,
yeah.
I'll give it that.
Ironheart I fell asleep. I tried to watch it just so we could talk about it, but I made it through the first episode. Oh God, wanting to rip my eyes out, tear my eyes out. And I fell asleep halfway through the second episode. So there's no story hook. Yeah.
R-worded really, really did not like the Superman movie.
Who? What's going on?
R-worded in chat really did not like the Superman movie.
What did they not like about it?
Everything.
Well, like I said, I'm not a huge Superman fan. So I believe I've seen every single Superman movie in the theater, even back to the Donner movies.
Cold.
So, yeah. So, I'm a movie person. I love movies. So, and I see movies in the theater all the time. When I was a kid, I would go see a movie every Friday. Usually there's a movie that comes out on Friday. Sometimes I would see one during the week, but me and one of my friends would go every Friday after school and go see a movie. So I've seen a lot of movies. But I could see there's the retcon situation that people are talking about with Lex with with Superman's parents. And I could see that really pissing a lot of people off. I mean, it doesn't really piss me off, but the fact that they didn't really use it as much as they could have used it. I mean, if you're going to do something big like that, it's got to be, you got to have like a Matrix or a Fight Club or a Inglorious Bastards. You got to have a movie that you're like, okay, this movie fucking rocks, right? If you're going to do big things like that, you can't just do big things like that for just a fucking ho-hum movie, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but look, it is what it is. I really liked Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought it was one of the best Marvel movies. So
yeah, the first two. The third one was kind of too.
But Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh yeah, I hated 3 because 3 broke like. I mean, I was like, wow, Marvel meets Schindler's List.
Yeah, I was like,
Raccoon Schindler's List.
Very weird. Yeah.
Just the movie I wanted to see, right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so off. Guardians of the Galaxy had it perfect. Obviously, the first scene is intense when his mom's dying of cancer, and he's like, it's like this little kid watching his mom die of cancer.
Right.
But they get it out of the way, right? And then you're having fun with it. Up did kind of the same thing, where Up has the old man relationship with his wife and stuff. You're like, holy fucking shit, I'm ready to bawl my eyes out.
Right.
But they get it out of the way and they move on. That's the right attitude with the comedy. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 did not do that. They kept fucking hitting you in the face with it. I'm like, oh my God, I thought I was supposed to be in a fun movie here.
No, yeah, that's not a fun movie.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
But Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one was good. The tone was good. It had a solid like narrative thread that was very simple, right? Get the orb turns into an infinity stone, get the infinity stone. Superman didn't have really any of that. That's why people keep saying, oh, it's a narrative mess.
Yeah, and the second Guardians was good too. I liked it.
Yeah, a lot of people, I thought the second Guardians got a lot of was overly hated. It wasn't as good as the first one, but it was good. I liked it. Kirk Russell's fucking great.
He has a robot that can kill Superman? He wasn't a robot. What do you mean?
What's R-worded? What's the R-worded critique?
Everything. He hated every element of the story.
Well, I mean, okay, well. Anyway.
Dr. Diller said there's controversy. EFAP didn't like it, but you're saying their audience liked it, but they didn't like it, and people are mad about it.
Oh, really?
That's interesting.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people, I do think a lot of people liked it. When we went, like the theater was pretty packed and there was a lot of like belly laughs through the entire thing. So a lot of the jokes hit for our audience. And I did look, I've been watching a bunch of reviews because I'm like, there seems to be a bit of a like civil war going on with this movie. So I'm super fascinated by it. A lot of the big complaints, I don't think they're well articulated because I don't really know what they're talking about. Like one of the big complaints is tonal whiplash, which I thought they did a pretty good job of the tone. There is tonal consistency. We talked about this beforehand. I think you can say there's a tonal mismatch in the material because obviously political. I mean, what do you even call it when it's? How would you label the political material in this with the one country invading the other country?
It was very light. It was interesting. I saw someone say they had some, apparently James Gunn wrote the script before Israel-Palestine conflict erupted. Because people were questioning, like, because if you haven't seen the movie, this whole thing with like one country invading the other country.
Yeah.
And the question was like, is this supposed to be Israel Palestine? Now I didn't see it because when I first saw it, I interpreted it as like a Russia Ukraine thing because the guy had kind of like a Russian-y, I felt like a generic Eastern European accent. Um, but Sam said that they had a flag that I did not see that looked kind of like the Star of David, but I missed that.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
James Gunn said he wrote this whole script before that, before the recent October 7th or anything happened. But I do think it's very possible that they wrote this in the script and then, with no intention of it being related to Israel Palestine, but then like that all happens. And then when they're filming it, they kind of make a small allusion to it, maybe with the flag and the fact that like even though they're supposed to be neighboring countries for some reason, the invaders are white. I didn't like this. The invaders are white and the people being invaded are all like brown. Seems a little like on the nose. I was like, oh shit. Like
I
really?
thought that
Like
was great.
I was like
When they
they're
were
next door to
yelling,
each
"Save
other.
us, Superman!"
They should be kind of similar looking usually. Usually that's how it works in the real world. So
Well,
I
there's like a political type of movie, right? I mean,
it didn't well, that's why I said in the beginning, it didn't fit. So when I think like so there's something I guess I'll have to explain. This is when I talk about like the tone of the world, the tone of the
mhm.
characters was fine. I did not feel that there were serious parts of the movie that are undercut by jokes, which is the general thing people levy at these sorts of movies. I didn't perceive that.
Yeah, I didn't perceive that either. I
What I
did see a
did,
tonal mismatch in subject matter, which I
yes,
think you're gonna
yes, I
talk
did
about
not
here.
perceive a tonal mismatch in character, but I did see a tonal mismatch in the world, in the way the world operates. And that was like, because there's a scene where basically everyone loves Superman. Then one thing comes out, everyone instantly turns on Superman. And then something comes out about Lex, and then everyone instantly turns on Lex and loves Superman again. Like it happens so quickly that it's like, it feels comedic the way that it happens. The world feels silly. And I'm fine with that if the world is portrayed as just kind of a silly world where everyone just kind of fickle and goofy, things happen and random people in the street act goofy. I'm fine with that if it's consistent. But that tone of the world being goofy doesn't match up with the war subplot with Lois Lane, which is like supposed to be a serious thing where there's some countries invading another country and is killing a bunch of innocent people. That doesn't match up with like everyone in the world is goofy tone.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in Hot Fuzz, which is a great movie, where you have like this tone of, the goofiness of the town that he's living in and the reveal at the end that they're
It's
like the bad
totally
guys.
consistent all the way
Right.
through. Yeah,
Yes. Like it's
exactly.
all like the world is established to be, even though there's like that reveal with the town, you're like, that's crazy. But the world is goofy so that it all makes sense tonally and consistent,
Yeah.
you know. So
There's
it,
a
it's
lot, you said it perfectly. There's a lot of talk of tone, but they're talking about um
the
they're
logic of the world's
There,
tone.
no one's talking about that. Nothing
They
we're
should.
saying I've heard talked about. All
Right.
I've heard is, there was a upbeat scene and then a guy got shot in the head. That thing.
That's fine.
That's like
Yeah. No, that's
the
fine.
tonal shift that,
That doesn't
yeah, and
bother me. I mean, especially I've seen so much anime. Anime usually does as like dramatic scenes and comedy scenes. Like that vacillates. That's fine. It's just that the logic of the world needs to be consistent in how people interact with things. So
right. So I've pulled up a bunch. There's like Air Force One. There's like London has fallen, the Green Zone, like Munich, the Siege, Zero Dark 30, Olympus has fallen. All of these are like political action movies, right?
right.
That kind of tone, that's a tough tone to slap together with an action comedy, right?
Yes, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like the subject matter of we're going to deal with anything political, like nations at war with one another, seems completely off.
Yeah, and like the question of like, well, is it right for Superman to fly around the world stopping wars and stuff? Which Like, if you want to do that, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, but make the whole movie about that. It's a completely different movie.
Exactly.
It's like
Make
Zero
that the
Dark
movie.
30.
Yes. Yes. Make it a movie, make it a more serious movie about the political implications of a superhero. You can't sprinkle that in and then do nothing with it, essentially. And then the rest of the movie be goofy.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense. And also, it wasn't very interesting, that whole subplot. It was kind of stupid and pointless, I felt like, for the most part.
Exposition laden.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see them having the conversation and probably trying to talk James Gunn out of actually filming the scene where Superman is torturing the president with the cactus. Because obviously that would be a completely goofy
That would be
scene.
bad.
But you would immediately be like, oh, wow, this is like Superman as villain.
Well,
right?
the whole thing where Superman saying that he put the guy against the cactus, they shouldn't even had that. If you're trying to have the fact that Superman's like naive and sees the good in people, he should have literally been naive enough to just like he gave him a speech and he thought that worked. But it didn't.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Something like that. So if that's the direction you want to go with a character,
it is. I mean, it's yeah.
Or just Superman being like, not today. Like, I'll stop you if you try this again because I'm Superman. Like, that was the whole thing. Like, Superman's so powerful, he can just keep stopping you. So he kind of has more of an attitude of like a father berating a child who, he knows he has such like authority over the child that it just doesn't, he's not like angry, essentially.
If he pulled a Putin on him, he convinced him. He's like, oh, yes, I'll be great. And then he just didn't do it.
Right.
That would be a blow to Superman's ego.
I think that would be, yeah. Yeah.
I think you should open the movie with Superman torturing a president.
I don't think so. They should open the movie with Superman flying around, doing Superman things, establishing the light tone of the movie, have him be Clark Kent being goofy in the office and kind of fumbling around.
Mm-hmm.
Do all that stuff and then have him get beat up in the first 5 minutes of the movie. Don't start with that. I don't think it worked. It's funny, our word said, how did Superman not hear the commands that Lex was giving? When I was watching the movie, I literally thought that. So Superman is supposed to have super hearing where he can hear like everything, like very in a huge distance.
Does he have to focus though?
Sort of, but like when Lex was giving, so like if you haven't seen the movie, right in the beginning, Superman's fighting this guy in like a mech suit, and Lex has watched enough Superman fights that he like knows how to beat Superman's moves, which even though, I mean, technically doesn't really make sense. So he should be super fast, but whatever. Superman is very often portrayed as not fighting quickly, even though it makes no sense. But so he's like giving these moves to this guy to fight. And I really thought that scene in the beginning was going to end with Superman using his super hearing to hear in the next building over, because they were not very far away, that Lex Luthor was giving these commands and he was going to fly in and like try to arrest Lex Luthor or something right in the beginning of the movie. And then that doesn't happen. So I guess we're just supposed to believe that Superman in this movie doesn't have super hearing because I don't think he ever uses it at any point.
How does that actually work when... Wouldn't he hear all the voices from that distance away, and it would just be a jumbled
He somehow is able
mishmash
to focus on shit. It's never, I don't know if that works. How does he fly? How does Superman do anything? Right? It's just magic.
Well, no, he flies because of the gravity, right?
How does it be? If you grew up on a planet with more gravity, you can fly? Like, how does that make any sense? The only thing that makes sense is that you'd be stronger than normal. Like your body would be designed to operate in a stronger environment.
If your planet was 10 times as big as the Earth, you'd experience gravity 10 times greater, right?
Right.
So your body would be designed
to withstand that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're on a totally lightweight, it'd be like being on the moon. You can leap way up in the air because
but that's why originally Superman couldn't fly. He could just bound very far.
Oh, they tried to keep it with a scientific understanding.
Yes, but then when in the original version of Superman, he could not fly. He just jumped very high because of the gravity thing. But then I believe when they first animated the cartoon, it was too difficult. And it was easier to just make him fly. So they just made him fucking fly.
I like that. The rule of cool. It's like,
Right.
yeah, it'd be cooler if he just flew. Okay.
Right. So it's just like, okay. I mean, it's the same thing with like why, he has laser vision. I guess you'd say like he absorbs for some reason, he can use yellow sun, gives him power, and lets him shoot lasers out of his eyes. Who the fuck knows, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. They
Part
establish
of the
as long
lore,
as
right?
none of this stuff matters. As long as you establish what the powers are and they don't violate the logic of the story, that's all that matters. It's fine. So
yeah. I mean, that pocket universe thing. Oh boy. That totally, all of the laws were just out the window.
well, it depends how goofy you want to get with the story, right? If you want to go kind of more campy, it's okay. If it's trying to be more serious, it doesn't make sense. So
I think that's why with comic book movies, you're kind of forced to go in the campy direction.
Yeah. Or it's like, like they talk
just so zany.
They talk about in like The Boys, there's a scene where the airplane scene, the airplane's gonna crash and she's like, just fly under the airplane. And Homelander's like, what the fuck are you talking? That's like physically impossible. What are you talking about? I can't fly under an airplane and pick it up. It'll just crumble around me. Right. And yet Superman always does it, and then they have to come up with some like explanation where Superman has magic telekinesis that whenever he touches an object, it surrounds it, right? Just to come up with some scientific explanation of this stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
that's how they do it.
Doesn't matter. Who cares? T-Rex Trucking for $5 says, solid new Superman movie. I kind of think they just remade Guardians of the Galaxy 3 with Superman.
Well, it was definitely better than Guardians of the Galaxy 3 in my book. So,
right. Are they talking about the Phantom Zone? No. In the movie, Lex Luthor creates, I thought it was the Phantom Zone, but no. In the movie, Lex Luthor creates a pocket dimension. That is not the Phantom Zone. Maybe they'll use it as the Phantom Zone in the future, even though I believe the Phantom Zone was a Kryptonian invention. So, but it's completely different in this movie. I like Ike for Jar says, did you see the Jimmy Dore video on the Macron wife lawsuit?
No.
No. In fact, I haven't seen a Jimmy Dore video
in a long time.
Very long time.
Yeah.
In a very long
I was
time.
thinking the same thing. I'm like, what was the last Jimmy Dore video I saw? Jeez.
I don't remember. Kind of tapped out on Jimmy Dore. I do need to watch, I haven't got around to it. I need to watch the Canuso and Nick Fuentes conversation.
Does that go crazy?
I don't know. I have not seen anyone even really talk about it or any clips from it, which is weird.
Oh, it must be boring then.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. I found my Tim Pool beanie. Now I can put the Tim Pool beanie on you again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
T-Rex Trucking for $5 says, howdy y'all, been a new viewer of y'all's for 2 weeks. I was wondering if you have a regular schedule for streams or if they are all pop-ups. So a regular schedule is on Sundays, we do the long streams. And then usually we do shorter streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah. 11 p.m. Pacific. What is it? 2 p.m. Eastern for the weekday streams and 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern on the Sunday stream. So
yes,
we'll always do it at the same time, but we end at different times. So yeah, no, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Zero Fuck says it's behind a paywall. Oh, okay. I found it on YouTube and X. So well, maybe it wasn't. I just searched it. I didn't see if it was Candace's original channel or normal channel. Mr. B still rocking for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm loving the streams lately with other creators. Even one was unintended. Keep them coming. It's very interesting hearing FD's point of view, even if I could not agree more. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Cool.
Glad you like it. That's the goal.
It was nice of FD to join in. So.
Dr. Fire for 5 Canadians says, come on, Adam, with Guardians 3, you can't tell me a surprise Schindler's List story wouldn't be a surprising concept. Though, that being said, I liked it.
Yeah, I do. Like, a lot of people did like it, but it was just too fucking dark for me. So, I like screwball comedies.
I agree. The backstory was too dark, and you're right. They didn't just if they did it, they didn't just do it all. You completely nailed it. They didn't do it all up front. They spread it out through the movie. The whole time you're watching the movie, you know this is going to end horribly. Like the entire time,
Yeah.
you like whenever they go back to the backstory, Raccoon, you know it's going to be fucking horrible. And then they have the whole thing where he like kills an entire fucking planet of people, and you're like, Jesus Christ! I thought this was like a wacky, funny movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I didn't like it that for that reason too. Joe the Make for $2 says too many people are doing misery porn these days. That is true.
That's what Guardians 3 felt like to me. Misery porn.
Metalworks 411.9 for $5 says I recently rewatched the animated series of Batman, Superman, and Batman Beyond. I think they all hold up well. Gonna watch Justice League and JLU next. Nice. That's good.
Cool.
That's good. I always like Batman Beyond a lot. Very disappointed they never did the movie with the I forget his name, the voice actor before he passed for Batman. The best Batman to ever Batman, of course.
Oh,
Was
Robert Pattinson.
Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy. Oh,
Yeah, he was the voice of Batman in the cartoon. He had like the perfect Batman versus Bruce Wayne voice.
oh, interesting.
And then Mark Hamill, he was the perfect Joker voice. The perfect counterpoint. Originally, they were going to have the guy, I forget his name, the voice of Fry was going to be, I think, the Joker or something.
Hmm.
Or no, maybe I'm thinking it was him. I think it was supposed to be someone else that was like also famous. Oh, it was Tim Curry. Yeah, Tim Curry was originally the Joker voice, which would have been interesting, would have been very different. Would have been a very different vibe to the whole thing. Mark Hamill played it perfectly. Ace for $10 says Adam liked the super chat misrepresenting me that I worship Destiny. I called Jay and him fascists, want attention. Adam should know why misrepresentation, mocking isn't the issue. Misrepresentation is.
Yeah. So it wasn't the person pretending. It wasn't the herpa derpa cheap super chat that you got mad at. It was one that was calling you a Destiny super fan. I mean, I don't remember that stream. So,
Mm-hmm.
well, look, I'll try not to represent you going forward. You watched Destiny, and you were, I think, defending Destiny somewhat in that stream, wasn't he, Sitch? Wasn't he saying, oh, it was just a joke? And
I think he was defending the concept of jokes, of
yeah,
edgy jokes. Yes.
right. Which we're in favor of edgy jokes. It's hypocrisy that we hate.
There you go. I'm up to it to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
I do think you can go too far with like truth anything. Blaine's Escape Core, thanks so much for $2. Says camp is playing the ridiculous as normal.
Oh, that's
maybe.
kind of a good definition.
Joe Make for $5 says all you have to do is replicate the vibe of Donner Superman 1 and 2, and you have an absolute hit. That's it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
That's the hardest thing to do, though.
It is hard.
The vibe is like hard.
It's harder than you think. But I actually agree with that. I think people want light, they want happy, they want inspirational Superman. That's why I said if they made Superman actually talk the villains into everyone but Lex, obviously, and Ultraman, talk them into changing their ways or giving up or whatever. I think that would have gone a long way in the movie and definitely changed things.
Yeah. Look, if I was working on something like this, I would go with your idea to do these inspirational speeches that really turn people. But those speeches would be super instrumental in writing. So I would bring in a bunch of writers that would just like, give me fucking your biggest sales pitch on, turning the engineer against Lex Luthor. How would you do it? Like, what would you say? What would you do? Because you just got all of those. You need 3 or 4 super inspirational talks from from Superman to these people.
Yeah.
And that is a tough sell.
It is. It's hard. It's
to
hard
make
to
it
do.
believable. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when I was funny, because I was watching this, I was thinking of Mob Psycho. I always liked Mob Psycho. Was you have a character who's very overpowered. Mob is like insanely powerful, like Superman, and so a lot of it is sort of him changing people's who are attacking him because he can defeat them so easily, like Superman. It's not really about that. It's about him trying to change their mind, trying to change their perspective, either through his actions or through his words.
Which is much harder, obviously.
Yeah. Or through his Master Reagan's words. So I was like, get that guy to write Superman. I bet he could do it great.
Yeah. Superman didn't do much.
No.
As far as changing people's hearts.
That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like Deku from My Hero Academy is a better Superman at this point. I feel like, well, I stopped reading / watching My Hero after the overhaul arc, so I don't know where it goes from there. But I feel like All Might is a better Superman than Superman at this point. Like that is the character of Superman, kind of the modern Superman is All Might. Lives in Deswell Italy for 26 months. As I understand being against hypocrisy, but that's where the U.S. is heading until the obesity rate starts trending downwards.
Oh my God, you're just jumping all over the place.
Well, I just came in, so yes. Oh. That'd just be One Punch Man? Well, no, Saitama's not very. Saitama's completely not inspirational. One Punch Man, which is part of the joke. So.
Well, and he's not like super moral either. Like Superman
no,
is.
He's not super moral like Superman is either. Right.
Superman is a Boy Scout. Okay. Yes. I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saitama's just like he's like super normie, which is what makes it funny. Alex for $5 says Superman himself wasn't goofy. He was very disappointed with James Gunn's Superman. Superman has no presence and acted like a boy. I heard other people say that he acted very boyish. I didn't feel that way, but I did feel that he didn't have a strong presence because for a lot of the movie, he's not the character he doesn't feel like the protagonist. He's not the character who's driving the plot forward. And he also doesn't feel like the character who's getting shit done, even though he's fucking Superman.
Yeah, the only decision he really made was to turn himself in. And he did it in such a fucking, like, no plan way.
Yes.
Which could have been good if they played it in with the naive thing. Like, if they were going for a character arc of naive Superman to more skeptical, I've been fucked over a couple times and don't really trust people as much. What would you call that?
What do you mean?
As far as, I don't know, you want to pitch it in the same way as Superman. You don't want him cynical is not the word, right? You don't want a cynical Superman.
I wouldn't do Superman naive at all.
Mm-hmm.
I would do him as
optimistic,
completely optimistic, completely wholesome,
right.
Has such a powerfully wholesome, charismatic vibe to him that it sways people to like him and to want to be better, including villains.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the character of Superman that people want and what people feel like is the classic Superman character. I think making him naive is a mistake, which is what they did in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was obviously a better version of Superman than, Zack Snyder, weird, dark Jesus character. So
turning himself in was not really a good idea.
Yes.
It didn't work out very well.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't have a plan or any idea what to do.
Yeah. So when he finally made a decision, he's like, I'm going to turn myself in to get the dog. You're like, well, that's noble.
But it's stupid.
But it's kind of dumb. Exactly. Well, especially when you find out the situation, you're like, you're imagining, oh, that's a good idea. He can turn himself in because he can get out of any jail cell or whatever. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess he can't get out of this jail cell. Maybe you should have thought this through.
Right, and he doesn't get out of the jail cell on his own. Like he doesn't figure out a way out of the jail
No,
cell. He's not
no,
active in getting out of the jail cell at all.
no.
He's not active in once they get out of the jail cell, getting out of the pocket universe at all. Um, he's like, it's just a good thing that Lois and Mr. Terrific were there. He's not really active in fixing the metropolis splitting in half either. And then yeah, he basically has to have crypto save the day at the end. So
Yeah, and he like as soon as he rescues the dog, the only thing he's done the whole movie is over.
right.
Yeah.
So I will say though, casting Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, perfect. That was perfect casting. I like that. Nathan Fillion as the Green Lantern character.
Right. Guy Gardner is Green Lantern. Oh, I guess it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
with
they even got us.
derpy haircut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hal Jordan is a Green Lantern too, right?
Yeah, but he's a different character.
Right. There's
So,
there's a bunch of different Green Lanterns.
there's 3 human ones, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe more. At least 3. But yeah, he was perfect as Guy Gardner. I
They
liked
did a
the
good
little
job.
giant middle finger that was like knocking the things away on the ground.
Hilarious.
Very
Totally
funny.
hilarious.
And it's people have been saying that they want Nathan Fillion for Guy Gardner for a long time, so they got their wish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Making the fans happy.
Yep.
He really knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I
His
liked
jokes
him.
were hitting.
I liked Mr. Terrific. The one I didn't like Hot Girl.
She had one line that was funny when she
had one line that was funny.
Yeah.
Yes. Her good,
which was good.
her good 80s action movie, killing the bad guy line.
Yeah.
But other than that, she was kind of whatever.
But she didn't have much to work with, but
That's true.
at least they made her attractive. They didn't. They weren't like no makeup and here let's do your hair like a boy, right?
That's true. That's true. Video essays, Captain Christian. But I think he stopped. He only made it like a handful of them and then stopped forever. Joe the Meg for $5 says Rubber is the worst movie ever made. Everyone involved in the production should be deported to Antarctica.
Who said that?
Joe.
Oh, okay.
You're getting ready to ban someone.
We'll forgive you since we've been getting your name wrong all this time. So
There you go.
67% certified fresh. It
Holy
even has
shit.
88 reviews, and the Kung Pao only has 50 reviews.
Captain Christian's making videos again? That's crazy. I had no idea. That's amazing.
Is that good?
I always liked, he's like one of my favorite video guys. Interesting to check him out. He stopped making videos like me, like like 6 years ago or something. But it looks like he made some recently.
Did you read these Green Lanterns?
No, I've never read a Green Lantern comic in my entire life.
How do you know there's 3 human Green Lanterns?
Because I've seen a lot of the animated DC animated things.
Oh, okay. And they're
in them, yeah.
Oh,
and also I just kind of absorb it through cultural osmosis to some extent. I've read some the only DC comics I've read some of the Batman series. I've read some of the Teen Titans and Young Justice stuff, and some of the Superman stuff. I think those are the only DC stuff I've read.
Mm-hmm.
Cameraman 502 for $2 says Adam is Brewston Millen a conservative? Is Brewster's Million a conservative film?
I don't remember that movie.
I've never seen that movie.
Brewster's Millions. That's with Richard Pryor, right?
Richard Pryor and John Candy.
Brewster's Millions. You got a summary on that?
After losing position as a minor league pitcher, Richard Pryor learns his great uncle left him $3 million. To inherit it, Brewster must spend
he's got to spend it all.
$30 million in 30 days under a complicated set of rules that forbid him from donating too much to charity, retaining any new asset when the period is up.
Right. Is that a conservative movie? I'm not sure that it is. He just buys a bunch of shit, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. I think it's a movie of him going out and spending just on ridiculous stuff. I saw this movie in the theater forever ago. I think I remember he buys like a super expensive collector's stamp that's worth like $10,000 or whatever, $50,000. I don't know the money, but
Mm-hmm.
and he mails it. He puts it in the mail and mails it. So, which is a great trick, right? Because then you don't have the asset. You can't keep the asset.
Mm.
That's smart. Turning collectibles into things that you use.
Right.
Yeah.
Living Does Well specifically for 2 hours says, I'm not optimistic about the Naked Gun remake.
Yeah, I don't. That's a tough genre because it's like it's really just one joke over and over and over again, right? And it's like a
Is
little
it?
too close to puns for me. So,
I mean, it's just like, I don't know if it's one joke. It's just constant, like weird. I don't know if that style of humor still works
mhm.
today. Like that, like bizarre slapstick, super parody, hyper parody. Does that? I don't know if that works anymore. I'd be interested to see if it does. I'll give it a shot.
I didn't really like the Naked Gun movies much. So,
I liked them when I was a kid. I thought they were
right.
very funny. Leslie Nielsen was in like a bunch of those movies. There was one joke. I know. I don't think I saw the longer trailer. I saw the teaser trailer for Naked Gun. I was a little worried that Liam Neeson seemed too competent because he's like the action star. I want him
Mhm.
to be more incompetent, like Leslie Nielsen. But there was one joke I thought was very funny, which was Liam Neeson is Nelsie. Liam Neeson is Leslie Nelson, saying those two names back to back. He's like his son, and all the people that work there are like the sons of the previous people, and they're all looking up at the pictures of like their fathers, and they're like
Oh
looking at
yeah,
them with
that's
reverence.
a good joke. Yeah.
And then it cuts to OJ Simpson's son, and he's looking at his OJ Simpson's picture, and they all look at him.
He's
He's
like
like, I don't
shaking
want
his
to talk
head.
about it. Yeah. I was like, that's a good joke.
There's a lot of comedy that comes out of miscommunication, and it seems like the Naked Gun humor is just that miscommunication joke all over and over again, right? Or take a seat, and she grabs a seat and takes it out of the room, right?
Well, they would do puns, but they would do other things besides puns.
In Naked Gun,
Yeah, they had a lot
what
of
would they
physical
do?
comedy. Like the whole like OJ would always be like falling downstairs, like he'd always be
Oh,
getting run
okay,
over
okay,
and
yeah,
like half dying.
right.
Or the whole thing with the fish where you're like, there's like this is my famous, he had like the bad guy had that spiky fish that's poisonous, and
Hmm.
like Leslie Nielsen accidentally kills it with the pen. There's a lot of physical comedy.
It's been a long time since I saw that movie, so
And first of all, I will say this: I like Groucho Marx style vaudevillian pun humor where they say take a seat and the person takes the chair away. I like that.
hmm.
I'm a fan of that comedy. I always liked when Groucho Marx did those little things. So I like it when Leslie Nielsen does it too. And
I
I'll like
look,
it if Liam Neeson does it as well.
it just wears thin after 2 hours. You're like, okay. It's
I
funny in
disagree.
a trailer. I mean the Naked Gun trailer seems funny, but I don't think they can sustain it for 2 hours. So I'm skeptical. I'm not going to run out and go see Naked Gun unless
Okay.
everyone says Naked Gun is amazing. You have to see it.
I'll see it. I'll let you know.
I am going to go see Fantastic Four. And I halfway think it's going to be awful.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to be the nightmare that everyone is going to unanimously hate.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what it seems like people are setting it up to be, a disaster. So we'll see. Libertarian Sasquatch for Trevor says, "Oh, the Hassan thing. The Hassan thing was Jake. He was criticizing Jake Tapper's son for wanting to be a cop. Oh, that's gross. He's tagging him for that. I'm not surprised at all, but terrible.
Fuck that. That's lame.
Yeah. Okay, thing reloaded, so I lost my spot.
Yeah, I have no idea where we are. Just go back to the top and see.
Yes, I'll just go to the top. Well, actually, I lost them at the top, so.
I got the Wooster as my number
I read
one.
that one. The first one I see is Malix. How far down is that?
What? How?
Malik for $20?
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's pretty close to the top.
What was the one before that?
No. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, whenever I see Lance, I can't help but think of a medieval peasant phenotype meme. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
I totally agree. The guy coming out of the well.
Oh, I think he just means that's not what he means, but yes, that's funny too. Yes.
Yes, but you live in a society.
Right.
Yes, but you used to study.
Yes.
Lord Stug is a member for 39 months. Yes, Free Will Seeker says, so there's this group of Rastafarians who have a serious fear of hair. I guess they dread locks. Don't bump.
Look, there you go. That's like a perfect Naked Gun joke, right?
I know. God, I can't stand puns, but thank you for being a member. And
puns are great.
Thank you for the pun. Sitch loves it. So I think Malik is next for the $20.
Malik, thanks so much for the $20. Malik says, Pam, Blondie, Dan Bongina, Crazy Eyes Cash, and Diddy Don are protecting pedos who abuse Americans on behalf of foreign country, willful traitors all.
Wow. That's going hard. Yeah.
Going hard.
That's why Trump can't come out and say basically that same thing and just be like, yeah, but we need the dirt they got on people. So we got to cover it up.
Right.
That doesn't sound good.
Jack of Spades for 39 months says, of course, Lance is a comedian. His classic joke is his streaming career.
True. Yes.
Chakas for $10 says, how many people will adopt the position of, quote, if I'm a bigot for not liking trans women, then fuck it, I'm a bigot, might as well be a bigot in other areas of my life. Yeah, I think that's part of the issue with that sort of mentality that the left has been pushing on people.
Yeah. Letting them lean into their bigotry. Not
Old school.
here.
No, not here at the Sitch and Adam show.
Of course.
Old school, thanks so much for 31 months, says, is Lance streaming from an 8-year-old girl's room? Yes.
Yes. I think we read
Blondie for $10 says, I was surprised to hear Destiny was critical of donut operator using his platform to help people affected in the floods in Texas. I thought Destiny was in favor of recording people who had been fucked.
That's so good.
There you go. See, that's a good joke. That's
a great one.
Joke. Perfect. PFS1, thanks so much for 20 Canadian. Says, hey guys, been listening for ages, but I don't log in much. Just want to say thank you for the great analysis. Also, someone needs to check if that guys on the right have ever made fun of Trump being orange piece. So I read that one, but yes, thank you. Malik for $10 says, imagine if Jesse wrote an article about how 9 out of 10 times a black person gets stopped by the police, it ends without violence. Lance would call him a racist for only focusing on the majority experience. Oh my God, that's genius. That's a genius fucking point. Holy shit.
I mean, it would have to be more like 999 times out of 100.
That's a genius point. Oh my God. Got to keep that one locked in the chamber next time that fucking situation comes up. Holy shit. That's a great point.
That would have been good. That would have left Lance stuttering.
Right.
There you go. You're changing the subject.
Yeah, exactly. Juggle Desk for 32 months says, I'm getting cataract surgery in a couple of weeks and it has 99% of going right. I want to be informed if it goes wrong since it's my eyes.
Of
True.
course,
Very
yes.
true. Yeah.
I don't know how people can get LASIK. LASIK I'm super skeptical of. I mean,
Well,
I just
cataracts
assume
is
wear
different than
glasses.
LASIK.
Cataracts you're kind of forced to. It's not,
Yes.
but obviously if you're nearsighted or farsighted, you can just wear glasses. I wear glasses, so
I know that my dad had cataracts, and they talked him into not just getting the cataracts, but also they can replace the lens on your eye with a, like, I don't know, somehow better so that you don't need to wear glasses, supposedly.
yeah, LASIK.
I don't know if it's the same as LASIK, but uh, and I don't know if the person who did it just wasn't great, but like the guy with the cataracts fine, but his like night vision is so much shittier ever since they did that. So
Yeah, I don't
so
think
be
people get
aware.
good. I don't think people get good information on LASIK. I don't think people get good
Mm,
informed consent. And so many people talk about their great experiences with LASIK, but nobody
right.
ever talks about their bad experiences with LASIK. So people are biased. I myself
Right.
would never get LASIK. So, and if you just go to Yelp and look up discount LASIK and read some reviews before you
hmm
be informed.
Okay. Hidden Squid in the chat says, I just got LASIK on Friday. The first couple hours were hell, but so far it's been amazing. Well, I'm
Okay.
glad it worked out. Yeah.
Well, good for you.
Done 809 for 25 months. Thank you so much. Says, for Lance, there can be no informed consent when it comes to transitioning because it's a religion. It's not about information. It's about faith. Believe.
True. Yeah. And that's the problem. That's totally the problem.
Metalworks 411 for Joe says, did you guys see ContraPoint's tweet on Israel and Palestine? Yes, maybe we'll talk about it the Tuesday or something.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah. Valued customer for $2 says, if I drew Jesse, it would be considered a hate crime. It's terrible.
Oh my God.
Battle Master Mac, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah. Welcome. Look at this.
Or Skip DMB for Charlie says, Nux Taku shouted you guys out yesterday. Guest stream. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, I
It's funny.
saw it. Yeah.
I think, I think Doberman sent it to me.
He
Though
he said Adam and Sitch. Yeah.
he classically said Adam and Stitch, and then even worse, he confused us somehow with Kino Casino. So I don't know how I feel about that, but thank you for the random shout out. I guess.
We all know you're the Andy Worski.
Yes. Yeah. Oh no, I would think I'd be the other guy. The other guy has a much more nasally voice,
Oh, okay.
probably akin to my voice.
I would
So
like to think that I'm just a tad smarter than Andy Worski, but
I'm sorry, Adam. If you had to compare us to the Kino Casino, you're definitely going to be the Andy Worski.
I was thinking that.
And I would be
I don't
the
know how I
Aston
feel about that,
of the
but
group. Yes. So
what is the other guy's name?
Aston.
Aston. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do like to party like Andy Worski, but
Yeah. What is this? New Ghislaine Maxwell is willing to speak in front of U.S. Congress about the Epstein files.
no, no way. Holy shit.
Wow.
You know, Trump doesn't want that. Holy
Well.
fucking shit. Can you imagine
Well. That's interesting.
if the Democrats win the midterms and they bring Ghislaine in front of the fucking Congress?
Right.
Oh man, that's that last 2 years of Trump he's going to be fucking not having fun.
So I don't know, because I remember in that podcast, Michael Wolff claimed
Mm.
that Trump was talking about wanting to pardon Maxwell Ghislaine when she got arrested.
Oh, that's probably why she's doing it.
So maybe she'll totally cover for him.
That's probably why she's doing it. She's throwing it out there so she can get the pardon.
That would be the worst imaginable thing that Donald Trump could ever do.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
It would be 100, in the words of Not Toxic, it'd be 1000% over. It would be so over. I can't imagine anyone who's hung on would ever defend Trump after that. That would be fucking crazy.
Right now, Trump is busily Googling, can you pardon someone secretly? He wants to know.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be insane. PC for $5 says, I look forward to Lance asking for this debate to be taken down since he didn't agree to looking this down.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
He's going to do the same thing as a trans person.
Battlemaster Mac for $5. Thank you. Says, just want to say I got my chair today, Adam. Thanks for the plug last week. Thank you for the plug last week. S class is the best class.
Yeah. I don't know if you left a comment, but somebody else left a comment saying, I got the chair. So we sold at least 2 of them.
There you go. You sold 3.
Of course we make. What? Because you got one?
I got one of the chairs.
Did it come? Are
It's
you
coming
sitting
tomorrow.
in it? Oh, okay. Good for you. All right, look at that.
I finally got Adam's chair. My butt gets to experience it. See what all the hype is about.
I hope you like it.
Okay.
Sitch won't like it. He hates everything. Hey, he likes it.
Mikey, he likes it. No one knows that.
Oh, you
reference.
knew the reference.
I
Look
know
at
that
you.
reference.
How do you know that?
My parents are old people and they tell me old references. I grew up with this shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No one fucking understands that reference.
Sitch's parents sit him down with a reel of old commercials and he says, you watch this.
My parents would they made me watch all these old movies. They would do all these old references and shit. And I'd be like, I don't get it. And they'd explain it to me. So my parents were telling me about fucking the Howdy Doody show. Okay.
They didn't make you watch Brewster's Millions?
They did not make me watch Brewster's Millions. No. I did see Trading Places, which I liked when I saw it.
Oh, yeah. I saw that movie.
I did see an episode of Howdy Doody, which was awful.
I've never seen an episode of Howdy Doody.
Not good. Wouldn't recommend it. Blondie for $10 says, of the 1,349,021 people surveyed, 99% of respondents who listened to Lance speak for 1 second thought Lance was a worthless, brain-dead pissant. The number went up to 100% among Lance's family.
Look at those statistics.
There you go. That's a good statistic. Blaine's Escape Corner for $5 says the real sad theory is that the people who didn't respond didn't detransition, but delived. Both sides need to focus on finding reasons to live. That's possible too.
That's sad. Possible. Very sad.
Sketch for $5 says it's the same as, quote, does your restaurant do business under the table versus asking what percentage of restaurants do you think do businesses under the table? That's true too.
Mm-hmm.
Jason M for $5 says, I'd like to see Lance debate Mia Hughes, author of the WPath file. She completely crushed him. See her in Peter Boghossian's video from a month ago.
Yeah, I watched some of those WPath videos and they are fascinating.
I think I did see that and it was really good. So
they're getting some real info going now, some real studies, and that's why this shit's falling apart.
Yes.
The scientists finally stepped in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like 8 months ago. Yeah, it was like some old video, but it's good. Oh no, he did. Oh, maybe I saw an old one. He was on recently again. Okay, I'll check that out. One man militia for $10 says, I need Lance to explain why it's criminal for a man to identify as more masculine and decide to pump themselves full of testosterone if trans care says you can do the same crap with estrogen. Very true. Very true.
Should be legal, right?
Right. Burger Dan for $2 says Lance's new diet is working. He's glowing. There you go. Paboxy for €5 says, to be honest, Lance comedian would not last 60 seconds on Kill Tony.
No.
Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, I need AI footage of Jesse T-posing the whole conversation. That'd be funny. Oh, see, I read that one. I think I caught up to where I was.
Oh, we're good.
Let me go to the bottom. Guess I missed any. Our Warder for $5 says, strange woman lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Exactly. What's that from, Adam?
Excalibur, right?
Yeah, but what movie is it from?
Excalibur.
It's from Monty Python. The Holy
Oh, it
Grail.
is?
It's when he approaches the peasants. He's like, who are you? Well, I'm your king. Like, well,
Mhm.
I didn't vote for you. I'm a king. You don't vote for me.
Oh, okay.
It's a good scene, good movie.
They
Listen to
were
this. Walter Lee
making
for
fun
$5
of,
says, advice to men: train your puns now so you're ready when you're a father. There you go. Make your
oh,
children
yeah.
unhappy.
Get ready.
Yes.
Now you have Chat GPT. You can go crazy.
Oh, you're right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
There you go.
Infinite puns.
Infinite puns. JMac, you should have like a list of ChatGPT puns he just annoys his kids with. Okay, let me check the Streamlabs right here.
All right.
Dr. Dealer for 2 hours says covering Lance almost feels like beating up the retarded kid. It's hard to even call him dishonest because he actually is stupid enough to believe what he says. That's terrible. Dr. Dealer for another $3 says it's crazy how, despite a media crazy to focus on trans issues, never seems to find any stories of trans youth being abused by their parents after being outed. You would think the streets would run purple with trans blood. That's a good point. There's so much fear of, oh my God, you have to do all this crazy shit because all these kids are going to get abused when they transition or come out. And yet, if that happened, you think there'd be like a million stories about it because they're so hungry for that exact story.
Unfortunate.
Zokai for Joe says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I sent both of you guys a message on X around February or March of 2024. Wow. For information about stuff that happens here in South Texas with stuff happening in 2025, I'm not sure if both of you are interested. You can say no. I don't know what does that mean?
Yeah. I don't know what the message was.
Well, I'll go back and try to find the message. But thank you. Sella for $2 says, if I know you think Trump might not be guilty of pedo stuff, but there's a video where he talks about how great Epstein is because he likes women on the younger side. I heard the topless girls in the pic were underage, question mark. I thought he said they were of age, but maybe I'm misremembering. I know he said Trump made some comment about Epstein liking women on the younger side. Yeah. I don't remember the exact context of the line though. Self-Joy says, I don't want you to feel called out when you did that poll because you probably didn't know, but an experience of how insidious this shit was in our culture. Keira Knightley was 17 in the first Pirates movie and was dressed like that. Keira Knightley was 17 in that movie? Damn.
Hmm.
Are you sure? She was born in 1985. Wait a minute.
You
That's
doing a
crazy.
fact check?
How old in Pirates? Wow, there you go. She was 17.
And she had her boobies out?
She looked pretty good, can I say? Fondue for Joy says, but Sitch, getting rid of loot boxes would make Magic the Gathering illegal as well. Ooh. Ooh, is that true? I feel like it's different. I feel like cosmetic loot boxes are different than a trading card game where each card has some, use to it, theoretically. It feels different. I'm going to say it's different. I'm going to be biased and say it's different. Soto's for 2 hours says, just finished a new Superman movie, watching right-wing types like Adam meltdown and accuse Gunn of supporting slavery, only to backtrack and declare the movie was not woke. Now that it's popular, it's hilarious. Grifter-like behavior.
That must be Solodoge.
Yes. Did that happen?
No.
Did you do this?
No.
Okay.
He's completely misrepresenting me.
Shocking.
I could try to find the tweet.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I could probably find the tweet pretty easily. So I'll read the tweet so you can. Is there more super chats? Give me a second to find it here.
Are there more super chats?
Or,
no, there isn't.
It?
But
I'll
we're all done. About something else. Pokemon cards are loot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like trading cards are different than loot boxes of cosmetic items that have no value other than to be sold or look at. It feels different to me.
That's it? That's all you got?
That's all I got.
I've been on Twitter too much.
I feel like what have you been posting like crazy or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, because I'm just fucking, procrastinating.
Did you
Should be
ever
working
bring up
on
that
stuff.
horrible Majin picture that he had of Santa Claus spanking Donald Trump?
Was that what was going on? I couldn't figure out what was going on.
It's Santa Claus spanking Donald Trump, and he's saying, "No, Santa, not in front of Epstein." And then Trump is saying, "They can never know."
You think that's what's happening? Okay.
That is what's happening in the picture.
Yeah, but you think that's what really happened, and that's what's going to be revealed in the Epstein files?
I think it's highly probable that yes, Donald Trump was spanked by the actual Santa Claus in front of Jeffrey Epstein, a Jewish man.
Okay, here's the context for
Yes.
Soledoj's completely bad faith misrepresentation about what actually happened, okay? You know this story was going around before Superman dropped. So I retweeted Variety, and the Variety tweet says James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from another place and how we lost the value of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics, okay? We know now. I even added this subtweet beneath it because and the subtweet is apparently Variety chopped up the original piece into rage bait. Gunn was trying to avoid politics in the interview. So Variety is rage baiting, and I fell for it. My fault, right? But I retweeted this and I said, another lecture from Hollywood pretending that a permanent underclass of illegal slave labor screwing over the middle class is just kindness. So he's basically saying, because I'm saying James Gunn movie sounds like it's going to be a lecture about immigration, and I'm casting immigration as a permanent underclass of slave labor screwing over middle class people, that somehow you can infer that I'm accusing Gunn of being pro-slavery. You think that sounds fair, Sitch?
No.
Yeah, no, not at all. So there, Soledoj, get fucked. Yes. But anyway, it didn't turn out that way at all. I didn't think I was getting a lecture at all. So Sitch, I guess Sitch thinks the movie's woker than me because he's like, Lois was a bit of a girl boss.
I do, but in a way that people aren't talking about. Yeah, because a lot of people are focusing on like the Israel Palestine thing. I've seen a lot of people on the far left who are like love the movie because they think it's like about Israel Palestine and like immigration. And I don't think in any of those fucking things whatsoever.
There's a whole screen of brown people screaming for the white savior to come save them. Like that would not have flew in 2017.
Yet they love it now.
You'd have a million people on Twitter talking about how, oh my God, this is so offensive.
No.
James Gunn should be canceled.
Yep.
Yeah.
They should have been screaming for Black Panther to save them, obviously.
Yeah, what the fuck? Let the brown guy come.
Yeah. Or Mr. Terrific. You know, it's funny. I didn't even think about that. When they go to save the brown people, the only person that doesn't show up is the black superhero. He's the only one not there.
Well, he's trying to save the world.
I know he's trying to save New York or Metropolis. That's funny though. They have the maybe the girl's supposed to be Hispanic or something. I don't know. They had the two white characters go, Superman, the white guy, and then the two white characters, Nathan Fillion and Hawkgirl, go save the brown people from the evil bad invaders.
Right.
But no, I saw. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw Jesse. Well, I watched a little bit of it. I saw Jesse Gender and Steve Shives were both talking about how much they love Superman from like a weird far leftist, terminally online perspective.
I saw the Steve Shives and I could not bring myself to click on it. Yeah. He was like, "Oh my God, this is the best Superman ever."
They're all reading it. It's so funny. They always complain about media literacy. They're like so thirsty. They're looking at any crumb. They're like, "Oh my God, this is an anti-ICE movie." I'm like, "No, it's really not." What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
There's that one line about like you don't have rights because you're an alien, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's such a fucking bone against the Trump administration."
That
No,
one
it's not.
line, I did
It's
not
not.
read it that way at all.
It is not. Yeah, it's stupid.
He's calling him a literal alien.
Right, right.
If we had aliens come from another world, would we give them rights? Fuck no.
Well, I don't think we'd make them slaves unless they were like evil aliens or something. But
Well, how hot are they?
okay, that's the real question, right? Yeah.
Isn't that's technically bestiality though? Oh no.
No, it's not, because that means other animals. It'd be like xenophiliality. You'd have to have like a new phrase for it or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they're another species, right? Can't Superman and Lois have a little half Kryptonian baby?
They can in the comics,
Yeah.
I think.
I do
know
kind
there's
of like
half
the idea.
Kryptonians. So.
Look, if I was pitching my new rebooted trilogy, I think I would want to end with Superman actually having a bunch of kids and ruling over ruling over the world.
Right.
I guess that's kind of been done, right? In The Boys and Invincible. It did have a little cribbed from Invincible vibe, right?
Because of that
Yeah.
part. Yeah. Well, as I said, I know I've seen that in some Superman thing before. So
You probably saw it in Invincible.
no, I'm pretty sure there was a Superman cartoon I saw where they did the same thing with an origin story.
I think there's a second season of Invincible out that I have never seen.
There's 3 seasons of Invincible out.
Oh, okay. I'm
that
way
I've seen them all.
behind.
Yeah.
I'm way behind in my Invincible. Oh, well.
The 3rd season was, I don't know. I wasn't a fan.
Probably why I've been slow to
Yeah.
watch it. I'll probably watch it and love it, and I'll be like, God damn it. I listened to Sitch again. Fucking. Sitch just he's just a big ball of hate. That's all.
That is true. This is all true.
That's all he is.
This is completely true.
Movies are usually better if you don't think about them too much.
This is also true.
Yeah. Which is trouble. I mean, they can be more fun if you do think about them. If they're well written. Yeah. But even good movies usually have some sort of flaw. All right.
Our word for $10 says, look, you've got it all wrong. You don't need to follow me. You don't need to follow anybody. You got to think for yourself.
True. Very, very true. Yeah.
There you go. That's what he says in Life of Brian.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the words to live by, definitely.
Classic Monty Python reference.
I don't remember that. I never
It's
really...
because the whole thing is everyone thinks Brian is Jesus. He's trying to get them to like not follow him.
Right. Yeah, I know more references from Ego Trip than I do from The Life of Brian, which is sad, very sad, honestly, because a lot of people probably know The Life of Brian.
Well, it's fun. I've only seen Life of Brian, I think, like twice. I've seen the Holy Grail, like, I don't know, 20 times probably. That movie, for some reason, when I was a kid, had a massive resurgence. So like everyone in my high school would like quote it like nonstop. Soldoge for $2 says Sitch is thinking of my adventures with Superman. Oh, is that what they did it in? Okay, well then it was very recent then. I could never really like that show that much. I think I watched like the first-ish season and kind of gave up. But there you go. So I knew I saw it from somewhere. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it in the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai anime protagonists that would never, ever, ever have a slave no matter how hot they were. And you would never, ever, ever find yourself in a debate being as completely dumb and uninformed and stupid as Lance from the Serfs. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, guys. Have a good night.
Take it. Okay.